A Christmas Carol, Stave 1, read by Greg Giordano. A Christmas Carol, in prose, being a ghost story of Christmas. Stave 1, Marley's Ghost, by Charles Dickens. Marley was dead to begin with. There was no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Mind, I don't mean to say that I know, of my own knowledge, what there is particularly dead about a doornail. I might have been inclined myself to regard a coffin-nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade. But the wisdom of our ancestors is in the simile, and my unhallowed hands shall not disturb it, or the country's done for. You will, therefore, permit me to repeat emphatically that Marley was as dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead? Of course he did. How could it be otherwise? Scrooge and he were partners for I don't know how many years. Scrooge was his sole executor, his sole administrator, his sole assign, his sole residuary legatee, his sole friend and sole mourner. And even Scrooge was not so dreadfully cut up by the sad event, but that he was an excellent man of business on the very day of the funeral, and solemnized it with an undoubted bargain. The mention of Marley's funeral brings me back to the point I started from. There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I am going to relate. If we were not perfectly convinced that Hamlet's father died before the play began, there would be nothing more remarkable in his taking a stroll at night in an easterly wind upon his own ramparts than there would be in any other middle-aged gentleman rashly turning out after dark in a breezy spot, say St. Paul's churchyard, for instance, literally to astonish his son's weak mind. Scrooge never painted out old Marley's name. There it stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. The firm was known as Scrooge and Marley. Sometimes people new to the business called Scrooge Scrooge, and sometimes Marley, but he answered to both names. It was all the same to him. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire, secret and self-contained, and solitary as an oyster. The coal within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shriveled his cheek, stiffened his gait, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. A frosty rime was on his head, and on his eyebrows, and his wiry chin. He carried his own low temperature always about with him. He iced his office in the dog days, and didn't thaw it 1 degree at Christmas. External heat and cold had little influence on Scrooge. No warmth could warm, no wintry weather chill him. No wind that blew was bitterer than he. No falling snow was more intent upon its purpose. No pelting rain less open to entreaty. Foul weather didn't know where to have him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, with gladsome looks, "My dear Scrooge, how are you? When will you come to see me?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock. No man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Even the blind men's dogs appeared to know him, and, when they saw him coming on, would tug their owners into doorways and up courts, and they would wag their tails as though they said, "No eye at all is better than an evil eye, dark master." But what did Scrooge care? It was the very thing he liked. To edge his way along the crowded paths of life, warning all human sympathy to keep its distance, was what the knowing ones called nuts to Scrooge. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting-house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts, and stamping their feet upon the pavement stones to warm them. The city clocks had only just gone 3, but it was quite dark already. It had not been light all day, and candles were flaring in the windows of the neighboring offices, like ruddy smears upon the palpable brown air. The fog came pouring in at every chink and keyhole, and was so dense without that, although the court was of the narrowest, the houses opposite were mere phantoms. To see the dingy cloud come drooping down, obscuring everything, one might have thought that nature lived hard by and was brewing on a large scale. The door of Scrooge's counting-house was open, that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who, in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that it looked like one coal. But he couldn't replenish it, for Scrooge kept the coal-box in his own room, and so surely as the clerk came in with the shovel, the master predicted that it would be necessary for them to part. Wherefore the clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed. "A Merry Christmas, Uncle! God save you!" cried a cheerful voice. It was the voice of Scrooge's nephew, who came upon him so quickly that this was the first intimation he had of his approach. "Bah!" said Scrooge. "Humbug!" He had so heated himself with rapid walking in the fog and frost, this nephew of Scrooge's, that he was all in a glow. His face was ruddy and handsome, his eyes sparkled, and his breath smoked again. "Christmas a humbug, Uncle?" said Scrooge's nephew. "You don't mean that, I am sure." "I do," said Scrooge. "Merry Christmas! What right have you to be merry? What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough." "Come, then," returned the nephew gaily. "What right have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough." Scrooge, having no better answer ready on the spur of the moment, said, "Bah!" again, and followed it up with, "Humbug!" "Don't be cross, Uncle," said the nephew. "What else can I be," returned the uncle, "when I live in such a world of fools as this? Merry Christmas! Out upon Merry Christmas! What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money, a time for finding yourself a year older and not an hour richer, a time for balancing your books and having every item in 'em through a round dozen of months presented dead against you? If I could work my will," said Scrooge indignantly, "every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly." through his heart. He should. "Uncle," pleaded the nephew. "Nephew," returned the uncle sternly, "keep Christmas in your own way. Let me keep it in mine." "Keep it?" repeated Scrooge's nephew. "But you don't keep it." "Let me leave it alone, then," said Scrooge. "Much good may it do you, much good it has ever done you." "There are many things from which I might have derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say," returned the nephew. "Christmas among the rest. But I am sure I have always thought of Christmas time, when it has come round, apart from the veneration due to its sacred name and origin, if anything belonging to it can be apart from that, as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time, the only time I know of in the long calendar of the year, when men and women seem by one consent to open their shut-up hearts freely, and to think of people below them as if they really were fellow passengers to the grave, and not another race of creatures bound on other journeys. And therefore, uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good, and will do me good, and I say, God bless it." The clerk in the tank involuntarily applauded, becoming immediately sensible of the impropriety. He poked the fire, and extinguished the last frail spark for ever. "Let me hear another sound from you," said Scrooge, "and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. You're quite a powerful speaker, sir," he added, turning to his nephew. "I wonder you don't go into Parliament." "Don't be angry, uncle. Come, dine with us to-morrow." Scrooge said that he would see him. Yes, indeed he did. He went the whole length of the expression, and said that he would see him in that extremity first. "But why?" cried Scrooge's nephew. "Why?" "Why did you get married?" said Scrooge. "Because I fell in love." "Because you fell in love," growled Scrooge, as if that were the only one thing in the world more ridiculous than a Merry Christmas. "Good afternoon." "Nay, uncle, but you never came to see me before that happened. Why give it as a reason for not coming now?" "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. "I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why cannot we be friends?" "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. "I am sorry, with all my heart, to find you so resolute. We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party. But I have made the trial in homage to Christmas, and I'll keep my Christmas humour to the last. So, a Merry Christmas, uncle." "Good afternoon," said Scrooge, "and a Happy New Year." "Good afternoon," said Scrooge. His nephew left the room without an angry word notwithstanding. He stopped at the outer door to bestow the greetings of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially. "There's another fellow," muttered Scrooge, who overheard him. "My clerk, with 15 shillings a week, and a wife and family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam." This lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let 2 other people in. They were portly gentlemen, pleasant to behold, and now stood, with their hats off, in Scrooge's office. They had books and papers in their hands, and bowed to him. "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe," said one of the gentlemen, referring to his list. "Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?" "Mr. Marley has been dead these 7 years," Scrooge replied, He died 7 years ago this very night. We have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner, said the gentleman, presenting his credentials. It certainly was, for they had been two kindred spirits. At the ominous word liberality, Scrooge frowned and shook his head, and handed the credentials back. "At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge," said the gentleman, taking up a pen, "it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute, who suffer greatly at the present time. Many thousands are in want of common necessaries. Hundreds of thousands are in want of common comforts, sir." "Are there no prisons?" asked Scrooge. "Plenty of prisons," said the gentleman, laying down the pen again. "And the Union workhouses?" demanded Scrooge. "Are they still in operation?" "They are, still," returned the gentleman. "I wish I could say they were not." "The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor, then?" said Scrooge. "Both very busy, sir." "Oh! I was afraid, from what you said at first, that something had occurred to stop them in their youthful course," said Scrooge. "I am very glad to hear it." "Under the impression that they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body to the multitude," returned the gentleman. "A few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. We choose this time of year because it is a time, of all others, when want is keenly felt, and abundance rejoices. What shall I put you down for?" "Nothing," Scrooge replied. "You wish to be anonymous?" "I wish to be left alone," said Scrooge. "Since you ask me what I wish, gentlemen, that is my answer. I don't make myself merry at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I have mentioned. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there." "Many can't go there, and many would rather die." "If they would rather die," said Scrooge, "they had better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Besides, excuse me, I don't know that." "But you might know it," observed the gentleman. "It's not my business," Scrooge returned. "It's enough for a man to understand his own business, and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen." Seeing clearly that it would be useless to pursue their point, the gentlemen withdrew. Scrooge resumed his labours with an improved opinion of himself, and in a more facetious temper than was usual with him. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened so, the people ran about with flaring links, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages, and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was always peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of a Gothic window in the wall, became invisible, and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds, with tremulous vibrations afterwards, as if its teeth were chattering in its frozen head up there. The cold became intense. In the main street, at the corner of the court, some labourers were repairing the gas pipes, and had lighted a great fire in a brazier, round which a party of ragged men and boys were gathered, warming their hands and winking their eyes before the blaze in rapture. The water-plug being left in solitude, its overflowing suddenly congealed and turned to misanthropic ice. The brightness of the shops, where holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows, made pale faces ruddy as they passed. Poulterers' and grocers' trades became a splendid joke, a glorious pageant, with which it was next to impossible to believe that such dull principles as bargain and sale had anything to do. The Lord Mayor, in the stronghold of the mighty mansion house, gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as a Lord Mayor's household should, and even the little tailor, whom he had fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up tomorrow's pudding in his garret, while his lean wife and the baby sallied out to buy the beef. Foggier yet, and colder, piercing, searching, biting cold. If the good St. Dunstan had but nipped the evil spirit's nose with a touch of such weather as that, instead of using his familiar weapons, then indeed he would have roared to lusty purpose. The owner of one scant young nose, gnawed and mumbled by the hungry cold as bones are gnawed by dogs, stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol. But at the first sound of "God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay," Scrooge seized the ruler with such energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog and even more congenial frost. At length the hour of shutting up the counting-house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool, and tacitly admitted the fact to the expectant clerk in the tank, who instantly snuffed his candle out and put on his hat. "You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose?" said Scrooge. "If quite convenient, sir." "It's not convenient," said Scrooge, "and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'll be bound." The clerk smiled faintly. "And yet," said Scrooge, "you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work." The clerk observed that it was only once a year. "A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December," said Scrooge, buttoning his greatcoat to the chin. "But I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning." The clerk promised that he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no great coat, went down a slide on Cornhill at the end of a lane of boys 20 times in honor of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt to play at blind man's buff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers, and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms, in a lowering pile of building up a yard, where it had so little business to be that one could scarcely help fancying it must have run there when it was a young house, playing at hide-and-seek with other houses, and had forgotten the way out again. It was old enough now, and dreary enough, for nobody lived in it but Scrooge, the other rooms being all let out as offices. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, was fain to grope with his hands. The fog and frost so hung about the black old gateway of the house that it seemed as if the genius of the weather sat in mournful meditation on the threshold. Now, it is a fact that there was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large. It is also a fact that Scrooge had seen it, night and morning, during his whole residence in that place. Also that Scrooge had as little of what is called fancy about him as any man in the city of London, even including, which is a bold word, the corporation, aldermen, and livery. Let it also be borne in mind that Scrooge had not bestowed one thought on Marley since his last mention of his 7 years dead partner that afternoon. And then let any man explain to me, if he can, how it happened that Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker without its undergoing any intermediate process of change. Not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face. It was not an impenetrable shadow, as the other objects in the yard were, but had a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. It was not angry or ferocious, but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on his ghostly forehead. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by a breath of hot air, and though the eyes were wide open, they were perfectly motionless. That, and its livid color, made it horrible, but its horror seemed to be in spite of the face, and beyond its control, rather than a part of its own expression. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it was a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of a terrible sensation which had been a stranger from infancy, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key he had relinquished, turned it sturdily, walked in, and lighted the candle. He did pause, with a moment's irresolution, before he shut the door, and he did look cautiously behind it first, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtail sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on, so he said, "Pooh, pooh," and closed it with a bang. The sound resounded through the house like thunder. Every room above, and every cask in the wine merchant's cellars below, appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door, and walked across the hall, and up the stairs, slowly, too, trimming his candle as he went. You may talk vaguely about driving a coach and six up a good old flight of stairs, or through a bad young Act of Parliament, but I mean to say you might have got a hearse up that staircase, and taken it broadwise, with the splinter bar towards the wall, and the door towards the balustrades, and done it easy. There was plenty of width for that, and room to spare, which is perhaps the reason why Scrooge thought he saw a locomotive hearse going on before him in the gloom. Half a dozen gas lamps out of the street wouldn't have lighted the entry too well, so you may suppose that it was pretty dark with Scrooge's dip. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for that. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. He had just enough recollection of the face to desire to do that. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa, a small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and a little saucepan of gruel. Scrooge had a cold in his head, upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room as usual, old fire guard, old shoes, two fish baskets, washing stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in. Double-locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers, and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. It was a very low fire indeed, nothing on such a bitter night. He was obliged to sit close to it, and brood over it, for he could extract the least sensation of warmth from such a handful of fuel. The fireplace was an old one, built by some Dutch merchant long ago, and paved all round with quaint Dutch tiles, designed to illustrate the Scriptures. There were Cains and Abels, Pharaoh's daughters, queens of Sheba, angelic messengers ascending through the air on clouds like feather beds, Abrahams, Belshazzars, apostles putting off to sea in butter boats, hundreds of figures to attract his thoughts. And yet that face of Marley, 7 years dead, came like the ancient prophet's rod, and swallowed up the whole. If each smooth tile had been a blank at first, with power to shape some picture on its surface from the disjointed fragments of his thoughts, there would have been a copy of old Marley's head on every one. "Humbug!" said Scrooge, and walked across the room. After several turns he sat down again. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room, and communicated, for some purpose now forgotten, with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment, and with a strange, inexplicable dread, that, as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound, but soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. This might have lasted half a minute, or a minute, but it seemed an hour. The bells ceased as they had begun, together. They were succeeded by a clanking noise, deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Scrooge then remembered to have heard that ghosts in haunted houses were described as dragging chains. The cellar door flew open with a booming sound, and then he heard the noise much louder on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door. "It's humbug still," said Scrooge. "I won't believe it." His color changed, though, when, without a pause, it came on through the heavy door and passed into the room before his eyes. Upon its coming in, the dying flame leaped up as though it cried, "I know him, Marley's ghost!" and fell again. The same face, the very same. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights and boots, the tassels on the latter bristling like his pigtail and his coat skirts, and the hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long and wound about him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash-boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him, and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. Scrooge had often heard it said that Marley had no bowels, but he had never believed it until now. No, nor did he believe it even now, though he looked the phantom through and through, and saw it standing before him, though he felt the chilling influence of its death-cold eyes, and marked the very texture of the folded kerchief bound about its head and chin, which wrapper he had not observed before. He was still incredulous, and fought against his senses. "How now?" said Scrooge, caustic and cold as ever. "What do you want with me?" "Much." Marley's voice, no doubt about it. "Who are you?" "Ask me who I was." "Who were you, then?" said Scrooge, raising his voice. "You're particular, for a shade." He was going to say, "to a shade," but substituted this as more appropriate. "In life I was your partner, Jacob Marley." Can you sit down?" asked Scrooge, looking doubtfully at him. "I can." "Do it, then." Scrooge asked the question because he didn't know whether a ghost so transparent might find himself in the condition to take a chair, and felt that, in the event of its being impossible, it might involve the necessity of an embarrassing explanation. But the ghost sat down on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it. "You don't believe in me?" observed the ghost. "I don't," said Scrooge. "What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your own senses?" I don't know," said Scrooge. "Why do you doubt your senses?" "Because," said Scrooge, "a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are." Scrooge was not much in the habit of cracking jokes, or did he feel in his heart by any means waggish then. The truth is, he tried to be smart as a means of distracting his own attention, and keeping down his terror, for the spectre's voice disturbed the very marrow in his bones. To sit staring at those fixed, glazed eyes in silence for a moment would play, Scrooge felt, the very deuce with him. There was something very awful, too, in the spectre's being provided with an infernal atmosphere of his own. Scrooge could not feel it himself, but this was clearly the case, for though the ghost sat perfectly motionless, its hair and skirts and tassels were still agitated as by the hot vapor from an oven. "You see this toothpick?" said Scrooge, returning quickly to the charge, for the reason just assigned, and wishing, though it were only for a second, to divert the vision's stony gaze from himself. "I do," replied the ghost. "You are not looking at it," said Scrooge. "But I see it," said the ghost, "notwithstanding." "Well," returned Scrooge, "I have but to swallow this, and be for the rest of my days persecuted by a legion of goblins, all of my own creation. Humbug, I tell you! Humbug!" At this the spirit raised a frightful cry, and shook its chain with such a dismal and appalling noise that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling in a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage round his head, as if it were too warm to wear indoors, its lower jaw dropped upon his breast. Scrooge fell upon his knees and clasped his hands before his face. "Mercy!" he said. "Dreadful apparition! Why do you trouble me?" "Man of the worldly mind," replied the ghost, "do you believe in me or not?" "I do," said Scrooge. "I must. But why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?" "It is required of every man," the ghost returned, "that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men, and travel far and wide. And if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. It is doomed to wander through the world. Oh, woe is me, and witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth, and turned to happiness." Again the spectre raised a cry, and shook its chain, and wrung its shadowy hands. "You are fettered," said Scrooge, trembling. "Tell me why." "I wear the chain I forged in life," replied the ghost. "I made it link by link and yard by yard. I girded it on of my own free will, and of my own free will I wore it. Is its pattern strange to you?" Scrooge trembled more and more. "Or would you know," pursued the ghost, "the weight and length of the strong coil you bear yourself? It was full, as heavy, and as long as this, 7 Christmas Eves ago. You have labored on it since. It is a ponderous chain." Scrooge glanced upon him on the floor, in the expectation of finding himself surrounded by some 50 or 60 fathoms of iron cable, but he could see nothing. "Jacob," he said imploringly, "oh, Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob." "I have none to give," the ghost replied. "It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge, and is conveyed by other ministers to other kinds of men. Nor can I tell you what I would. A very little more is all permitted to me. I cannot rest. I cannot stay. I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting-house. Mark me. In life my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me." It was a habit with Scrooge, whenever he became thoughtful, to put his hands in his breeches pockets. Pondering on what the ghost had said, he did so now, but without lifting up his eyes or getting off his knees. "You must have been very slow about it, Jacob," Scrooge observed in a businesslike manner, though with humility and deference. "Slow?" the ghost repeated. "7 years dead," mused Scrooge, "and travelling all the time?" "The whole time," said the ghost. "No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse." "You travel fast?" said Scrooge. "On the wings of the wind," replied the ghost. "You might have got over a great quantity of ground in 7 years," said Scrooge. The ghost, on hearing this, set up another cry, and clanked its chain so hideously in the dead silence of the night, that the ward would have been justified in indicting it for a nuisance. "Oh, captive bound and double ironed!" cried the phantom, "not to know that ages of incessant labor by immortal creatures, for this earth must pass into eternity before the good of which it is susceptible is all developed. Not to know that any Christian spirit working kindly in its little sphere, whatever it may be, will find its mortal life too short for its vast means of usefulness. Not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one's life's opportunities missed. Yet such was I. Oh, such was I." "But you were always a good man of business, Jacob," faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. "Business!" cried the ghost, wringing its hands again. "Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business." It held up its chain at arm's length, as if that were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground again. "At this time of the rolling year," the spectre said, "I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down, and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me?" Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly. "Hear me!" cried the ghost. "My time is nearly gone." "I will," said Scrooge, "but don't be hard upon me. Don't be flowery, Jacob, pray." "How it is that I appear before you in a shape you can see, I may not tell. I have sat invisible beside you many and many a day." It was not an agreeable idea. Scrooge shivered and wiped the perspiration from his brow. "That is no light part of my penance," pursued the ghost. "I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate, a chance and hope of my procuring Ebenezer." "You were always a good friend to me," said Scrooge. "Thank'ee." "You will be haunted," returned the ghost, "by 3 spirits." Scrooge's countenance fell almost as low as the ghost's had done. "Is that the chance and hope you mentioned, Jacob?" he demanded in a faltering voice. "It is." I think I'd rather not," said Scrooge. "Without their visits," said the ghost, "you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls 1. "Can I take 'em all at once and have it over, Jacob?" hinted Scrooge. "Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more, and look that, for your own sake, you remember what has passed between us." When it had said these words, the spectre took its wrapper from the table, and bound it round its head as before. Scrooge knew this by the smart sound its teeth made when the jaws were brought together by the bandage. He ventured to raise his eyes again, and found a supernatural visitor confronting him in an erect attitude, with its chain wound over and about its arm. The apparition walked backward from him, and at every step it took, the window raised itself a little, so that, when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. It beckoned Scrooge to approach, which he did. When they were within 2 paces of each other, Marley's ghost held up its hand, warning him to come no nearer. Scrooge stopped, not so much in obedience as in surprise and fear, for on the raising of the hand he became sensible of confused noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and regret, wailings inexpressibly sorrowful and self-accusatory. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in the mournful dirge, and floated out upon the bleak, dark night. Scrooge followed to the window, desperate in his curiosity. He looked out. The air was filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither in restless haste, and moaning as they went. Every one of them wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some few, they might be guilty governments, were linked together. None were free. Many had been personally known to Scrooge in their lives. He had been quite familiar with one old ghost in a white waistcoat, with a monstrous iron safe attached to his ankle, who cried piteously at being unable to assist a wretched woman with an infant, whom it saw below upon a doorstep. The misery with them all was, clearly, that they sought to interfere for good in human matters, and had lost the power forever. Whether these creatures faded into mist, or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell. But they and their spirit voices faded together, and the night became as it had been when he walked home. Scrooge closed the window, and examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double-locked, as he had locked it with his own hands, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say "humbug," but stopped at the first syllable, and being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the dull conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep upon the instant. End of A Christmas Carol, Stave 1.
A Christmas Catch by Madison Cawein. When roads are mired with ice and snow, and the air of morn is crisp with rime, when the holly hangs by the mistletoe, and bells ring in the Christmas time, it's saddle my heart and ride away to the sweet-faced girl with eyes of grey, who waits with a smile for the gifts you bring, a man's strong love and a wedding ring. It's saddle my heart and ride. When vanes veer north and the storm winds blow, and the sun at noon is a blur o'erhead, when the holly hangs by the mistletoe, and the Christmas service is sung and said, it's come, O my heart, and wait a while, where the organ peals in the altar aisle, for the gifts that the church now gives to you, a woman's hand and a heart that's true. It's come, O my heart, and wait. When rooms gleam warm with the fire's glow, and the sleet raps sharp on the window pane, when the holly hangs with the mistletoe, and Christmas revels begin again, it's home, O my heart, and love at last, and her happy breast to your own held fast, a song to sing and a tale to tell, a good-night kiss, and all is well. It's home, O my heart, and love. End of A Christmas Catch, read by Alan Mapstone.
A Christmas Star, read by Teresa Cazzero. A Christmas Story by Katharine Pyle. Come, my dear little stars, said Mother Moon, and I will tell you the Christmas story. Every morning for a week before Christmas, Mother Moon used to call all the little stars around her and tell them a story. It was always the same story, but the stars never wearied of it. It was the story of the Christmas star, the Star of Bethlehem. When Mother Moon had finished the story, the little stars always said, "And the star is shining still, isn't it, Mother Moon? Even if we can't see it." And Mother Moon would answer, "Yes, my dears, only now it shines for men's hearts instead of their eyes." Then the stars would bid the Mother Moon good night and put on their little blue nightcaps and go to bed in the sky chamber. For the stars' bedtime is when people down on earth are beginning to waken and see that it is morning. But that particular morning, when the little stars said good night and went quietly away, one golden star still lingered beside Mother Moon. "What is it? What is the matter, my little star?" asked the Mother Moon. "Why don't you go with your little sisters?" "Oh, Mother Moon," said the golden star, "I am so sad. I wish I could shine for someone's heart, like that star of wonder that you tell us about." "Why aren't you happy up here in the sky country?" asked Mother Moon. "Yes, I have been very happy," said the star. "But tonight it seems just as if I must find some heart to shine for." "Then, if that is so," said Mother Moon, "the time has come, my little star, for you to go through the Wander Entry." "The Wander Entry? What is that?" asked the star. But the Mother Moon made no answer. Rising, she took the little star by the hand and led it to the door where it had never seen before. The Mother Moon opened the door, and there was a long dark entry. At the far end was shining a little speck of light. "What is this?" asked the star. "It is the Wander Entry, and it is through this that you must go to find the heart where you belong," said the Mother Moon. Then the little star was afraid. It longed to go through the entry, as it had never longed for anything before, and yet it was afraid and clung to the Mother Moon. But very gently, almost sadly, the Mother Moon drew her hand away. "Go, my child," she said. Then wondering and trembling, the little star stepped into the Wander Entry and the door of the sky house closed behind it. The next thing the star knew, it was hanging in a toy shop, with a whole row of other stars, blue and red and silver. It itself was gold. The shop smelled of evergreen, and was full of Christmas shoppers, men and women and children. But all of them, the star looked at no one but a little boy standing in front of the counter. For as soon as the star saw the child, it knew that he was the one to whom it belonged. The little boy was standing beside a sweet-faced lady in a long black veil, and he was not looking at anything in particular. The star shook and trembled on the string that held it, because it was afraid lest the child would not see it, or at least, if he did, he would not know it as his star. The lady had a number of toys on the counter before her, and she was saying, "Now I think we have presents for everyone. There's the doll for Lou, the game for Ned, and the music box for May, and then the rocking horse and the sled." Suddenly the little boy caught her by the arm. "Oh, Mother," he said. He had seen the star. "Well, what is it, darling?" asked the lady. "Oh, Mother, just see that star up there. I do wish I had it." "Oh, my dear, we have so many things for the Christmas tree," said the mother. "Yes, I know, but I do want the star," said the child. "Very well," said the mother, smiling. "Then we will take that too." So the star was taken down from the place where it hung and wrapped up in a piece of paper, and all the while it thrilled with joy, for it now belonged to the little boy. It was not until the afternoon before Christmas, when the tree was being decorated, that the golden star was unwrapped and taken out from the paper. "Here's something else," said the sweet-faced lady. "We must hang this on the tree. Paul took such a fancy to it that I had to get it for him. He will never be satisfied unless we hang it on too." "Oh, yes," said someone else who was helping to decorate the tree. "We will hang it here on the very top." So the little star hung on the highest branch of the Christmas tree. That evening all the candles were lighted on the Christmas tree, and there were so many that they fairly dazzled the eyes, and the gold and silver balls, the fairies, and the glass fruits shone and twinkled in the light, and high above them all shone the golden star. At 7 o'clock a bell was rung, and then the folding doors of the room where the Christmas tree stood were thrown open, and a crowd of children came trooping in. They laughed and shouted and pointed, and all talked together. And after a while there was music, and presents were taken from the tree and given to the children. How different it all was from the great wide, still sky house. But the star had never been so happy in all its life, for the little boy was there. He stood apart from the other children, looking up at the star, with his hands clasped behind him, and he did not seem to care for the toys and the games. At last it was all over. The lights were put out, the children went home, and the house grew still. Then the ornaments on the tree began to talk among themselves. "So that is all over," said a silver ball. "It was very gay this evening, the gayest Christmas I remember." "Yes," said a glass sponge of grapes. "The best of it is over. Of course people will come to look at us over several days yet, but it won't be like this evening. And then I suppose we'll be laid away for another year," said a paper fairy. "Really, it seems hardly worth while, such a few days out of the year, and then to be shut up in the dark box again. I almost wish I were a paper doll." The bunch of grapes was wrong in saying that people would come to look at the Christmas tree the next few days, for it stood neglected in the library, and nobody came near it. Everybody in the house went about very quietly, with anxious faces, for the little boy was ill. At last, one evening, a woman came into the room with a servant. The woman wore the cap and apron of a nurse. "That is it," she said, pointing to the golden star. The servant climbed up on some steps and took down the star and put it in the nurse's hand, and she carried it out into the hall and upstairs to a room where the little boy lay. The sweet-faced lady was sitting by the bed, and as the nurse came in she held out her hand for the star. "Is this what you wanted, my darling?" she asked, bending over the little boy. The child nodded and held out his hand for the star, and as he clasped it a wonderful, shining smile came over his face. The next morning the little boy's room was very still and dark. The golden piece of paper that had been the star lay on a table beside the bed, its 5 points very sharp and bright, but it was not the real star any more than a person's body is the real person. The real star was living and shining now in the little boy's heart, and it had gone out with him into a new and more beautiful sky country than it had ever known before, the sky country where the little child angels live, each one carrying in its heart its own particular star. A Christmas Star, read by Teresa Cazeiro.
A Christmas Tale by Eduard Pötzl. A Christmas Tale by Eduard Pötzl. It is a most charming thing to compose fairy tales at Christmas time, but there are many difficulties to contend with. Take my word for it, dear reader. I am an honest sort of fellow who never makes a murderer's den of his heart, as the proverb says, so I will confess that I have a strong aversion for telling any particularly pretentious lies to the good people who may chance to read this, by relating wonderful supernatural tales and calling forth an impression, as if I had elves to black my boots every day of my life. No sooner than do that, I will give up the whole secret as to how the following story came to me, and at best I cannot swear that it is a pretty one. I said to myself, good friend, you must cultivate a certain mood, conjure up the breath of the woodlands about you, and all the rest will follow. This was not so very difficult. I bought a little fir tree and set it up among the folios of the oaken table in my study. It was a nice little tree, and I pictured to myself the spot in the forest where it came from, a snow-covered opening, enclosed by tall dark pines, the edges thickly set with various young evergreens, which must needs be thinned out. I smelled of the tree until my nose burned under its prickly needles. Ah, how sweetly aromatic, like shades out of the lap of eternity. The Christmas Eves of long ago rose up before me, with many sweet memories, interesting only to myself, with hosts of fairy tales, which Grimm and Ludwig Bechstein have long since put into charming books. But soon I perceived that the breath of the fir tree would not suffice for my purpose, and that my mood required to be worked upon by means of other aids. I thereupon pulled down the blinds, although it was noon, and lit my large lamp, thinking of a well-known Vienna novelist, who is in the habit of putting himself into the bloodthirsty and terrible train of thought which serves his purpose by means of a piece of black cloth and 4 burning tapers, upon which he gazes in the pauses between his work. My large lamp sings, moreover, which is a quality that cannot be prized too highly, for oil lamps do not as a general thing feel called upon to yield sweet music, as the lamp burned and hummed. I took great pains to start up a rousing fire. It roared and sputtered with a will, for the wood was somewhat damp, but this was all the better, for a good noisy fire plays a great part in literary difficulties. Hereupon I made myself some tea in my little tea-urn, which puffs and spits like a furious cat, and lit my cigar. The scene now comprised a fragrant fir tree, a burning and singing lamp, a roaring and sputtering fire, a puffing and spitting tea-urn, a glowing and smoking cigar, a meditating poet. I will not deny the fact that at this point I addressed some words of stern exhortation to myself. Karl Frittner, I said, if you don't catch hold of a brilliant idea now, you never will. Such a comfortable state as you are in would inspire a chimney sweep to write poetry. Suppose you get up something about an enchanted sparrow, or a bewitched harlequin, or a noodle in luck. As I was still pondering, my eyelids grew heavy, and I fell asleep. I scorned to make use of the threadbare artifice, telling you that a brilliant thought came to me in my sleep. On the contrary, my nap was dreamless, and I awoke only strengthened in my dearth of ideas. The fir tree was as fragrant as ever, the lamp and the fire still burned, and all other aids to my imagination were still there. I now lit a second lamp, placing it upon the antique desk, and gazed thoughtfully into the hollow space between the drawers of the upper part, which can be shut off by a little sliding door. Thousands of times before had my eyes rested on that very spot, as if all possible subjects were contained therein, and my pen had but to choose before transferring them to paper. But never before had I looked with such particular interest at the small carved bar running across the partition. This bar is removed about a hand's breadth from the back of the ancient desk, which came down to me from the last century. I had always taken it to be nothing but an ornament to hide the rough board at the back. This time, I suppose, I held my head a little lower than usual, for I suddenly beheld a bolt behind the carved bar, which when pushed back, fitted exactly into a groove cut into the upper edge of the bar. It was this circumstance which drew my attention to the said bar. I pushed the bolt back and forth, but it was back so far in the dark that I could not see how it influenced the bar. A couple of matches, used with great caution near the rotten wood, only showed me that the position of the bar remained unchanged. While I was pondering the object of the bolt, I made a second discovery. Far back behind the bar, there was a narrow slit in the wood, like those which one sees on children's earthen savings banks. This was the more curious, as the edges of the slit, as I approached it with a candle, appeared to be wetted off, as if, in times past, they had frequently come into contact with hard objects. The resemblance of the slit of a savings bank tempted me to drop in a coin. Of course, I sacrificed only a kreuzer to this experiment, pushing it slowly through the hole and then letting it drop. Heavens, what was that? The kreuzer fell first upon wood, judging by the sound. Then it seemed to roll down some distance and fell with a metallic sound. There was no doubt then that the desk contained a secret drawer, the existence of which I had never even suspected, and over and above this, it was evident that this secret drawer was designed especially to harbor coins, as the opening was not suited to paper money or documents. The metallic ring gave good reason to suppose that the kreuzer had not fallen into an empty wooden drawer, but had joined the society of other coins, filling the secret partition up to a certain height. I beg the reader to put himself in my position. Here I have a desk, dating from the last century, my rightful property, and containing a secret drawer, which harbors in all probability a treasure of gold coins. I had often wondered at the tremendous weight of the old desk, and sometimes the motion of writing at it seemed to call forth a softly ringing sound. And now, in this prosaic age, my hand was destined to come upon a hoarded treasure, a treasure of gold and mayhap some other rare valuables. I trembled with excitement, and would have knocked down anyone who in this supreme moment had asked me to think of that confounded fairy tale, not to mention writing it. My one thought was how to open the secret drawer. At first I tested the carved bar. It was immovable. I threw in another kreuzer, and aided by the sense of hearing, tried to locate the secret drawer. Plainly I heard the metallic ring once more. It seemed to come from behind the carved bar, but the latter would not budge. I will not tire the reader, as I did myself, with my labors of research. For 2 hours I worked in the sweat of my brow, taking the old desk to pieces, so far as that was possible, without coming any nearer to the solution of the mystery. Furious at last, I ran out to get a hatchet, and swung it with might to crush all obstacles, when once more my eyes fell upon the left-hand set of drawers that I had put upon the floor during my search, and I laid the axe aside. Both of the drawers showed grooves along the sides, which were evidently there for some purpose, probably in order that they might be fastened from the side, frustrating any attempt to draw them out. Mastering my excitement, I put the drawers back in place, and saw now that the carved bar exactly corresponded to the position of the grooves. I tried to push it to the left, a thing I had of course not thought of before. It moved, and fitted as snugly as need be. Now, treasure, your last hour is come. That's what I call a Christmas present worth having. 2 seconds later, the drawers were out. I pushed the carved bar around further, and behold, 2 small dust-stained drawers were revealed. I put out my trembling hand. I would say here that there must have been infamous rascals in the past century who, not content with wantonly causing great excitement to honest people of these modern times, steal away their time, which they might have spent in writing a tolerable fairy tale. Is there anyone that can tell me why in the world one of those ancient fellows should have put the key of his street door into a secret drawer? I wish it were the key to paradise, which he had forgotten. The vicious old sinner might roast in purgatory so long as I lived. for of course I'd left the rusty key, together with my 2 kreuzer in the secret drawer, adding my curse. Every sympathetic Christian soul will understand that, after this heavy disappointment, I was not in the mood to spin out the graceful fairy tale I promised. Indeed, the holidays were quite spoiled for me that year. End of A Christmas Tale, read by Public Domain Scholar.
Angela's Christmas. Angela's Christmas by Julia Schayer. Then it is yes, father dear, said Angela, looking across the breakfast table with a smile. It was her mother's smile, and the girl had filled her mother's vacant chair for more than a year. The eyes of the father and daughter met, and Angela knew, before a word was said, that she had conquered. I hate to see you at your age, beginning to worry over these things, Ephraim Frazier said regretfully. Let the old women take care of the charities, dear. You keep on dancing in the sunshine a while longer, daughter. Angela's smile grew graver, but not less sweet. I am 20, dear, she said, too old to dance all the time, and I cannot help thinking, and it's no use, Papa dear. I must do something. It is, yes, isn't it? You are sure you won't mind being criticized and ridiculed? Quite sure, answered Angela. And sure you won't take your failures and disappointments to heart too deeply? Quite sure I can bear them bravely, answered the girl. If only one, just one of those poor creatures may be hugged and lifted up and brought out of darkness, it will be worth trying for. And what does Robert John say about it? A glow kindled in Angela's face. Robert is in perfect sympathy with me, she said softly. Then again, this time having risen and gone around to his side to speak with her face against the old banker's smoothly shaven cheek. It is, yes, isn't it, Daddy dear? Well, yes. Only you must go slow, dear. You are not over strong, And soon it came to pass that on a vacant lot, hitherto given over to refuse heaps, haunted by stray cats, rag pickers, and vagrant children, in one of the vilest quarters of the metropolis, there sprang up with magic swiftness a commodious frame building, surrounded by smooth green sod, known in the lower circles as the Locust Street Home, in upper circles, laughingly denominated Angela's Experiment. Angela did not mind. It was mostly good-natured laughter, and many of the laughers ended by lending willing hands and hearts to the cause. It was wonderful how the news spread through the city's purlieus that here was a sanctuary into which cold, hunger, and fatigue dared not intrude, a place which the lowest might enter and be made welcome, and go unquestioned, his personal rights as carefully respected as though he were one of the 400. That was Angela's theory. No man, woman, or child should be compelled to anything. First make their bodies comfortable, then surround them with ennobling influences and examples, entertain them, arouse them, stimulate them, hold out the helping hand, and leave the rest to God. They shall not even be compelled to be clean, she said, laughing. If the beautiful clean bathrooms and clean clothing do not tempt them to cleanliness, then so be it. I will have no rules, only influences. You will see. And people did see, and wondered. Sometimes, on warm, pleasant evenings, the spacious, cheerful hall with its tables and chairs would be almost empty. But on nights like that on which this story opens, a dark, cold December night, the seats were apt to be well filled, mostly with slatternly, hard-featured women and dull-faced children, who sat staring stolidly about, while the music and speaking went on, half stupefied by the warmth and tranquility so foreign to their lives. Outside, a dismal sleet was falling, but from the open door of the vestibule a great sheet of light fell upon the wet pavement, and above it glowed a transparency bearing the words, "A Merry Christmas to all. Come in." It was while the singing was going on, led by a high, sweet girl's voice, that a human figure came hobbling out from a side street and stopped short at the very edge of the lighted space. A woman by her dress, an old, old woman with a seamed, blotched face, an ugly human wreck, all torn and battered and discolored by the storms of life. Such was old Marge, Loony Marge, as she was called in the haunts that knew her best. Her history? She had forgotten it herself, very likely, and there was no one to know or care. No one in the wide world to care if she should at any moment be trampled to death or slip from the dock into the Black River. The garret which lodged her would find another tenant, the children of the gutters another target for their missiles. Not that she was worse than others, only that she was old and ugly and sharp of tongue, and the world, even her world, has no use for such as she. For some time this forlorn creature continued to hover on the edge of the lighted space. The sleet had become snow, and already a thin white film covered the pavement, promising a white Christmas, and the cold increased from moment to moment. The woman drew her filthy shawl closer. Her jaws chattered, yet she seemed unable to tear herself from the spot. Her eyes, alert under their grey brows as a rat's, were fixed now upon the open door, now upon the transparency, yet she made no motion toward the prophet's shelter. Two men, hirsute and ragged, stopped near her and, after a moment's consultation, slunk across the square of light and disappeared in the building. As the door was opened, there came a fuller burst of song, and a rush of warm air, fragrant with the aroma of coffee and oysters. The chairs and benches were unusually well filled. Numbers of women and children were in the foreground. A few men were also present, sitting with their bodies hanging forward, their hats tightly clutched between their knees, their eyes fixed on the floor. The women and children, on the contrary, followed every movement of the young women on the platform with furtive eagerness. The simplicity of attire which Angela and her friends had assumed did not deceive even the tiniest gutter child present. These were ladies, and one and all accorded them the same tribute of genuine, if reluctant, admiration. Old Marge, after the embarrassment of the first moment, took everything in with one hawk-like glance. The Christmas greens upon the clean white walls, the curtained space in the rear which hid some pleasant mystery, the men and women on the platform. At the organ sat a young girl, leaning upon the now silent keys, her face toward the young man who was speaking. Old Marge could not take her eyes from this face, wide, serious, sweet, set in a halo of pale golden hair. The sight of it aroused strange feelings in the bosom of the old outcast. Fascinated, tortured, bewildered, she sat and gazed. It was long since she had thought of her youth. This girl reminded her of that forgotten time. Like a violet flung upon a refuse heap, the thought of her own innocent girlhood lay for an instant upon the foul mass of memories accumulated by 16 miserable years. I was light-haired too, ran old Marge's thoughts. Light-haired and light-complected, like her. The perfume of that thought breathed across her soul and was gone. Still she gazed from under her shaggy brows, and, without meaning to listen, found herself hearing what the speaker was saying. He was telling without rhetoric or cant the story of Christ, and with simplicity and tact presenting the lesson of his life. This joy of giving, of sacrificing for others, the young man was saying in his earnest musical voice, so far beyond the joy of receiving, is within the reach of every human being. Think of that. The poorest man, or woman, or child who breathes on earth tonight may know this joy, may give some pleasure, some help, some comfort to some fellow creature. Whether it be a human creature or a dumb beast matters not. It is all one in God's sight, being an act of love and kindness and sacrifice. Old Marge looked down upon her squalid rags, her rough features writhed with a scornful smile. "That's a lie," she muttered. "What could the likes of me do for anybody, I would like to know?" Till she listened, but at last, as the warmth stole through her sodden garments and into her chilled veins, and the peace of the place penetrated the turbulent recesses of her soul, the man's voice became like a voice heard in a dream, and the old outcast slept. A confused sound greeted her awakening. Someone was playing the organ jubilantly. People were moving about. Girls with trays loaded with steaming dishes. Children were talking and laughing excitedly. The curtain had been drawn, and a great Christmas tree almost blinded her with its splendor. She stared about in bewilderment. She looked at the tree, at the people, at her own foul rags. A fierce revulsion of feeling swept over her. Rage, shame, a desire to get out of sight, to be swallowed up in the darkness and misery which were her proper element, seized and mastered her. She staggered to her feet. A young girl approached her with a tray of tempting food. The sight and smell of it goaded the starved creature to madness. She could have fallen upon it like a wolf, but instead she pushed the girl roughly aside and fumbled dizzily at the doorknob. A hand was laid upon her arm. The girl with the sweet white face was looking at her with a friendly smile. "Won't you stay and have something warm to eat before going into the cold?" the girl asked gently. Old Marge shook the hand from her arm. "No," she snarled. "I don't want nothing. Let me go." With a patient smile, Angela opened the door. "I'm sorry you will not stay," she said softly. "It would give me great pleasure. There is a gift for you on the tree, too. It is Christmas Eve, you know." A hoarse, choking sound came from the woman's lips. She pushed by into the vestibule. Angela followed. "If you should feel differently tomorrow," she said in her kind, gentle voice, "come here again about 11 o'clock. I shall be here." Without waiting for a reply, she re-entered the hall. A young man, the same who had been speaking, met her at the door. "Angela!" he exclaimed. "You should not be out there in the cold." She smiled absently. "Did you see her, Robert?" "The terrible old woman? Yes, I saw her. A hopeless case, I fear." Angela's eyes kept her absent look. It was awful to see her go away like that, into the cold and snow, hungry and half-clad, she said. The young man leaned nearer. "Angela," he whispered, "you must not let these things sink into your heart as you do, or you cannot bear the work you have undertaken. As for that old creature, it is terrible to think of her, but she seemed to me beyond our reach." "But not beyond God's reach through us," said Angela. Meantime, old Marge was facing the storm with rage and pain in her face and in her heart. The streets were deserted and lighted only by such beams as found their way through the dirty windows of shops and saloons. From these last came sounds of revelry and contention, and at one or another the poor creature paused, listening without fear to the familiar hubbub. Should she go in? Someone might give her a drink to ease for a time the terrible gnawing at her breast. Might? Yes, but more likely she would be thrust out with jeers and curses, and for some reason old Marge was in no mood to use the caustic wit and ready tongue that were her only weapons. So she staggered on until the swarming tenement was reached, stumbled up the 5 flights of unillumined stairs, and almost fell headlong into the dismal garret which she called her home. Feeling about in the darkness, she found a match and lit a bit of candle which topped the neck of an empty bottle. It burned uncertainly, as if reluctant to disclose the scene upon which its light fell. A smoke-stained sloping ceiling, a blackened floor, a shapeless mattress heaped with rags, a deal box, a rusty stove resting upon 2 bricks, supporting in its turn an ancient frying pan, a chipped saucer, and a battered tin can from which, when the scavenger business was good, old Marge served afternoon tea. Such were her home and all her personal belongings. There was no fire, nor any means of producing one, but upon the box was spread a piece of paper containing a slice of bread and a soup bone, whereto clung some fragments of meat, the gift of a neighbor hardly less wretched than herself. The old woman's eyes glittered at the sight, and seizing the food, she sank weakly upon the box and began gnawing at it, but her toothless jaws, stiff with cold, made no impression upon the tough meat and hard crust, and letting them drop to the floor, the poor creature fell to rocking to and fro, whimpering tearlessly like a suffering dog. Strangely enough, within the withered bosom of this most wretched creature there had welled up, from some hidden source of womanly feeling, a passionate self-pity, a no less passionate self-loathing. This was what a moment's contact with all that she had so long abjured, purity, order, gentleness, had brought to pass. That fair young girl, tall, pale, sweet as an Easter lily, stood before her like an incarnate memory, pointing toward the past, the far distant past, where she, too, was young and pretty and innocent and gay. Too pretty and too gay for a poor working girl. That was where the trouble began. I was light-haired too, moaned old Marge, twisting her withered fingers restlessly. Light-haired and light-complected, a pretty girl, and a good girl too. Not like her. No, how could I be? Little likes o' her knows what the likes o' me has to face. Lord. The bit of candle guttered and went out. The cold increased. It had ceased snowing, and a keen wind had arisen, tearing the clouds into shreds through which the stars gleamed. And presently the moon climbed up behind the belfry of the old church across the square, and sent one broad white ray through the dingy window and across the floor. All at once the great bell began to strike the midnight hour, its mingled vibrations filling the garret with tumultuous sounds. The vision of the fair girl faded, and old Marge was herself again, a hard, bitter, rebellious old woman, with a burning care where her heart had been, and only one thought, one desire, left in her desperate mind, the thought and the desire of death. In young and passionate days, she had often thought of seeking that way out of life's agonies, but at its worst there is always some sweetness left in the cup, when one is young. It was not so now. The dregs only had been hers for many a year, and she had enough. Death, yes, that was best. Her eyes glittered as she cast a look about the silent room, bare, even of the means to this end. Ah, the window! With an inarticulate cry, the woman arose and hobbled along the shining moon ray to the window, and threw open the sash. Awed by the stern beauty of the heavens, the splendor of the moon tangled in the lace-like carvings of the belfry as in a net, she leaned some moments against the sill, looking out and down. Far below lay the deserted square, its white bosom traced with the sharp shadow of the tower. With a keen eye old Marge measured the distance, a sheer descent of 50 feet, nothing to break the fall, nothing. One movement, a swift fall, and that white surface would be broken by a black, shapeless heap. A policeman would find it on his next round, or some drunken reveller would stumble over it, or the good people on their way to early mass. Ah! The seamed countenance lit up suddenly with a malignant joy. Why not wait until they began to pass, those pious, respectable people in their comfortable furs and wools, and cast herself into their midst, a ghastly Christmas offering from poverty to riches, from sin to virtue? This suggestion commended itself highly to her sense of humor. With a hoarse chuckle she was about to close the window when a portion of the shadow that lay alongside the chimney showed signs of life, and, rising on 4 long and skinny legs, became a cat, a lean black cat, which crept meekly toward the window, its phosphorescent eyes gleaming, its lank jaws parted in a vain effort to mew. Startled, old Marge drew back for an instant, then glancing from the animal to the pavement below, a brutal cunning, a malicious pleasure lit up the witch-like features. Reaching out one skinny arm, she called coaxingly, "Puss, puss." The cat dragged herself up to the outstretched arm, rubbing her lank body caressingly against it. The cruel, cunning old face softened suddenly. "Lord," muttered old Marge, "if she ain't a-trying to purr! Wall, that beats me." The poor beast continued its piteous appeal for aid, arching its starved frame, waving its tail, fawning unsuspectingly against the arm that had threatened. With an impulse new to her misery-hardened heart, old Marge drew the animal in and closed the window. Far from resisting, the cat nestled against her with every sign of pleasure. "She's been somebody's pet," said the old woman, placing her on the floor. "She ain't always been like this." The divine emotion of pity, so new to this forlorn creature, grew and swelled in her bosom. The man at the hall had not lied after all. Here was another of God's creatures as miserable as herself. Nay, more so, for she had a roof to shelter her, and she could share it with this homeless one. "Poor puss," muttered old Marge, stroking the rough fur. "You're starving too, ain't ye? And I ain't got nothing to give ye, not a bite or a sup. Ah!" Her eyes had fallen upon the discarded food. Eagerly she seized it and placed it before the cat. The starving creature gnawed greedily at the bone an instant, then looked up with a hopeless mew. The old woman felt a keener pang of pity. "Poor beast," she said with a bitter smile. "You can't eat him, can ye? No more could I. We are in the same box, puss. Old and toothless, and nobody belonging to us. We'll have to starve together, I guess. And it's Christmas Day. Did ye know that, puss? Christmas Day! Lord, Lord!" The cat rubbed against her skirts, her eyes fixed upon her benefactors. "Seems to understand every word I say," old Marge muttered. "If only I had a drop of milk for her now." Hobbling to the stove, she examined the battered tin can, letting the moonlight shine into its rusty depths. A little water or tea remained in it, and with this she moistened some of the bread and placed it before the cat, which devoured it now eagerly. Then she took the animal in her arms and laid herself down on the mattress, drawing the ragged covers over them. The cat nestled against her side. The warmth of the two poor bodies mingled, and both slept. The moon ray crept along and spread itself over the heap of rags, the knotted fingers resting on the cat's rough fur, the seamed old face. It passed away, and morning dawned with a peal of bells and the sound of footsteps on the pavement below, and still the two slept on. Angela stood near the door receiving her Christmas guests. They came straggling in twos and threes, some boldly and impudently, some shamefaced and shy, some eager, some indifferent, but all poverty-pinched. Each one was pleasantly welcomed and passed on to the feast. Angela watched and waited, and at last the door opened slowly to admit old Marge, who stopped short on the threshold with a look at once stubborn, appealing, suspicious, ashamed. Like a wild animal on the alert for the faintest sign of repulsion or danger, she stood there. But Angela only smiled, proffering her white, soft hand, destitute of jewels, but the hand of a lady. "A Merry Christmas," she said brightly. "I was ugly to you last night," said old Marge huskily, ignoring the beautiful hand she dared not touch. "Never mind," Angela answered sweetly. "You were tired." "I am a bad old woman," said old Marge mistrustfully. "Never mind that either," said Angela. "Let me be your friend. If you will, you shall never be cold or hungry again." Profound wonder came into the old face. Then it began to writhe, and from each eye oozed scant tears, seeking a channel amid the seams and wrinkles of the sunken cheeks. "You will let me be your friend?" urged Angela. Still old Marge wept silently, the scant tears of age. "You shall have a pleasant home and—" A swift, suspicious glance darted from the wet eyes. "Not asylum, miss, please," said the old woman. "No," said Angela quietly, "not an asylum. A home. A bright, clean, comfortable home." "I can work, miss," put in old Marge, doubling her knotted hands to show their strength. "I can wash and scrub." "Yes," said Angela. "You may work all you are able, helping to keep things clean and comfortable." Still old Marge looked doubtful. Wiping her cheeks with a corner of the shawl, she half turned toward the door. "Have you a family or anyone belonging to you?" asked Angela, thinking to have reached the root of the difficulty. "Yes," said the old woman stoutly. "I have a cat. Where I go, she must go too." Angela patted the grimy hand with a laugh which was good to hear. "I understand you perfectly," she said. "I have a cat of my own. You and your cat shall not be separated." A half hour later entered the young man Robert. Angela pointed silently to old Marge, sitting in a warm corner, contentedly munching her Christmas dinner. "What have you done to her?" he asked. "She looks more human already." Angela laughed again, that same laugh which goes to one's heart so. "I have adopted her, and her cat," she answered. "That's all." End of Angela's Christmas.
Angels Appearing to the Shepherds. Read by Thomas Peter. Angels Appearing to the Shepherds by T.J. Terrington. Fair and mild the stars were shining o'er Judea's purple sky, and the moon with silver lustre sweetly gleaming from on high. Night winds o'er the dewy verdure an Aeolian music made, where a band of watchful shepherds lay beneath a palm tree's shade. They on sacred themes conversing peacefully beguiled the hours, thought on each prophetic promise, calmly dwelled as dew on flowers. They were men devout and holy, walking wisdom's pleasant road, men who waited for salvation, firmly trusting Israel's God. Lo, what light! Is day arising on the mid-watch of the night? Richest splendors now are shining more than noonday glory bright. In the midst a radiant angel through that fulgent grandeur springs, and in tones of love and mercy sweetly to the shepherds sings. Fear ye not, behold I bring you tidings full of peace and joy. Unto you is born a Saviour, who shall sin and death destroy. He, a babe in David's city, in a manger now is laid, yet he is the Lord, the mighty, Christ to you salvation made. Now the glorious band surrounding that bright angel lift their voice, mixed with sounds from harp and trumpet, and in anthems loud rejoice. Glory to our God the highest, praise eternal sing again, for this message of his mercy, peace on earth, goodwill to men. End of Angels Appearing to the Shepherds.
The Legend of Babushka, adapted from the Russian. Recorded by David Lawrence in Ottawa, Ontario, December 2024. It was the night the dear Christ child came to Bethlehem. In a country far away from him, an old woman named Babushka sat in her snug little house by her warm fire. The wind was drifting the snow outside and howling down the chimney, but it only made Babushka's fire burn more brightly. "How glad I am that I may stay indoors," said Babushka, holding her hands out to the bright blaze. But suddenly she heard a loud rap at her door. She opened it, and her candle shone on 3 old men standing outside in the snow. Their beards were as white as the snow, and so long that they reached the ground. Their eyes shone kindly in the light of Babushka's candle, and their arms were full of precious things, boxes of jewels and sweet-smelling oils and ointments. "We have traveled far, Babushka," they said, "and we stopped to tell you of the baby prince born this night in Bethlehem. He comes to rule the world and teach all men to be loving and true. We carry him gifts. Come with us, Babushka." But Babushka looked at the drifting snow, and then inside to her cozy room and the crackling fire. "It is too late for me to go with you, good sirs," she said. "The weather is too cold." She went inside again and shut the door, and the old men journeyed on to Bethlehem without her. But as Babushka sat by her fire, rocking, she began to think about the little Christ child, for she loved all babies. "Tomorrow I will go to find him," she said. "Tomorrow, when it is light, and I will carry him some toys." So when it was morning, Babushka put on her long cloak, and took her staff, and filled her basket with the pretty things a baby would like, gold balls and wooden toys, and strings of silver cobwebs, and she set out to find the Christ child. But oh, Babushka had forgotten to ask the 3 old men the road to Bethlehem, and they travelled so far through the night that she could not overtake them. Up and down the road she hurried, through woods and fields and towns, saying to whomsoever she met, "I go to find the Christ child. Where does he lie? I bring some pretty toys for his sake." But no one could tell her the way to go, and they all said, "Farther on, Babushka, farther on." So she travelled on and on and on for years and years, but she never found the little Christ child. They say that old Babushka is travelling still, looking for him. When it comes Christmas Eve, and the children are lying fast asleep, Babushka comes softly through the snowy fields and towns, wrapped in her long cloak and carrying her basket on her arm. With her staff she raps gently at the doors, and goes inside and holds her candle close to the little children's faces. "Is he here?" she asks. "Is the little Christ child here?" And then she turns sorrowfully away again, crying, "Farther on, farther on." But before she leaves, she takes a toy from her basket and lays it beside the pillow for a Christmas gift. "For his sake," she says softly, and then hurries on through the years and forever in search of the little Christ child. End of The Legend of Babushka, adapted from the Russian.
The Bachelor's Christmas. The Bachelor's Christmas by Robert Grant. 1. Thomas Wiggin, or Tom Wiggin as everyone called him, sat alone in his bachelor quarters on Christmas Eve, waiting for a carriage. The carriage was not late, but Tom, who was a methodical man in everything he did, had finished his preparations a little sooner than need be. His fur coat and hat and gloves lay on a chair beside him, ready to put on the moment Bridget, the maid, should knock at the door and tell him that Perkins, the cabby at the corner, was blocking the way. Tom had already taken out of his pocket 2 $10 gold pieces and laid them on the center table beside an array of packages done up with marvelous care in the whitest of paper and the reddest of ribbon. One of the gold pieces was for Bridget and the other for Perkins. Twice the sum would not have replaced the crockery and objects of virtu which the Hibernian handmaiden, who brought up his breakfast and was supposed to keep his room tidy, had smashed since he had tipped her last, and Tom had, only 2 months before, undergone the melancholy experience of falling through the bottom of Perkins's coupe, because of the pertinacity with which that common carrier of passengers clung to the delusion that no repairs to a vehicle were necessary until it dropped to pieces. But as Tom would have said if interrogated on the subject by a subtler mind, Christmas comes but once a year, and though Bridget's best was her worst, she had tried to do it, and Perkins, shiftless as he was, had driven his poor old nag one day into a pink lather in endeavoring to catch a train for him, which he had just missed after all. Besides, Tom had had a remarkably good business year, so that a $10 gold piece did not seem to him the dazzlingly large sum he had regarded it 10 years earlier. He had lived in these same bachelor lodgings for 10 years, and during that time had built up a very neat business by his own unaided effort, as his contemporaries, and contemporaries are apt to be stern critics, were ready to admit. He had worked hard and steadily, taking only enough vacation to enable him to keep well, and shunting everything to the background which threatened to interfere with the object he had in view, that is, everything but one thing. And this one thing he had made up his mind 5 years ago was out of the question. Consequently, he had shunted it to the background with everything else, and devoted himself more unreservedly than ever to the real estate business. 10 years is quite a piece out of any man's life, and though Tom Wigan was the picture of health, he was, as we say colloquially, no longer a chicken. He was stouter than he had been, and lost some of his hair, which gave him rather a middle-aged appearance, or at least suggested that he never would see 35 again. When he had taken his present room, he had been a slim and almost delicate-looking stripling without a copper, whom any girl might be likely to fancy. To-day, in his own estimation, and in that of his friends and acquaintances, he was a well-seasoned old bachelor who was not likely to ask any one feminine to share his comfortable competency. Christmas comes but once a year, and Tom had for several years past been in the habit of recognizing the fact in his special way. He was extensively an uncle. That is to say, he had 2 married sisters, one with 5 and the other with 3 children of tender age, and each of his 2 married brothers had presented him with a nephew and niece of the name of Wigan. Categorically speaking, he had 7 nephews and 5 nieces to provide with Christmas gifts, not to mention his 2 sisters and his 2 sisters-in-law, all of whom had grown accustomed to expect a package in white paper tied with pink ribbon, and marked, "With love and a Merry Christmas from Tom." Here were 16 presents to begin with, and there were apt to be almost as many more. On this particular Christmas evening there were 35 parcels in all, each done up with immaculate care, for Tom, like most other bachelors, prided himself on doing everything in a thorough, deliberate fashion. He had made his last purchase a fortnight ago, and had spent 2 entire evenings in putting the array of toys and fancy goods in presentable order. They were of all sorts and sizes, for Tom had paled neither before bulk nor price. There was a safety bicycle for a nephew who had set his heart on one, and the tiniest of gold watches for his eldest niece. There was a warm, fur-lined coat for his dead mother's oldest friend, a spinster lady who had small means wherewith to keep herself comfortable in a cold world, and a case of marvellous port for his old chum, Belden, who would see that it was not wasted on unappreciative palates. Everything was ready for the summons from Perkins, the cabby, and Tom, bald-headed bachelor that he was fuming a little in spite of the fact that it still lacked 3 minutes of the hour appointed for departure. The clock in the neighbouring church tower, whose tones were plainly audible in the sky parlours which he called his home, had only just struck 5 when the tramp of feet, followed by a knock, announced the joint arrival of Bridget and Perkins, to whom he had entrusted the duty of helping him to carry his precious parcels down 3 flights of stairs to the attendant cab. This was the 6th consecutive year Bridget and Perkins had done the same thing, and they thought they knew what to expect. But they had counted without their host. A year ago they had chuckled for 48 hours over a $5 bill apiece. Now, when they opened the door and presented their grinning countenances, their benefactor, after shouting at them a Merry Christmas, proceeded to daze their intellects, of every particle of which they stood in sore need for the purpose of a safe descent, by tossing to each of them a gold coin of twice the denomination. For some moments they stood in bewildered, sheepish silence, examining their treasure as though to make certain it was genuine. Then Bridget, taxing her intelligence for a suitable expression for the wealth of feeling at her heart, exclaimed, "And sure, Mr. Wiggin, it's Bridget Lanigan that's hoping that before the good Lord brings another Christmas day, the proudest lady in the land will be your wife. It's me and Perkins would be the first to say, God bless her, though we lost a good job by it." At this prodigal outburst of expectation, Tom Wiggin's countenance grew rosy red, notwithstanding the incredulous laugh with which he received the blessing of his warm-hearted handmaiden and the nods of the less nimble-witted cabman. Then a shadow crossed it as though of unhappy recollection, and there was a tinge of real hopelessness in his half-jocular protestation. "Many thanks, Bridget, for your good wishes, but there's no such luck in store for me. I shall live and die an old bachelor such as you see me now, and you and Perkins will be able to count on a $10 gold piece on Christmas Eve for the rest of your lives. That is," Tom added by way of timely warning, "provided you don't smash any of these things of mine in carrying them downstairs. You remember that the pair of you last year between you broke a teacup worth its weight in gold, and the year before that large vase broke itself. If everything were to go down safely, I should almost begin to believe that what Bridget hopes might come true. Careful now, and be sure not to lay that bicycle right on top of the gilt-edged dinner plates for my sister Mary." Whether it was that Tom's strictures in regard to the clumsiness of his assistants were exaggerated, or they were bent on causing him to repose trust in Bridget's prophecy, the 35 packages reached the cab and were stowed within and without, under their owner's supervising eye, without a single casualty. "Faith, Mr. Wiggin, they'll be taking yer this time for Santa Claus, sure," said Perkins, when the last precious parcel had been deposited. "Yer'll have to ride outside, sir, as yer did last year." Evidently the gaping file of small boys which had formed itself on each side of the doorway was of the opinion that, if the gentleman in the fur coat was not Santa Claus, he was one of his blood relations, for, as Tom climbed carefully to his post beside Perkins, so as not to hazard the safety of the bicycle and the box of port, for which there was no room inside, they broke out into a shrill hurrah. Perhaps they too, or at least some of them, knew what they had to expect, For before Santa Claus seated himself on the box, he plunged his hands into the side pockets of his fur overcoat, and then reproducing them, seemed to toss them high to the winds, as he cried, with gay good will, "Scramble now, you little devils, scramble, and wish you Merry Christmas." What Tom flung to the winds was neither his fingers nor his thumbs, but a plethora of bright nickels which he had drawn from the bank for the express purpose. As the glittering shower of brand-new 5-cent pieces fell to the icy sidewalk, the band of urchins threw themselves upon it with a shout of transport which drew tears from the eyes of the tender-hearted Bridget, who had remained to witness this established ceremony, and ought to have warmed the cockles of the donor's heart, if indeed they needed warming. Twice again he replunged his hands into his pockets, and twice again the yell was repeated. Then, seating himself beside Perkins, Tom gave the signal for departure, and as the cab rounded the corner, a score of little lungs gave him back his Merry Christmas with all their might. It was a genuine Christmas Eve. The ground was covered with snow, and the sleigh bells were jangling merrily. The lamps were already lighted, and many a parlor window gave out the reflection of wreaths of holly, and now and again sparkled with little rows of candles in token of the precious Christmas anniversary. Perkins's coupe was on wheels, and his equine paradox was imperfectly cocked into the bargain, so that the world seemed to be rushing by them as they jogged along. Tom had a list which he from time to time consulted by the allied light of the moon and the street lamps, in order to see that his itinerary was accurately followed and no one forgotten. At every house he dismounted in person and handed in his present. When he reached the residence of his sister, Mary Ferris, who was the mother of the 5 children, he had to make 4 trips up and down the doorsteps. His sister, who was listening, recognized his voice and came into the vestibule to meet him, and her children, bounding in her wake like an elated pack of wolves, shouted with one tongue, "Hurrah! It's Uncle Tom!" Mrs. Ferris sent them scampering upstairs in double-quick time, on pain of dire penalties if they peeped or listened, and fondly drew her brother into the small sitting-room which opened out of the hall. "I can't stop, Mary," he said. "I'm on my annual circuit. Now let's see if I've got everything. Here's the bicycle for Roger Jr. They call it a safety, and I trust it may prove so. And the Noah's Ark, the largest one made, for Harry, and a musical box, which plays 8 tunes, for Dorothy, and a doll which sings Tara Boom Dier for little Mary, and a woolly lamb for baby Ned. And here's a trifle in the crockery line for you, my dear. If you don't like the pattern, you can change them. Now I must be off. How's Roger Senior? Give him my love and a Merry Christmas." "He'll be at home very soon, Tom, and dreadfully sorry to have missed you. The children are just crazy about their stockings, and little Roger had given up all hope of a bicycle. You are too generous to them and to all of us. And oh, Tom," she added, laying her hand upon his arm, "I feel dreadfully that we shan't have you with us at dinner tomorrow, but old Mr. Ferris depends on Roger and me for Christmas. He says it may be the last time, and that Christmas is the Ferris day. Thanksgiving is the Wigan day, you know, and we did have a jolly time then. But I just hate to think of your not dining with one of us on Christmas. How can it be helped, though, if all the things-in-law have family parties?" "Why, that's all right, Mary. As you say, Thanksgiving is the Wigan day, and things-in-law have rights, as well as those they marry. Merry Christmas, dearest, and let me go, or I shall never get through my list." "Ah, but Tom, love, I do wish you were married," she cried, putting her arms around his neck to detain him. She was his favourite sister, and free to introduce dangerous topics with due discretion. "You would be so much happier." Do I seem so miserable?" he inquired as he looked down at her and stroked her hair. "That's an old story, Mary. I've heard you express the same wish every 6 months for the last 10 years. Every family should have one old bachelor at least, and I shall be ours." She was silent for an instant. "Do you ever see Isabel Hardy nowadays?" she asked with brave insistence. "I have sometimes thought—" She stopped, deterred from completing her sentence by the shadow which had come over Tom's face. He gently but firmly removed his sister's arms from his neck, and answered gravely, almost stiffly, "Very rarely indeed." Then, with a fresh access of gaiety, as though he were resolved that nothing foreign to the occasion should mar its spirit, he cried lustily, "A Merry Christmas to you, Mary!" and departed. Continuing steadily on his round, Tom delivered safely the case of port and the fur-lined cloak, and brought up in the next street in front of his brother Joe's house. Here he was to leave the gold watch for his eldest niece, a generous box of bonbons for his sister-in-law, a tool chest for young Joe, and a first edition of Vanity Fair for Joe himself, who, though not particularly well off, was a rabid book collector. Tom had dogged an auctioneer for 2 days to make sure of obtaining the volume in question, which, so far as he could see, was like as 2 peas to the subsequent issues of the same book to be bought anywhere for a song. He was convinced of his mistake when he saw his brother's face light up at sight of the treasure trove, and heard his delighted inquiry, "Where on earth did you pick this up, Tom? You couldn't have given me anything I'd rather have." "Glad you like it, Joe. If it isn't the real thing, I'll have the hide of that fellow Nevins who sold it to me." "The real thing? It's a genuine first edition, and a splendid specimen. It's adorable. I say, old fellow, it's an outrage that we've to dine with Julia's father tomorrow, and leave you out in the cold. Another year I mean to strike and have a Wigan Christmas dinner, Thanksgiving or no Thanksgiving. Mary and I were comparing notes yesterday, and vowing it was an infernal shame." "Now, it's all right as it is, Joe. I've just left Mary, and I understand perfectly. You've got enough to do to digest your father-in-law's mince pie and Madeira without having me on your stomach." "A regular old-fashioned 10-course feed, where you sit down at 7 and get up at 10:30 feeling like lead. Ugh! Where are you going to dine, Tom?" "No matter. That's my secret. I shall have a good dinner, never you fear. I must be off now and deliver the rest of my goods." "It's an outrage, an infernal outrage," growled Joe. "Before you go, old man," he said, hooking his arm into his brother's, and dragging him in the direction of the dining-room, "we'll have a drink. I put a pint of fizz on the ice this morning for your special benefit. It won't take 2 minutes to fix the cocktail." Thereupon Joe gave the bell-handle a wrench, and directed that the bottle in the ice-chest should be brought up together with the cracked ice which he had ordered to be in readiness, and in a very short space of time the white-capped maid reappeared with a waiter laden with all the necessary ingredients for the delectable beverage in question. Joe carefully measured out some bitters, pop went the cork of the Perrier Jouet, and presently the brothers were looking at each other over 2 brimming glasses. "Wish you Merry Christmas, Joe." "Wish you Merry Christmas, Tom. And here's to her." Joe paused an instant before he drank, to add, "It's a big mistake you're not married, Tom. All I can say is, some girl is losing a first-class husband. I say, here's to her." Tom, who had waited at the words, raised his glass solemnly. "There is no her, and there never will be," he said with quiet decision. "Still, since you gave the toast, Joe, I'll drink it. It's not poisonous," he added with a wry smile. "So here's to her." He drained his glass and set it down on the waiter, then for an instant stood ruminantly with his back to the open fire. "The drink was better than the toast in any case, Joe. My her must have died in infancy." "Honest Injun, Tom?" asked Joe, as he gripped his brother's hand held out for a parting shake and looked into his face. Tom's eyes quailed before the honest gaze. His lip quivered. "I'm an infernal liar, Joe, and you know it. But what's the use? She wouldn't have me, man, and there's no one else whom I want to have. So, Merry Christmas, Joe, and God bless you and yours." As he went out into the frosty night, the clock in the hall struck 6:30. There were only 5 parcels left, and the coupé was nearly empty. Tom opened the door, and stepping inside, lay back wearily. Presently he picked up one of the parcels. It was a book apparently, from its shape, and laid it at his side. When Perkins drew up the next time, Tom gathered up the remaining 4 and ran up the stairs with them. They were for his sister Kitty and her little company, and he spent a few moments indoors to explain matters. When he reappeared, he said to his conductor, "114 Farragut Place, and then to the club." Tom sat inside with the remaining package resting on his lap, nervously watching for the cab to stop. They halted presently before a spacious house, the old-fashioned aspect of which was heightened by the curved iron railing which ran along the flight of steps leading up to it. Just before the cab stopped, Tom had taken a note from his breast pocket, and, after looking round him stealthily in the darkness, had kissed the envelope. Now he tucked it under the red ribbon of the remaining package, and walking gravely up the steps, rang the bell. There was nothing in the envelope but his visiting card, on which he had written, "With best wishes for a Merry Christmas." When the servant came to the door, Tom said, "Will you please give this to Miss Isabel Hardy?" Then the door closed in his face, and he went solemnly down the steps again. On reaching the now empty cab, he glanced over his shoulder, as though in hope of catching a face at the window, but every shade was down, and the wreaths of holly were the nearest semblance to faces, and they seemed almost to grin at him. And well they might. It was the 5th year in succession that he had gone through exactly this same pantomime. Tom heaved one deep sigh, then he straightened his shoulders and passed his hand across his eyes, as though he were sweeping away an unprofitable vision. "To the club," he repeated sturdily to Perkins. "And now," he said to himself, as he shrouded himself in his fur coat and put up his feet on the opposite cushion, "the question is, how to make the best of a devilish poor outlook. I mean to have a Merry Christmas somehow." 2. Though it was dinner time, there were few men in the club when Tom entered it. Still, there was a half-dozen familiar spirits lounging in the sitting-room. Most melancholy among them was Fraser Bell, a bachelor far gone in the 40s, an epicure, but poor as a church mouse. "Just the man," said Tom to himself, and he drew him aside. "Will you dine with me tonight, Fraser?" I have just ordered dinner, but—" "Then I'll countermand it," interposed Tom blithely, by way of relieving his would-be guest from the quandary of accepting the invitation without loss of self-respect. "It's Christmas Eve, and this is my outfit. I'm going in for as good a dinner as they can give us in honor of the occasion. I say, old man, will you do me the favor to order it? You know 50 times better than I what we ought to have to get the best." Fraser Bell grinned melodiously. One could almost see his mouth water. "I'll do it if you like," he said. "I wish you would, and be sure to put down the finest there is, and to pick out something gilt-edged in the way of wine, something cobwebby and precious." "I'll try," said Fraser, with another grin, and he ambled off in the direction of the office. Tom went into the sitting-room and picked up a magazine. Presently he passed his hands across his eyes again, for the wreaths in the windows of the house on Farragut Place were grinning at him still. He said to himself that he guessed he needed another drink, and pressed the electric button at his side. "Ask Mr. Fraser Bell what he'll have, and bring me a martini cocktail," he said to the servant. Then he shut his eyes, and the grinning wreaths changed into a girl's face, a face which had haunted him day in and day out for 7 years. He knew that he ought to brush that away also, but he could not bring himself to do it on Christmas Eve. He would give himself that little luxury at least, before he tried to obliterate it by talking gastronomy with Fraser Bell. Nearly 7 years, verily, since he had seen her first. She was then a girl of 19, and he at the bottom of the real estate ladder, without a dollar to his name, as it were. He had been crazy to marry her, and for 2 years he had followed her from ballroom to ballroom with a feverish assiduity which threatened to revolutionize his business habits and make light of his business principles. He was not the only one in love with her. There were half a dozen. But the one whose devotion he dreaded most was Charles Leverett Saunders, a handsome, dashing beau, a scion of a rich and conspicuous house. He had watched her behaviour toward his rival with the eye of a lynx, and as he compared the notes of one evening with the notes of the next, he had felt that she was more gracious to Saunders than to him. And yet sometimes she was so sweet and kind to him. But then, again she would be cold and distant, almost icy in short, on which occasions he had felt as though he would like to cut his throat. A half-dozen times he had made up his mind to offer himself to her and know his fate, but somehow his determination, which was so prodigious in other affairs, had failed him. So matters had gone for a year and a half, and he had seemed no nearer and no less near to the goal than ever. He had said to himself severely that this thing must not go on. On December 31st, just 5 years ago, there was to be a famous ball, the crack party of the season. He had resolved that before the old year was out he would know his fate once and for all. $10 gold pieces did not grow for him then on every bush, but he ordered from the florist the handsomest bouquet of roses and violets which native horticultural talent could devise, and sent it to Miss Isabel Hardy on the eve of the ball. She had promised to dance the German with him, and when he entered the ballroom his eyes saw no one until they rested on her. A frown had crossed his brow, for she was on the arm of Charles Leverett Saunders, and was looking up into his face with a smile of happy excitement which had suggested to Tom that he was as far from her thoughts as the Emperor of Japan. What was more and worse, she carried 3 gorgeous bouquets, but his was not among them. Where was it? Had it not been sent? If so, he would ruin that florist trade for ever and ever. Or had she left it at home on purpose? He fought shy of her until the German, and there was no longer an excuse for him to keep away. Almost at once she thanked him for his lovely flowers. "But you have not brought them." "No," she said sweetly. "I was unable to. And she had paused in her embarrassment. "There were so many, of course." "No, it was not that, Mr. Wiggin, I assure you." But she had looked a little hurt at his gruff words. "I had a very good reason for not bringing them." There had been a piteous look in the girl's eyes as she spoke, which he had often recalled since. But then he had thought of nothing but his anger, and the slight which had been put upon him. He felt like asking why she had not left Charles Leverett Saunders's flowers at home instead of his. It was clear that she did not care for him, and it became clearer and clearer in the course of the evening, for after a while they had sat almost tongue-tied beside each other. He had tried his best not to be disagreeable, but in spite of himself, cynical sentences had slipped from between his teeth in close succession. He had seen that she was hurt, and he had rather gloried in it, and presently an embarrassed silence had followed, broken by the arrival of his rival with a magnificent favour proffered beamingly to the girl of Tom's heart. She had sailed away, and looking back over her shoulder, given Tom one glance, one of those icy glances which made him yearn to cut his throat. That was bad enough, but, to crown all, when her turn came to bestow a boutonniere, she made Tom carry her straight up to Leverett Saunders, in the buttonhole of whose coat she proceeded to fasten the rosebud for which Tom would have given 12 months of his life. 5 years ago, on the 1st of January! He had gone home that night certain that Isabel Hardy did not love him, and resolved that she should play fast and loose with him no longer. In the first hours of the new year he vowed that he would forget her, and devote himself to his business heart and soul. Henceforth he should close eye and brain to all distractions. He would cease forever to be a plaything for a woman's caprice. He had kept his word. That is to say, his attentions had ended from that hour. The festivities which had known him knew him no more. He went nowhere, and the reason whispered under the rose was that Isabel Hardy had given him the mitten. The whisper reached him, but little he cared that rumour was not strictly accurate. Was it not practically so? She had to all intents and purposes thrown him over, and he had expelled her image from his heart and gone on with his business, looking neither to the right nor to the left. Occasionally he passed her on the street, and on every Christmas Eve since the night of his resolution he had left a trifling remembrance at the house in Farragut Place, just as it were to show that there was no ill feeling. Otherwise they never met, and here he was to-day, an old bachelor close on 40, getting bald and set in his ways, with a splendid business and a secret ache at his heart. And she? Tom had never known why she had not married Charles Leverett Saunders, as everybody expected and said she was going to do. Yet suddenly, without warning, that dashing gallant had gone abroad and had remained there ever since, doing the Nile and Norway, and hunting tigers in the jungles of India, according as the humour seized him. And she? She was beginning to show just a little the traces of time, to suggest what she would look like if she never married and remained after all an old maid. He had been struck by it the last time he had passed her in the street. An old maid! Isabel Hardy an old maid! There was bitter humour in it for Tom, and he laughed aloud in the reading-room, then, starting at his own performance, looked around him confusedly. He was alone, and his untasted drink stood at his elbow. No one had heard his harsh, strange outburst. He tossed off the cocktail and sank back in his easy-chair to confront the vision. An old maid! And he was an old bachelor! And it was Christmas Eve! And what a gloomy, diabolical anniversary it was for old maids and old bachelors! They had no things-in-law to invite them to dinner. They were out in the cold, and their room was better than their company. Jokes? Jollities? They were all matrimonial, and centred about babies' teeth or Noah's arks. The only thing for an old bachelor or old maid to do was to ransack toy-shops and then stand aside. Merry Christmas? How in the name of Santa Claus was an old bachelor or an old maid to have a Merry Christmas? And why in time shouldn't they be merry if they could? 5 minutes later the servant had to announce twice that dinner was served before Tom turned his head, which caused that functionary to reflect that Mr. Wiggin was getting a little deaf. He was looking straight before him into the fire, as though he were interested in the processes of combustion or the price of coal. He turned at the second summons with a start. "What's that, Simon? Mr. Bell waiting for me? Oh, of course. Dinner is ready. Tell him, he added with a feverish, excited manner as he sprang to his feet, that I'll be with him in a moment. I must use the telephone first. I'll put it through," he added to himself as he dashed from the room, "if it takes a leg." Whatever Tom was bent on almost cost him a bone of some sort at the start, for just beyond the door of the reading room he bumped full into George Hapgood, a stout, dignified-looking man of about 50. When Tom realized who it was, his eyes gleamed joyously, and in lieu of an apology he blurted out, "You're just the man I'm looking for, Hapgood. Will you do me the favor to dine with me tomorrow? Now don't say you can't, for you must." "Tomorrow? Tomorrow's Christmas, isn't it?" was the inquiry, with just a shade of melancholy in the tone. "Yes, and we're out of it, 2 old bachelors like you and me. I'm going to bring a few choice spirits together to prove that the things-in-law can't have all the fun. Say you'll come, here at 7. I was going to dine with my brother, but I got a telegram from him this afternoon saying that the children had broken out with scarlet fever, and—" "I understand, old man, so did mine. I mean, we're all in the same boat. Then I shall count on you at 7. "Thank you kindly, Wiggin. I'll be glad to come," answered Hapgood with a grave, courteous bow. Tom remembered having heard it said that Hapgood had never really smiled since his lady-love, Marian Blake, married Willis Bolus, 25 years before. He was a brilliant lawyer and an influential man, but he had never been known to smile, and he habitually fought shy of all entertainments where the other sex was to be encountered, as though he feared contagion. "I thought I wouldn't tell him that there might be women. It'll do him good to meet a few," chuckled Tom as he pursued his way to the telephone box. "Is that Albion Hall?" "Yes, sir." "Is Mr. Maxwell there?" "No, sir. Mr. Maxwell has gone home." "Who are you?" "The janitor, sir." "Is the hall engaged for tomorrow night?" "Can't say, sir. Haven't any orders. You mean Christmas night, sir?" "Yes, tomorrow, Christmas." "Likely not, sir." "Where does Mr. Maxwell live?" "Plainville, sir." "Humph! Do you wish to make a $10 bill, janitor? Very well, take a carriage and drive out to Plainville, as tight as you can fetch it, and find out if Mr. Thomas Wiggin, he knows me, can have the hall tomorrow night. Tell Mr. Maxwell that if he'll meet me at my rooms at 8 o'clock tomorrow, Christmas morning, I'll add 25% to the price. Do you understand? Now repeat what I've said to you." "That's right. Go along now, and report to me at the Blackstone Club as soon as you get back, and for every 5 minutes which you take from an hour and a half, I'll add an extra $1 to the 10. Tom looked at his watch reflectively. It was 7:15. He must dine first, if only not to break faith with Fraser Bell, whom he had kept waiting abominably long already. He stopped an instant, however, at the office on his way to join Fraser, so as to make sure that he could have the large green dining-room for the following evening. "Tomorrow's Christmas, you know, Mr. Wiggin," suggested the steward respectfully. "I know it, Dunkley. Is there any reason why I shouldn't give a dinner party on Christmas Day?" "No, sir, of course not. I merely thought that perhaps you were going to dine elsewhere, and had forgotten it was Christmas Day." "I dine here, and I wish a dinner for, say, 16, I can't tell the precise number yet, a ladies' dinner, and I wish it to be as handsome as possible. You mustn't fail me," he added, noticing that the steward looked rather dismayed. "Start your messengers at once, and spare no expense, if you have to drag the butchers from their beds to get what you need. I'll see to the flowers myself. I have a greenhouse in my mind's eye, which I intend to buy solidly for the occasion." "Very well, Mr. Wiggin, I'll do my best, though it's late to begin, sir." Fraser Bell was sitting before his raw oysters, the picture of polite despair, seeing in his mind's eye the delicate dinner which he had ordered being done to death and getting lukewarm. "My dear fellow, I owe you 1,000 pardons, but I had to telephone. If our dinner is spoiled, or whether it is or not, I want you to promise to dine with me tomorrow night. I have evolved a scheme while we were waiting, which I will unfold to you presently. Go on with your oysters. I hope you will forgive me." "Tomorrow? Christmas?" "Yes. I propose to give an entertainment to all the old bachelors and maiden ladies of my acquaintance, if they'll come. A dinner here, followed by a dance at Albion Hall, and Dunkley is arranging for the dinner. I'm going to invite all the old-timers, and I need your advice as to the list. For a starter, I'll put down the 3 Belknap girls." Tom whipped out his pencil and proceeded to utilize the back of a bill of fare which Fraser had had drawn up to gloat over. "See first what you're going to eat, old man." "It's sure to be admirable if you ordered it. It has always been a matter of wonder to me that neither of those Belknap girls have married. Then there's Georgiana Dixon, in the same block. Glad I remembered her. Charming girl, too. She ought to have been married years ago. Come to think of it, you used to be a friend of hers, Fraser." "Yes, I did. What on earth are you up to, Tom? Are you in earnest?" "Never more so in my life. I tell you, there's a tacit conspiracy in this town. I dare say it's all over the planet, against us poor wretches who are old enough to be married and haven't. And they, the married ones I mean, like to keep us out in the cold, as a sort of punishment, maybe, because we've chosen to remain single. I'm sick of it for one, and I'm going to organize a revolution. I'm going to have a grand family meeting of all the poor lonely spirits like you and me, and the Belknap girls, and Georgiana Dixon, and George Hapgood, and the things-in-law may go to the devil. Now put your wits on this thing, Fraser, while you disintegrate your terrapin. Come, girls first." "Do you suppose they'll ever come?" asked Fraser, with an amazed grin. He was essentially a conventional man without a spark of imagination, and he could scarcely believe that Tom was really in earnest. "They've got to come. Why shouldn't they come?" "They'll think it queer." "It isn't queer, it's righteous." "All right, put down Miss Mamie Scott. She will never see 30 again." "Capital! Poor soul, a girl to make any man happy." "There's Susan Davis." "To be sure, she isn't pretty, but she's good. Joe Elliott used to be partial to her before he ran a rig with that smug-faced doll who jilted him. What a fool he was! We'll ask him, too." To tell the truth, even the gastronomic Fraser Bell, in spite of the fact that the dinner was very far from spoiled, presently forgot what he was eating and drinking in the absorbing process of selection. By the time the cheese and a rare glass of Burgundy arrived, the list was finished, and Tom was eager to escape to the reading room to prepare the notes of invitation, which must be sent at once. There were 46 in all to be invited, out of which he hoped to secure enough for a full-fledged dinner party. Those who could not come to dinner were to be urged to join them at Albion Hall later. The matter of wording the invitation was a serious one, and Tom sat feeling of the bald spot on his crown for several minutes. At last, with a desperate air, he plunged his pen into the inkstand and wrote as follows to Miss Madeline Belknap. "My dear Miss Belknap, I beg as a favor that you and both your sisters will honor me with your company at dinner tomorrow, December 25th, at the Blackstone Club at 7 o'clock. I am bringing together, in celebration of a bachelor's Christmas, a number of kindred spirits who who have no things-in-law to cater to their sympathetic needs, and yet have a no less equal right to a Merry Christmas. After dinner we shall adjourn to Albion Hall to dance, to which I trust that you or some of you, if unable to dine with me, will come at 10 o'clock. With the compliments of the season, and the sincere hope that you will oblige me, I am, very sincerely yours, Thomas Wiggin. How is that, Fraser? I guess it's all right, said Fraser, in a tone which suggested that he was far from sure whether it was not all wrong. Perfectly respectful and to the point, isn't it? Yes. Hold on, Tom. How about a chaperone? They won't come without a chaperone. Tom bit his lip. I won't have a chaperone. I'll be if I shall have a chaperone. He puckered his brow gloomily. Then, with a sudden wave of his hand, he cried, I have it! Thereupon he dashed off this postscript. P.S. We are all old enough to take care of ourselves. For the next 2 hours Tom and Fraser devoted themselves with feverish industry to the task of writing the 20 invitations. In such an emergency forgery seemed allowable, and, without attempting to imitate the Wiggin chirography, Fraser boldly signed the name of Thomas. As soon as every half-dozen notes were finished, they were hurried to their destination by special messengers. The clock struck 10:30 when the last was done. Tom handed over to the boy in attendance the final batch, all save a single one. While he was writing this, he could have written half a dozen of the others, and now that it was written and addressed, he drew it from the envelope to read once more the words which he had penned so carefully. Their tenor was essentially the same, but he had stricken out a phrase or two here, and added a phrase or two there, to make sure that she would understand the nature of the invitation. Then he arose with it in his hand, and said, Good night, Fraser. 1,000 thanks. I'll leave this one myself. Wish you Merry Christmas. 3. At 6:30 on the evening of Christmas Day, Tom Wiggin stood in the large green dining room of the Blackstone Club, surveying a magnificently appointed table. Roses, pansies, and violets from the greenhouse which he had bought out at 10 o'clock that morning lay tastefully banked and scattered upon the cloth, intertwined with masses of evergreen and holly gay with berries. Christmas wreaths and festoons were lavishly arranged around the walls. Dunkley had assured him that there should be no dearth of palatable viands. And, most important fact of all, there had been 20 acceptances for dinner, happily just 10 men and 10 women, and nearly a dozen more acceptances for the dance. He had been in a mad whirl since daybreak, but he believed now that he had accomplished everything except to arrange the seats at table, which needed a little quiet reflection. The answers had begun to arrive shortly after breakfast. The first had been a refusal, a little curt and stiff in tone, as though the lady in question, notwithstanding the fact that she had promised to dine with one of her family, wished to give him to understand that she took herself too seriously to accept such an invitation under any circumstances. Tom's heart sank within him, and he said to himself that he had made a mess of it. 5 minutes later his features were as complacent as those of a Cheshire cat. The Misses Belknap were coming, all 3 of them. They had ordered dinner at home, but were coming notwithstanding, to help Mr. Wiggin pass a Merry Christmas and confound the things-in-law. They are 3 noble sports, Tom had said to himself, as he danced around his apartment waving the mildly scented note. Other answers came thick and fast. Of course many had engagements, but most of these expressed deep regret at their inability to attend, and several who could not come to dinner promised to put in an appearance at the dance. There were a few other chilling refusals. Miss Susan Davis, whom Tom had characterized as not pretty but good, let him perceive very plainly that she considered the invitation indelicate. On the other hand, Miss Mamie Scott, who would never see 30 again, had written him spiritedly that it was a comfort to know that she was old enough to take care of herself, and that she was coming without her mother for the first time in her life. And she? Tom had not heard until nearly noon, and he had realized, as he held the little neatly sealed note in his hand, that if she were going to fail him, his pleasure in the whole business would be utterly gone. His wrist shook as though he had the palsy, and he hated to look. She was coming. Yes, she was coming. Her father and mother were going to dine with her brother-in-law, and though she had promised to do the same, she thought she would enjoy better the very original dinner to which he had invited her. And, as you say, she wrote in conclusion, we are certainly old enough to take care of ourselves. She was coming, yes, she was coming, and whatever happened now, he was going to have a merry Christmas. And how was he to seat them? It was rather a nice problem. To begin with, Tom sandwiched in George Hapgood between the eldest Miss Belknap and Miss Mamie Scott, which was as delightful a situation as any man could wish to have. Fraser Bell must go beside Georgiana Dixon, and Harry Abercrombie, who had been dangling for years in the train of Miss Angelina Phillips until everybody was tired, should take her in and have the second Miss Belknap on his other side. Tom was making pretty good progress, but what really troubled him was whether it would do for him to place Isabel Hardy next to himself. Would not such a proceeding be quite inconsistent with the vow which he had been living up to for the past 5 years? What sense would there be in putting himself in the way of temptation, when he knew perfectly well that she did not care a button for him? What use, indeed? And yet, as he said to himself, Christmas comes but once a year, and this was his party, and had not she herself stated that they certainly were old enough now to take care of themselves? Why shouldn't he sit next to her? He was no longer the sentimental, hot-headed boy of 5 years ago. They would enjoy themselves like any other sober bachelor and old maid. It would only be for one evening, and beginning with tomorrow he would stick to his vow as sturdily as ever. Yes, he would take in the eldest Miss Belknap, who would be the oldest woman present, and he would put Isabel Hardy on his left. When he had made this important decision, Tom found the arrangement of his other guests a simple matter, and after one final scrutinizing, but tolerably contented, glance around the table, he walked into the ladies' drawing-room to await the arrival of his company. Punctually on the stroke of 7, the 3 Misses Belknap swept into the room in a merry flutter. They were tall bean-poles of girls, who had naturally a prancing style, and they were in their very best bib and tucker, which included great puffed sleeves and nodding plumes in their hair. In one breath they told Tom that they considered it a grand idea, that they had been practically nowhere for years, and that it was a real pleasure to be thought of and taken down from the shelf, if only for a single evening. It was evident that they had come determined to have at least a good time, if not a riot, for when their eyes rested on George Hapgood standing in the doorway, the picture of blank amazement, all 3 giggled convulsively as though they were 18. "Come in, George, don't be afraid," said Tom. "They won't bite." "We really won't hurt you, Mr. Hapgood," said Miss Madeline, the eldest. "Do come in." It was too late for the woman-hater to draw back now, so, like the man he was, he braced his muscles and faced the music. He bowed with grave courtesy to the youngest Miss Belknap. He bowed with a faint smile, just a ghostly glimmer, but, nevertheless, a smile, to Miss Arabella, the second Miss Belknap. And when he faced the eldest Miss Belknap, who, happening to be the furthest away from him, was the last to be reached, his features broke down completely, and he positively laughed for the first time in 20 years. "Do shake hands, Mr. Hapgood," said Miss Madeline. "This is like old times." And now everybody began to arrive in a bunch in the midst of a general handshaking and chorus of merriment. The arrival of each old stager, masculine or feminine, was greeted with fresh exclamations of delight, and a spirit of contagious frivolity was rampant from the very start. Tom was already bubbling over with enjoyment, but his eyes were glued on the doorway. There she was at last, looking younger and prettier than he had ever seen her in his life, and dressed bewitchingly. An old maid! It was impossible! It was monstrous! "It was very good of you to come, Miss Hardy." "I am very much pleased to be here, Mr. Wiggin." Most conventional phraseology, and there was really no reason why Tom should keep repeating the words over to himself in a dazed sort of fashion until he was called to account by the opening of the doors. "Dinner is served, sir." Then, readjusting his faculties, Tom gave his arm to Miss Madeline Belknap. Every Jack did the same to his appointed Jill, and the company filed gaily into the dining-room. Beginning with the oysters, there was almost a pandemonium of conversation, and tongues wagged fast and eagerly. There were to be no speeches. Tom had determined on that, or rather only a single one, and this was an afterthought. When the champagne was passed, and all the glasses were filled, Tom rose in his seat. Every one stopped talking, and there was an expectant hush. "I wish to offer a toast," he said, "a toast for the old bachelors to drink. Wish you Merry Christmas, and here's to her." There was a brief pause, and then George Hapgood, and in his wake the whole table, rose like one man and emptied their brimming glasses. "Here's to her." Tom did not look to right nor to left, not even out of the corner of his eye, as he drained to the last drop the sparkling wine. He would keep to his vow and drink to her in secret. Some of the ladies giggled slightly, and all looked at their plates. It was just a little awkward, even for the most unattached, until Miss Madeline Belknap rose, glass in hand, and said valiantly, with a wave of her napkin, "My dears, I give you a toast for you to drink. Wish you Merry Christmas. We are old enough to take care of ourselves, and here's to him." Then there was a babel. The women stood up to a woman, and the toast was consummated. Miss Hardy laughed gaily with the rest. Presently she turned to Tom and said, as if it had suddenly occurred to her, though they had been sitting side by side talking commonplaces ever since the dinner began, "I have not really seen you for years, Mr. Wiggin." "I have been busy, very busy," said Tom, in a tone which, though he did not intend it to be so, was almost brusque. "So I have heard. I understand you have been very successful in your business." "I have stuck to it, that's all." "I really don't think we have met so as to talk together since Mrs. Carter's ball, and that was, let me see, 5 years ago this coming New Year's Eve. I remember we danced the German together, and you sent me some flowers which I didn't carry. Perhaps you have forgotten all about it, for 5 years is a long time, and you have been so busy. But I should like to explain to you about those flowers, why I didn't carry them. We are both old enough now to take care of ourselves, so there can't be any objection to my telling you, and you won't be offended at this late day, I'm sure. I had several bouquets that night, and Fanny Perkins, who was staying with me, had none. Fanny was shy and sensitive, and it occurred to me to offer one of mine to her. She wouldn't think of it at first, but mother urged her so strongly that she gave in at last. 'Which shall I take, Isabel?' she asked. I thought a moment, and then said, 'Take your pick, Fanny.' and she chose yours, and that is why I didn't carry it to the party. But I think you will have forgotten all about it, Mr. Wiggin." Tom looked as though he had. His chin rested on his collar, and he seemed to be staring at the tablecloth. "I remember it as if it were yesterday," he said sadly. "I was a fool." Miss Hardy colored. "We were both young," she answered. "But now that we are older and wiser, I don't mind admitting on my side that it was stupid of me, to begin with, to give one of my bouquets to anybody, and stupid, when I saw that you were put out, not to tell you the truth. But wisdom is the reward of years, isn't it?" She talked easily, almost gaily. Tom suddenly realized that he had made a piece of bread which he had been clutching into a sodden ball. "I'd like to ask you a single question." He was trying to talk easily, too. "Why did you let Miss Perkins have her pick? Did you value them all equally?" "It was because I did not value them all equally that I told her to choose. I did not wish her to think that I cared for one more than the others." "And whose was that?" "5 years is a long time, Mr. Wiggin. You said a single question, and this is 2. Alas, it is the only point in the story which I have quite forgotten." "Then why did you tell me?" "Because I hoped that we might be friends again. When people get to be as old as you and I, we value our old friends. There are none exactly like them." "And that is all?" "What more is there, Mr. Wiggin, except to thank you for your lovely book, and to wish you a Merry Christmas?" "The carriages are waiting," said a servant in Tom's ear. The dinner was over, and it was time to set out for Albion Hall. The ladies filed into the drawing-room, in order, as Miss Madeline phrased it, to give the old bachelors a chance for a short cigar. When that was over, Tom bundled his company into carriages, and away they all went in the gayest of spirits. Whatever belonging to the greenhouse had not been spread over the dinner table adorned the walls of the dancing-room, and presently as joyous and hilarious a company as any one would wish to see was tripping to the rhythm of the waltz over a perfect floor. There was just the right number for delightful dancing, no young, inexperienced couples to bump into everybody, no things-in-law to stand in the way and look stupid. No one but genuine old stagers taken down from the shelf for one last glorious frolic. You should have seen George Hapgood spinning round with Miss Madeline. How Fraser Bell grinned as he whirled Miss Mamie Scott from one corner of the hall to the other. And Tom? Where was Tom? As some of you who have danced at Albion Hall may remember, there is a very small bower-like ante-room, or offshoot, or whatever you choose to call it, a sort of adjunct to the supper-room, fit for just one couple to withdraw to. On this Christmas evening it was a veritable hiding-place, for the entrance to it was screened by 2 noble evergreens which stood as sentinels to demand a password. If the gay company suspected that Tom Wiggin was there, no one was rash enough to peep within and ascertain. Tom Wiggin was there, and quite contrary to the spirit of the occasion, he was down on his knees unbosoming the love which he had been smothering for 5 years to the girl of his heart. Only think of it! And he a bald-headed old bachelor, and she an old maid old enough to take care of herself. There she sat with her hands before her and a smile on her face, letting him go on. And then, strangest part of all, when he had finished and told how miserable he had been while he was so very busy and absorbed in his business, she suddenly remembered whose bouquet it was she had valued most 5 years before, although she had declared an hour earlier that she had totally forgotten. And then, but the rest is a secret, known only to the sentinel evergreens and themselves. That is, the rest save one thing. It was after they had agreed to live as bachelor and maid no longer, and Tom was sitting looking at Isabel as though he had had no dinner, he remarked, with a sudden outburst, as though he were angry with destiny and a much outraged being, "Why on earth did I not find out 5 years ago that you loved me?" "Because," said the pretty spinster in question, "you never asked me, Tom dear." Tom Wiggin looked a trifle sheepish in spite of his joy. "I never thought of that," he said. "I am afraid I never did." End of The Bachelor's Christmas.
Christmas. Christmas by Charles Williams. 1. Fire within and fire without, heart and hearth aflame, sing good fellows round about. Once the Christ child came on a day to earth, since when, Mary pray for us, all good homes of Christian men keep their Noel thus. Fasts are ended, feasts begin, no good thing shall tire, fire without and fire within, and the Christ a fire. 2. The child lies not alone. His voice, his eyes, his fingers, and his heart catch at his mother, lest she should depart, who being gone, he should be hungry soon, and naked cold. Saved is he, yea, and shown, both held a secret and professed at large, in this committal for a most dear charge to her his throne. Upon her breast he threatens and is bold. O infancy! To us himself hath he presented in no less protection of another's littleness. He safely thus dares till time strengthen him and he grow old. Clings the Emmanuel still unto some mortal office? He is girt with use of a familiar soul from hurt, and holy will. On human love the newborn love lays hold. 3. Love hath his evangels of how differing strain. Hark the herald angels, and here we are again. One song without fail is sung before Christ's Mass, Adeste Fideles, as the priesthood pass. Fours on fours that follow, startle lane on lane. Hullo, hullo, here we are again. Sounds the salutation, mighty and occult, of our love's salvation, quicunque vult. In the loud army are the same dogmas plain. Here we are, here we are, here we are again. Freshness winning through all evils that destroy, temporal renewal of eternal joy. Each in words allotten sings from street or pew, the eternally begotten shouts the ever new. Hark the noise uproarious, hark the church's strain. Emmanuel victorious is with us again. 4. Ways are foul in Bethlehem. Sing Noel. Who is this is born anew? It is I that say to you, sell your garment for a sword. I, the Lord. Guns are loud by Bethlehem. Sing Noel. Who is this is born anew? It is I that say to you, he dies by sword who draws a sword, I, the Lord. Flight and fear in Bethlehem, sing Noel. Who is this is born again? It is I whom ye have slain, in your hearts have put to sword, I, the Lord. Bursting shells in Bethlehem, sing Noel. Who is this is born today? It is I who will repay, I who bring about reward, I, the Lord. Bayonets in Bethlehem, sing Noel. Child, when have we wounded thee? Brotherhood and liberty, when ye slaying put to sword, me, their Lord. Children dead in Bethlehem, sing Noel. Child, is there no ruth in thee? I avenge me fierily, I the hunger, I the sword, I the Lord. Massacre in Bethlehem, sing Noel. Child, we thought thee sweet and dear. Fear ye this? How shall ye fear the Lamb's wrath, the final sword of the Lord? Mary, pray for Bethlehem, sing Noel. Thou whose heart is paradise, intercede not once nor twice with thy child, with thy adored, with the Lord. End of poem, read by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Christmas at Sea, read by Julie Ann Thompson. Christmas at Sea by Robert Louis Stevenson. Christmas at Sea. The sheets were frozen hard, and they cut the naked hand. The decks were like a slide, where a seaman scarce could stand. The wind was a nor'wester, blowing squally off the sea, and cliffs and spouting breakers were the only thing alee. They heard the surf a-roaring before the break of day, but 'twas only with the peep of light we saw how ill we lay. We tumbled every hand on deck instanter with a shout, and we gave her the main topsail and stood by to go about. All day we tacked and tacked between the south head and the north. All day we hauled the frozen sheets and got no further forth. All day as cold as charity, in bitter pain and dread, for very life and nature we tacked from head to head. We gave the south a wider berth, for there the tide race roared, but every tack we made we brought the north head close aboard. So's we saw the cliffs and houses and the breakers running high, and the coast guard in his garden with his glass against his eye. The frost was on the village roofs as white as ocean foam. The good red fires were burning bright in every longshore home. The windows sparkled clear and the chimneys volleyed out, and I vow we sniffed the victuals as the vessel went about. The bells upon the church were rung with a mighty jovial cheer, for it's just that I should tell you how, of all days in the year, this day of our adversity was blessed Christmas morn, and the house above the coast guards was the house where I was born. Oh, well I saw the pleasant room, the pleasant faces there, my mother's silver spectacles, my father's silver hair. And well I saw the firelight, like the flight of homely elves, go dancing round the china plates that stand upon the shelves. And well I knew the talk they had, the talk that was of me, of the shadow on the household and the sun that went to sea. And oh, the wicked fool I seemed in every kind of way, to be here and hauling frozen ropes on blessed Christmas Day. They lit the high sea light, and the dark began to fall. All hands to loose top-gallant sails, I heard the captain call. By the Lord, she'll never stand it, our first mate Jackson cried. "It's the one way or the other, Mr. Jackson," he replied. She staggered to her bearings, but the sails were new and good, and the ship smelt up to windward just as though she understood. As the winter's day was ending in the entry of the night, we cleared the weary headland and passed below the light. And they heaved a mighty breath, every soul on board but me, as they saw her nose again pointing handsome out to sea. But all that I could think of, in the darkness and the cold, was just that I was leaving home and my folks were growing old. End of Christmas at Sea.
A Christmas Carol. A Christmas Carol by Christina Rossetti. Before the paling of the stars, before the winter morn, before the earliest cock-crow, Jesus Christ was born. Born in a stable, cradled in a manger, in the world his hands had made, born a stranger. Priest and king lay fast asleep in Jerusalem, young and old lay fast asleep in crowded Bethlehem. Saint and angel, ox and ass, kept a watch together before the Christmas daybreak in the winter weather. Jesus on his mother's breast, in the stable cold, spotless Lamb of God was he, shepherd of the fold. Let us kneel with Mary Maid, with Joseph bent and hoary, with saint and angel, ox and ass, to hail the King of glory. End of A Christmas Carol.
Christmas Crackers, read by Beeswax Candle. Christmas Crackers by Anonymous. If there is one thing inseparable from Christmas in general, and the little one's seasonable gatherings in particular, it is a cracker. With what a delightful look of expectation they have waited for it to go bang, and how they have screamed as they scrambled after the surprise which came in response to the explosion, and revelled in a complete outfit in the way of paper garments, hats and caps, jewels, toys, puzzles, and what not. But there are others who love the cracker. Have you not seen them? She is merry 18, and he with just enough moustache to twirl. They each seize an end of that convenient little cracker. Bang! It goes. Why doesn't he pick up the gaily decorated paper cap, or she the piquant little apron with the blue bows? Simply because there is a tiny slip of paper inside, and they are eager to read it. That little scrap of paper may say, "The sweet crimson rose with its beautiful hue is not half so deep as my passion for you. 'Twill wither and fade, and no more will be seen, but whilst my heart lives, you will still be its queen." And the next moment they are in the quietest corner of the room. It was Cupid himself who hopped out of that cracker. Christmas crackers have much to answer for. Considering the many moments of merriment which these small rolls of paper will surely bring, and the countless chats on courting topics they are sure to give rise to, we are inclined to hasten from romance to reality, and take a peep in upon the workers whose busy fingers provide the crackers. In short, to find out exactly how they are made. From the moment the paper arrives at the factory to the time the completed article is ready to be packed up in dozens and sent away. Messrs. Tom Smith and Co. of Wilson Street, Finsbury, are really the creators of the Christmas cracker as we now know it. About 40 years ago, a sweetmeat and love motto was wrapped in a piece of fancy paper, and in those days answered the same purpose as Christmas crackers do now. They were called kiss mottos. Then it got converted into somebody's luggage, and finally the elaborately got-up Christmas cracker of today. Oscar Wilde did much, however, for its welfare. Even the crackers caught the aesthetic movement and became wrapped up in aesthetic colours. Messrs. Tom Smith and Co. manufacture 11 millions in a single season. Our own country will claim some 8 or 9 millions of these, and the remainder will get scattered over the world, India claiming a big parcel. The first room visited at their immense factory was on the ground floor. Here is a miniature quarry. Hundreds of stones imported from Germany are stacked everywhere. Men are busy in the far corner grinding and grinding them until a perfectly pure and level surface is obtained. If you feel inclined, you might endeavour to raise from the floor the largest litho stone used. It measures 60 inches by 40 and would turn the scale at a ton. The stones are then passed on to the litho artists, for lithography plays a most important part in the manufacture of a Christmas cracker. Upstairs is the artists' room. Clever artists are constantly engaged in making fresh designs year in and year out, and it is nothing extraordinary for some of them to spend weeks in completing a single set of designs. The literary work, too, is no small item, and a man who can write good verse can earn good money. Ladies seem to be the most adept at this sort of thing, which is paid for at so much a set of verses. Mr. Walter Smith, who accompanied us on our tour, goes to a desk and takes out a handful of sheets on which all sorts and conditions of bards have written. Some of them are very funny. Here is one which is immediately waste-paper basketed. Whilst sweets are eaten and crackers cracked, naughty boys are sure to be whacked. The poet asked 5 shillings for this and offered to supply them in unlimited quantities at the same price. The next cue is a gem, and is at once accepted. Half hidden 'neath the spreading leaves, a purple violet bent its head, yet all around the moss-grown path in love its fragrance softly shed. My living violet, whisper low, that o'er my life your fragrance sweet will make a garden of my life, where love its counterpart may meet. We now pass through innumerable avenues of Christmas crackers, all in huge parcels. In one stack alone there are no fewer than 50,000 boxes in a line 100 feet long and 10 feet wide. This represents a month's work, and every one is sold. We can quite realize this when we are told that one retail firm alone in London will send in such an order for crackers that it would take 16 of the largest delivery vans built to convey them, with 1,200 boxes packed away in each van. It is no unusual thing for an order of £500, £1,000, or £1,500 worth of Christmas crackers to be received, the biggest of all totalling up to £3,000, the highest in the trade. This reminds us of the number of cardboard boxes which must be needed. The box making is a distinct industry. A plant of machinery for their manufacture costs anything between £2,000 and £5,000, and during a busy week 30,000 will be made and used in that time. The card is all cut to shape and stacked away, and the patterns are many, for there are over 150 varieties of box. Just look at this pile of sacks in the corner. It is all waste cuttings, and often 10 and 15 bags will come down the lift in the course of a day. On the floors above, the printing is going on. A number of litho machines are running, for the most part presided over by men assisted by girls, who certainly take off the sheets with marvellous rapidity. One machine is printing funny faces to go outside the crackers, another is turning out sheets with hundreds of flowers on it, yet another is giving us countless little cupids. Every rose and cupid is cut out, and it is the same with any other picture with which it is intended to decorate a cracker. We shall be safe in saying that the contents of crackers come from every part of the world, and a peep into the storeroom where they are kept in huge bins and great boxes will substantiate this. On one corner of the counter are thousands of tiny pill boxes. These are filled with rouge and powder, with a little puff thrown in. Such are the contents of one of the crackers for spinsters. those estimable single ladies also being allotted faded flowers, a nightcap, a wedding ring, and a bottle of hair dye. This part of bracelets came from Bohemia, fans from Japan, toys from Christiania, with little wooden cups and saucers from the same place, scarf pins from Saxony, the little miniature pipes as played on by the accompanist to a Punch and Judy show are made by Parisians. Jews' harps come from Germany, and tiny wooden barrels from America. The familiar flexible faces which can be squeezed and pulled into every conceivable shape are made in London. Hundreds of little glass bottles are here, supposed to be filled with a certain intoxicant known as gin. A young girl is filling them with the very reverse of anything intoxicating, though the label on the bottle says a 1 million over proof. Italy, Turkey, India, China, and South Africa contribute to the store. The sight would set a child pining with pardonable envy to play about this part of the factory. To enumerate every item which finds its way inside the crackers would call for a catalogue the size of the Strand magazine. We are now on our way to the top of the building where the Christmas cracker is really made. First there is the giving out counter. Here come the girls and receive into their hands a certain quantity of what is wanted to make the particular part on which they are engaged. Every strip of paper is counted. Close by the giving out counter, a number of young women are fringing the edges of the paper to be rolled. This is done on a small machine capable of taking 4 thicknesses of ordinary paper and 6 of the brighter-looking gelatin. The material to be fringed is put against the teeth of the apparatus. The girl stamps it, and it is ready to give a neat and gay appearance to either end of the body of the cracker. The main workroom presents a busy sight. It is nearing 1 o'clock when the dinner bell will ring, and the hands are working at high speed so as to finish their self-allotted task ere the bell tolls. 400 feet of benches arranged from end to end of the room, and here are scores of girls sitting in front of partitioned-off spaces ranged along the lengthy counters. Every girl has her glue pot by her side. Turn round and look at the immense stove where 20 pots are being constantly warmed up, so that as soon as the worker's glue cools down, she is only to cross to the stove, and there is another pot ready at hand for her. It is noticeable how cheerful the young women are, and to what a superior class they apparently belong. A good cracker hand can easily earn 14 shillings, 16 shillings, and at a busy time 18 shillings a week. The cracker trade of this firm alone means the constant employment, directly and indirectly, of close upon 1,000 people. One young woman is rolling the paper. Paper of all the colours of the rainbow are before her, and dozens of completed crackers are arranged in front waiting to be carried away, and the manufacture of them booked to her credit. The paper is rolled in a brass tube, so that a trim appearance is obtained. Coloured string ties it up, and the gelatin is quickly placed round it. The girl we were watching said she could roll 24 best work in a quarter of an hour, though she could do commoner work much quicker. Her next-door companion was blessed with busy fingers. First she took a slip of paper, this was the inner lining. Round this she wrapped the gelatin, added 2 decorating ends or fringes, and then put in the detonator and the explosive paper tape, and it was ready to receive its contents. She could do a gross an hour. Her fingers travelled faster than the pencil in our notebook. Passing girl after girl, we find them all surrounded by the brightest of colours in gelatin and paper. One is making paper dresses for a doll, a neat little white tissue frock trimmed with red braid. This formed part of rather a novel box of crackers. A good-looking doll is placed in the box, and each cracker has some article of attire inside, so that when everyone was pulled, the doll could be provided with a complete outfit. Others are making hats and caps. The paper is rolled around a tin to shape, pasted together, and there is your chapeau. All is very simple, but nothing could be more effective when the article is completed. The cardboard alone used in the manufacture of the empty boxes in which the crackers are packed exceeds 100 tons in weight during a single season, the tiny strips of card constituting the detonators over 5 tons. 20 tons of glue and paste, between 6,000 and 7,000 reams of coloured and fancy papers are used, whilst the total weight of the thin transparent sheets of coloured gelatin, which adds so much to the brilliancy of a Christmas cracker, amounts to nearly 6 tons. The process by which gelatin is manufactured is a most interesting one. The raw gelatin comes over in 500-weight casks from Switzerland. It arrives on these shores in thick, rough sheets, measuring 6 feet by 3 feet, weighing about 3 to 4 ounces each. It is then reduced to a liquid by steam power. Water being added, it is clarified, and while in its liquid state, dyes of the richest hues are poured in to render it the shade of colour desired. While the gelatin is thus in a liquid form, it is poured upon frames of glass, measuring 24 inches by 18 inches, much resembling window panes. Workmen, by movement of the glass, allow the melted gelatin to spread over it, and so form a sheet of uniform thickness. These sheets of glass are then arranged in stacks, and the film of gelatin allowed to set. When the gelatin sheets are hard upon the glass, they are then transferred to a room in which a strong current of air is allowed to pass in and out to complete the drying process. This takes from 12 to 18 hours, after which a knife is run round the edges of the gelatin, which then being cut with the knife, peels easily off the glass, and is now ready for use. We were curious to know what was the biggest cracker ever made. Crackers are made 3 feet long, containing a full-sized coat, hat, collar, frill, whiskers, umbrella, and eyeglass. A story is told of a well-known member of the aristocracy who entered a West End shop one day and saw one of these gigantic crackers. He inquired the size, and when he heard it exclaimed, 3 feet? Not big enough for me. Just you order me 3 dozen crackers, each 6 feet long. The 6 feet crackers were made and delivered. Whether the nobleman congratulated himself on the fact that he had obtained the largest cracker up to date, we do not know. But the biggest of all was that made every night for Harry Payne as clown to pull with the pantaloon in the pantomime at Drury Lane. It was 7 feet long, and contained costumes large enough for the merry couple to put on, and a multitude of crackers, which were thrown amongst the children in the audience. End of Christmas Crackers.
Christmas Day, read by Garth Burton. Christmas Day by Emma Kenyon Parrish. Our old canary sets and blinks and eats some seed, and then he winks and hops straight up with both his legs. But he ain't never laid no eggs. Well, once I gived his cage a bump and snicked his piece of sugar lump. Then I grabbed quick and catched his legs, because he wouldn't lay no eggs. But that was, a way while back, 'cause Paw, he promised paddywhack if I ain't tried if I'll be good. Then more, she says she's sure I would. And then they both uns told me twice that Santy'd bring me something nice if I was good. That's what they said. And did I promise? Bet your head. But our canary, since that night, he wouldn't never sing a mite. Then Paw, he says 'twas my hash touch, but more, she specks he's ate too much. Was 'bout 6 days. Then morning came, and more, she whispers soft my name. Then, what you think? 'Twas Christmas Day. Then I got heaps of things, just gay. A candy deer, a cart, a boat, a little brown spot billy goat, a couple books that's lots of fun, a drum, a horn, a squeezy gun, an old G. Wumpus in a hood. Say, would you dream I'd been so good? My Paw, he peeks behind his fist. He wants to laugh, but only just pretends he's sneezed and catched a cold. But say, not half them things I've told. A catcher's mitt, a football nose, piles a truck. Nen, what you s'pose? Why, when he seed what Santy bringed, our old canary up and singed. I never one us heard him say, how awful sweet is Christmas Day. End of Christmas Day.
Christmas Omnipresent. Read by Thomas Peter. Christmas Omnipresent by Leigh Hunt. Christmas comes, he comes, he comes, ushered with a rain of plums. Hollies in the windows greet him, schools come driving post to meet him. Gifts precede him, bells proclaim him, every mouth delights to name him. Wet and cold and wind and dark make him but the warmer mark, and yet he comes not one embodied, universal's the blithe Godhead, and in every festal house presence hath ubiquitous. Curtains, those snug room enfolders, hang upon his million shoulders, and he has a million eyes of fire, and eats a million pies, and is very merry and wise, very wise and very merry, and loves a kiss beneath the berry. Then full many a shape hath he, all in said ubiquity. Now is he a green array, and now an eve, and now a day. Now he's town gone out of town, and now a feast in civic gown, and now the pantomime and clown, with a crack upon the crown, and all sorts of tumbles down. And then he's music in the night, and the money-gotten bite. He's a man that can't write verses, bringing some to ope your purses. He's a turkey, he's a goose, he's oranges unfit for use. He's a kiss that loves to grow underneath the mistletoe. And he's forfeits, cards and wassails, and a king and queen with vassals, all the quizzes of the time, drawn and quartered with a rhyme. And then for their revival's sake, lo, he's an enormous cake, with a sugar on the top, seen before in many a shop, where the boys could gaze forever, they think the cake so very clever. Then some morning in the lurch, leaving romps, he goes to church, looking very grave and thankful, after which he's just as prankful. Now a saint, and now a sinner, but above all, he's a dinner. He's a dinner where you see everybody's family, beef and pudding and mince pies, and little boys with laughing eyes, whom their seniors ask arch questions, feigning fears of indigestions, as if they, forsooth, the old ones, hadn't privately tenfold ones. He's a dinner and a fire, heaped beyond your heart's desire, heaped with a log and baked with coals, till it roasts your very souls, and your cheek the fire outstares, and you all push back your chairs, and the mirth becomes too great, and you all sit up too late, nodding all with too much head, and so go off to too much bed. O plethora of beef and bliss, monkish feaster sly of kiss, southern soul and body Dutch, glorious time of great too much heat and too much noise, too much babblement of boys, too much eating, too much drinking, too much everything but thinking, solely bent to laugh and stuff, and trample upon base enough. Oh, right is thy instructive praise of the wealth of nature's ways, right thy most unthrifty glee, and pious thy mince piety. For behold, great nature's self builds her no abstemious shelf, but provides, her love is such for all, her own great good too much grass and too much tree, too much air and land and sea, too much seed of fruit and flower, and fish, an unimagined dower, and whose single row shall be life enough to stock the sea, endless ichthyophagy. Every instant through the day, worlds of life are thrown away, worlds of life and worlds of pleasure, not for lavishment of treasure, but because she's so immensely rich and loves us so intensely. She would have us, once for all, wake at her benignant call, and all grow wise, and all lay down strife and jealousy and frown, and like the sons of one great mother, share and be blessed with one another. End of Christmas Omnipresent.
Christmas Prophecy, read by Patrick Randall. Christmas Prophecy by Arthur Wentworth Eaton. Silvery bearded, bent and grey, the old year passeth swift away. Yet the ringers he keeps in his belfry tower peal no dirge for his waning power. He is bidding them ring so joyously, can the year of his end forgetful be? Ah, no, he says, I am old and worn, but the young Christ-life to-day is born. I have led the world to its Christmas-tide. I have opened the door of heaven wide, and bells of the ages hung on high are chiming out God's charity. O welcome, then, the Bethlehem boy. Sing at his cradle songs of joy. Wreathe for his altars holly red, for the shames of earth at last are dead. End of Christmas Prophecy.
Christmas Trees. Christmas Trees, A Christmas Circular Letter by Robert Frost. The city had withdrawn into itself, and left at last the country to the country, when between the whirls of snow, not come to lie, and whirls of foliage, not yet laid, there drove a stranger to our yard, who looked the city, yet did in country fashion, in that there he sat, and waited till he drew us out a buttoning coats to ask him who he was. He proved to be the city, come again, to look for something it had left behind, and could not do without and keep its Christmas. He asked if I would sell my Christmas trees, my woods, the young fir balsams, like a place where houses are all churches and have spires. I hadn't thought of them as Christmas trees. I doubt if I was tempted for a moment to sell them off their feet, to go in cars, and leave the slope behind the house all bare, where the sun shines now no warmer than the moon. I'd hate to have them know it if I was. Yet more, I'd hate to hold my trees, except as others hold theirs, or refuse for them, beyond the time of profitable growth. The trial by market everything must come to. I dallied so much with the thought of selling. Then, whether from mistaken courtesy and fear of seeming short of speech, or whether from hope of hearing good of what was mine, I said, "There aren't enough to be worthwhile." I could soon tell how many they would cut if you let me look them over. You could look, but don't expect I'm going to let you have them. Pasture they spring in, some in clumps too close, that lop each other of boughs, but not a few quite solitary and having equal boughs all round and round. The latter he nodded yes to, or paused to say beneath some lovelier one, with a buyer's moderation, that would do. I thought so too, but wasn't there to say so. We climbed the pasture on the south, crossed over, and came down on the north. He said 1,000. 1,000 Christmas trees? At what apiece? He felt some need of softening that to me. 1,000 trees would come to $30. Then I was certain I had never meant to let him have them. Never show surprise. But $30 seemed so small, beside the extent of pasture I should strip. 3 cents, for that was all they figured out apiece. 3 cents, so small beside the dollar friends I should be writing to within the hour would pay in cities for good trees like those. Regular vestry trees, whole Sunday schools could hang enough on to pick off enough. 1,000 Christmas trees I didn't know I had, worth 3 cents more to give away than sell, as may be shown by a simple calculation. Too bad I couldn't lay one in a letter. I can't help wishing I could send you one, in wishing you herewith a Merry Christmas. End of Christmas Trees by Robert Frost. Recording by Maria Casper.
Christmas Trees by Fred A. Watt. Read by Public Domain Scholar. Christmas Trees by Fred A. Watt. Our Christmas tree is a relic of the old heathen times, and came down to us as a part of the Yule festival. It seems to have originated in Germany and can be traced back as far as the year 1604 with certainty, and as it was an established custom at that time, it is evidently much older. How the early man conceived the idea is open to dispute, but in my opinion, it is due to an old superstition which has some believers, even to this day. It is said that any maid who was not kissed under the mistletoe at Christmas will not be married during the year following. I have no doubt that the anxiety of the young ladies to be always found under the mistletoe on that day has led to the profuse green decorations from which it is only a step to the Christmas tree. It was introduced into the court of St. James in 1840 by Prince Consort Albert of Saxe-Coburg, and the custom spread rapidly through the aristocratic families of London and was almost immediately adopted by all classes throughout England. It was introduced into the court at Paris in 1830 by the Duchess of Orleans, and is now a French custom. It seems, however, that in our own country it has taken deepest root. Here, by reason of the democratic nature of the people, it may be said to be distinctly American, as the German who first introduced it undoubtedly became an American citizen long ago, and his successors are probably numbered among our best citizens even to the present time. Our people of all nationalities have adopted it, and we find it installed in our churches, our family gatherings, our schools, and private clubs. Our 19th century inventor has even tried to change it into an affair of cast iron, through whose hollow trunk and branches gas pipes are conducted, and gas jets among the branches take the place of candles. One of the results of all this is that the demand for Christmas trees and Christmas greens has grown to enormous proportions in our larger cities, and furnishes employment during the latter part of September and through November and December to a number of people who make a business of gathering the gay green branches and transporting them to market. While traveling through the southern part of Maine a few years ago, I was struck by the symmetry and beauty of attractive evergreen trees, and remarked that they would make good Christmas trees. I afterward found that such was likely to be their fate, as men who make a business of clam whopping and fishing during the summer months turn their attention during the fall to the business of gathering these trees and shipping them to New York, Philadelphia, and Boston. In looking the subject up to determine what became of all these trees, I found an industry which I had not dreamed of. I find that the Christmas greens for New York City were first shipped from Keyport, New Jersey, that as the demand for them assumed larger proportions, the raw material was exhausted in that neighborhood, but the inhabitants, having become interested in the business and finding it a source of profit, have continued to advance into the surrounding country, little by little, until now they are gathering spruce from Maine, New Hampshire, Princess Pine from Vermont, White Pine from Michigan, and even Wisconsin, laurel and holly from the south. And in fact, they can now gather only balsam on the home grounds in paying quantities. In addition to the above-named evergreens, quantities of ground pine, Cape flowers, fir, hemlock, the plants of the club mosses, buried black alder, willweed, and mistletoe are sought out and gathered wherever found and shipped. The Christmas trees to New York, where they lie piled up by thousands along West Street, facing the dock lines for several weeks before the holidays, and the other greens to Keyport and vicinity, where they are made up into stars, anchors, crosses, wreaths, hearts, triangles, horseshoes, and miles of roping for decorative purposes. For the entire length of Monmouth County, the families within a mile of the bay shore are nearly all engaged in the business of making these decorations at this season. 4 miles from Keyport is the town of Keansburg, which now surpasses the former place in this industry. Neighbors are referred to as making or not making, and numbers of new faces appear in the town, attracted by the industry from the north, south, and west. The wages paid are not high, but anyone who can make can always find a position during the busy season. The small villages along this strip of county now present a pretty appearance. The houses are almost hidden behind stacks of evergreens of all kinds. A peep into a detached summer kitchen will disclose a group of girls gathered around a long table piled high with evergreens, and at first glance they appear to be principally engaged in pleasant conversation. But you will not have to watch them long before you are aware that their busy fingers are turning out Christmas decorations at an astonishing rate. Or if you should happen to look in at night, you might see the tables and evergreens pushed to one side, and gay groups of girls and young boat builders, oystermen, and fishermen engaged in a lively neighborhood dance. Materials other than evergreens are used in this industry to a considerable extent. Laths are used to make frames for the stars and crosses. Willows are gathered in quantities from the marshes with which frames for wreaths are made, but the trade in rattan is probably the most benefited, as nothing else will give such satisfaction in making the frames for hearts, anchors, and other decorations of this kind. The completed decorations are shipped to New York, Philadelphia, and Boston, but not to Chicago. In Chicago, we find a different state of affairs. We are so near the evergreen forests of Wisconsin, where Christmas trees may be had for practically nothing, that the cost of transportation alone from New Jersey would be greater than the price realized would amount to. Numbers of hulks of condemned vessels lie in and around Chicago, which are practically worthless. These boats are taken in the fall by seamen who are out of employment up along the Wisconsin coast, and there loaded with evergreens are brought back to the Chicago River and docked and lie there until the load is disposed of to the holiday trade. The decorations are mainly manufactured in the city in the storerooms of the dealers. That the business of bringing these trees down from the north is not without serious danger and hardship is evidenced by the wreck of the schooner Esthal, which occurred off the coast near Glencoe, Illinois, a short time ago, in which 5 lives were lost. 5 lives yielded up that our children may enjoy an hour of pleasure. Do they ever think of the cost? End of Christmas Trees.
Colonial Christmases. Read by Paula Messina. Colonial Christmases by Alice Morse Earle. From Customs and Fashions in Old New England. The first century of colonial life saw few set times and days for pleasure. The holy days of the English Church were as a stench to the Puritan nostrils, and their public celebration was at once rigidly forbidden by the laws of New England. New holidays were not quickly evolved, and the sober gatherings for matters of church and state for a time took their place. The hatred of wanton bacchanalian Christmases, spent throughout England, as Cotton said, in revelling, dicing, carding, masking, mumming, consumed in computations, in interludes, in excessive wine, in mad mirth, was the natural reaction of intelligent and thoughtful minds against the excesses of a festival which had ceased to be a Christian holiday, but was dominated by a lord of misrule who did not hesitate to invade the churches in time of service. In his noisy revels and sports, English churchmen long ago revolted also against such Christmas observance. Of the first Pilgrim Christmas we know but little, save that it was spent, as was many a later one, in work. By 1659, the Puritans had grown to hate Christmas more and more. It was, to use Shakespeare's words, the bug that feared them all. The very name smacked to them of incense, stole, and monkish jargon. Any person who observed it as a holiday by forbearing of labor, feasting, or any other way, was to pay 5 shillings fine, so desirous were they to beat down every sprout of episcopacy. Judge Sewell watched jealously the feeling of the people with regard to Christmas, and noted with pleasure on each succeeding year the continuance of common traffic throughout the day. Such entries as this show his attitude. December 25, 1685. Carts come to town and shops open as usual. Some somehow observe the day, but are vexed, I believe, that the body of people profane it, and blessed be God, no authority yet to compel them to keep it. When the Church of England established Christmas services in Boston a few years later, we find the judge waging hopeless war against Governor Belcher over it, and hear him praising his son for not going with other boy friends to hear the novel and attractive services. He says, "I dehort mine from Christmas keeping and charge them to forbear." Christmas could not be regarded till this century as a New England holiday, though in certain localities, such as Old Narragansett, an opulent community which was settled by Episcopalians, 2 weeks of Christmas visiting and feasting were entered into with zest by both planters and slaves for many years previous to the Revolution. End of Colonial Christmases.
Cradle Hymn. Cradle Hymn by Martin Luther. Away in a manger, no crib or a bed, the little Lord Jesus laid down his sweet head. The stars in the bright sky looked down where he lay, the little Lord Jesus asleep on the hay. The cattle are lowing, the baby awakes, but little Lord Jesus no crying he makes. I love thee, Lord Jesus, look down from the sky, and stay by my cradle till morning is nigh. End of Cradle Hymn, sung by Nora Nelson.
Glory, glory, now we sing. Glory, glory, now we sing. From Brother Reginald's Golden Secret by Frances Mary Sing. Glory, glory, now we sing. Glory to our infant King. Jesus, Prince of Peace, to thee glory evermore shall be. Though in glory thou dost live, thou wilt take what we can give. Christ has come to give us peace, pardoned sinners to release. Christ has come to cleanse from sin, heaven's eternal joy to win. Happy Christmas, thou dost bring joyful news for us to sing. Lord, our praise is weak and poor. Oh, that we could praise thee more! But thine ear will not despise songs from gladsome hearts that rise, hearts that love thee for thy love, hearts that long to sing above. Glory for thy lowly birth, glory for thy work on earth, glory for thy life-blood given, glory for the hope of heaven, glory for thy wondrous love, glory be to thee above. End of Glory, Glory, Now We Sing.
A Short Christmas Sermon, Keeping Christmas, read by Verla Vieira. A Short Christmas Sermon, Keeping Christmas, by Henry Van Dyke. Romans 14:6. He that regardeth the day, regardeth it unto the Lord. It is a good thing to observe Christmas Day, the mere marking of times and seasons, when men agree to stop work and make merry together, is a wise and wholesome custom. It helps one to feel the supremacy of the common life over the individual life. It reminds a man to set his own little watch now and then, by the great clock of humanity which runs on sun time. But there is a better thing than the observance of Christmas Day, and that is keeping Christmas. Are you willing to forget what you have done for other people, and to remember what other people have done for you? To ignore what the world owes you, and to think what you owe the world? To put your rights in the background, and your duties in the middle distance, and your chances to do a little more than your duty in the foreground? To see that your fellow men are just as real as you are, and try to look behind their faces to their hearts, hungry for joy. To own that probably the only reason for your existence is not what you are going to get out of life, but what you are going to give to life. To close your book of complaints against the management of the universe, and look around you for a place where you can sow a few seeds of happiness. Are you willing to do these things, even for a day? Then you can keep Christmas. Are you willing to stoop down and consider the needs and the desires of little children? To remember the weakness and loneliness of people who are growing old? To stop asking how much your friends love you, and ask yourself whether you love them enough? To bear in mind the things that other people have to bear on their hearts? To try to understand what those who live in the same house with you really want, without waiting for them to tell you? To trim your lamp so that it will give more light and less smoke, and to carry it in front so that your shadow will fall behind you? To make a grave for your ugly thoughts, and a garden for your kindly feelings, with the gate open? Are you willing to do these things even for a day? Then you can keep Christmas. Are you willing to believe that love is the strongest thing in the world, stronger than hate, stronger than evil, stronger than death, and that the blessed life which began in Bethlehem 1900 years ago is the image and brightness of the eternal love? Then you can keep Christmas. And if you keep it for a day, why not always? But you can never keep it alone. End of a short Christmas sermon, Keeping Christmas.
The Lamb Child. The Lamb Child by John Bannister Tabb. When Christ the babe was born, full many a little lamb upon the wintry hills forlorn was nestled near its dam, and waking or asleep upon his mother's breast, for love of her each mother sheep and baby lamb he blessed. End of The Lamb Child.
The Last Dream of the Old Oak. Read by Kimi. The Last Dream of the Old Oak by Hans Andersen. In the forest, high up on a steep shore and not far from the open sea-coast, stood a very old oak tree. It was just 365 years old, but a long time was to the tree as the same number of days might be to us. We wake by day and sleep by night, and then we have our dreams. It is different with the tree. It is obliged to keep awake through the 3 seasons of the year and does not get any sleep till winter comes. Winter is its time for rest, its night after the long day of spring, summer, and autumn. During many a warm summer, the ephemeras, which are flies that exist for only a day, had fluttered about the old oak, enjoyed life, and felt happy. And if, for a moment, one of the tiny creatures rested on the large, fresh leaves, the tree would always say, "Poor little creature, your whole life consists of but a single day. However short, it must be merry melancholy." "Melancholy? What do you mean?" the little creature would always reply. "Why do you say that? Everything around me is so wonderfully bright and warm and beautiful that it makes me joyous. But only for one day, and then it is all over." "Over?" repeated the fly. "What is the meaning of all over? Are you all over too? No, I shall very likely to live for thousands of your days, and my day is whole seasons long. Indeed, it is so long that you could never reckon it up." "No, then I don't understand you. You may have thousands of my days, but I have thousands of moments in which I can be merry and happy. Does all the beauty of the world cease when you die?" "No," replied the tree. "It will certainly last much longer, infinitely longer than I can think of." "Well then," said the little fly, "you have the same time to live, only we reckon differently." And the little creature danced and floated in the air, rejoicing in its delicate wings of gauze and velvet, rejoicing in the balmy breezes laden with the fragrance from the clover fields and wild roses, elder blossoms and honeysuckle, and from the garden hedges of wild thyme, primroses, and mint. The perfume of all these was so strong that it almost intoxicated the little fly. The long and beautiful day had been so full of joy and sweet delights that when the sun sunk, the fly felt tired of all its happiness and enjoyment. Its wing could sustain it no longer, and gently and slowly it glided down to the soft, waving blades of grass, nodded its little head as well as it could, and slept peacefully and sweetly. The fly was dead. "Poor little ephemera," said the oak, "what a short life!" And so on, every summer day the dance was repeated, the same questions were asked, and the same answers given. And there was the same peaceful falling asleep at sunset. This continued through many generations of ephemeras, and all of them felt merry and happy. The old oak remained awake through the morning of spring, the noon of summer, and evening of autumn. Its time of rest, its night, drew nearer. Its winter was coming. Here fell a leaf, and there fell a leaf. Already the storms were singing. "Good night, we'll rock you and lull you. Go to sleep, we'll sing you to sleep, and shake you to sleep, and it will do your old twigs good. They will even crinkle with pleasure. Sleep sweetly, it's the 365th night. You are still very young in the world. Sleep sweetly, the clouds will drop snow upon you, which will be your coverlid, warm and sheltering to your feet. Sweet sleep to you, and pleasant dreams." And there stood the oak, stripped of all its leaves, left to rest during the whole of a long winter, and to dream many dreams of events that had happened, just as men dream. The great tree had once been small. Indeed, in its cradle it had been an acorn. According to human reckoning, it was now in the 4th century of its existence. It was the largest and the best tree in the forest. Its summit towered above all the other trees and could be seen far out at sea, so that it served as a landmark to the sailors. It had no idea how many eyes looked eagerly for it. In its topmost branches the wood-pigeon built her nest, and the cuckoo sang his well-known song, the familiar notes echoing among the boughs. And in autumn, when the leaves looked like beaten copper plates, the birds of passage came and rested on the branches before beginning their flight across the sea. But now that it was winter, the tree stood leafless, so that everyone could see how crooked and bent were the branches that sprang forth from the trunk. Crows and rooks came by turns and sat on them, and talked of the hard times that were beginning, and how difficult it was in winter to obtain a living. It was just at the holy Christmas time that the tree dreamed a dream. The tree had doubtless a feeling that the festive time had arrived, and in its dream fancied it heard the bells of the churches ringing, and yet it seemed to be a beautiful summer's day, mild and warm. The tree's mighty summit was crowned with spreading, fresh green foliage. The sunbeams played among its leaves and branches, and the air was full of fragrance from herb and blossom. Painted butterflies chased each other. The summer flies danced around it as if the world had been created merely that they might dance and be merry. All that had happened to the tree during all the years of its life seemed to pass before it as if in a festive pageant. It saw the knights of the olden times, and the noble ladies ride through the wood on their gallant steeds, with plumes waving in their hats, with falcons on their wrists. While the hunting horn sounded and the dogs barked, it saw the hostile warriors in colored dress and glittering armor, with spear and halberd, pitching their tents and against taking them down. The wood fires blazed, and men sang and slept under the hospitable shelter of the tree. It saw lovers meet in quiet happiness near it in the moonshine, and carved the initial of the names in the grayish-green bark of its trunk. Once, but long years had passed since then, guitars and Ilians, harps had been hung on its boughs by merry travellers. Now they seemed to hang them there again, and their marvellous notes sounded again. The wood pigeons cooed as if to express the feelings of the tree, and the cuckoo called out to tell how many summer days it had yet to live. Then it appeared to it that new life was thrilling through every fibre of root and stem and leaf, rising even to its highest branches. The tree felt itself stretching and spreading out, whereas through the root beneath the earth ran the warm vigour of life. As it grew higher and still higher, and its strength increased, the topmost boughs became broader and fuller, and in proportion to its growth, its self-satisfaction increased. And there came a joyous longing to grow higher and higher, to reach even to the warm, bright sun itself. Already had its topmost branches pierced the clouds, which floated beneath them like troops of birds of passage or large white swans. Every leaf seemed gifted with sight, as if it possessed eyes to see. The stars became visible in broad daylight, large and sparkling, like clear, gentle eyes. They brought to the tree's memory the light that it had seen in the eyes of a child and in the eyes of lovers who had once met beneath the branches of the old oak. These were wonderful and happy moments for the old oak, full of peace and joy. And yet, amidst all this happiness, the tree felt a yearning desire that all the other trees, bushes, herbs, and flowers beneath it might also be able to rise higher to see all this splendor and experience the same happiness. The grand, majestic oak could not be quite happy in its enjoyment until all the rest, both great and small, could share it. And this feeling of yearning trembled through every branch, through every leaf, as warmly and fervently as through a human heart. The summit of the tree waved to and fro and bent downwards, as if in its silence longing it sought something. Then there came to it the fragrance of steam and more powerful scent of honeysuckle and violets, and the tree fancied it heard the note of the cuckoo. At length its longing was satisfied. Up through the clouds came the green summits of the forest trees, and the oak watched them rising higher and higher. Bush and herb shot upward, and some even tore themselves up by the roots to rise more quickly. The quickest of all was the birch tree. Like a lightning flash, The slender stem shot upwards in a zigzag line, the branches spreading round it like green gauze and banners. Every native of the wood, even to the brown and feathery rushes, grew with the rest, while the birds ascended with the melody of song. On a blade of grass that fluttered in the air like a long green ribbon sat a grasshopper, cleaning its wings with its legs. May beetles hummed, bees murmured, birds sang, each in its own way. The air was filled with the sounds of song and gladness. But where is the little blue flower that grows by the water, and the purple bellflower and the daisy? Asked the oak. I want them all. Here we are, came the reply in words and in song. But the beautiful theme of last summer, where's that? And where are the lilies of the valley, which last year covered the earth with their bloom, and the wild apple trees with the fragrant blossoms, and all the glory of the wood which had flourished year after year? And where is even what may have just been born? We are here, sounded voices high up in air, as they had flown there beforehand. Why, this is beautiful, too beautiful to be believed, cried Oak in a joyful tone. I have them all here, both great and small. Not one has been forgotten. Can such happiness be imagined? It seems almost impossible. In heaven with the eternal God it can be imagined, for all things are possible, sounded replies through the air. And the oak tree, as it still grew upwards and onwards, felt that its roots will loosen themselves from the earth. It is right so, it is best, said the tree. No feathers hold me now. I can fly up to the very highest point in light and glory, and all I love are with me, both small and great, all are here. Such was the dream of the old oak at the holy Christmas time, and while it dreamed, a mighty storm came rushing over land and sea. The sea rolled in great billows toward the shore. A cracking and crushing was heard in the tree. Its roots were torn from the ground, just at the moment when in its dream it was being loosened from the earth. It fell. Its 365 years were ended like the single day of ephemera. On the morning of Christmas Day, when the sun rose, the storm had ceased. From all the churches sounded the festive bells, and from airy huts, even of the smallest hut, rose the smoke into the blue sky, like the smoke from the festive thank offerings on the druids' altars. The sea gradually became calm, and on board a great ship that had withstood the tempest during the night, all the flags were displayed as a token of joy and festivity. The tree's down, the old oak, our landmark on the coast, exclaimed the sailors. It must have fallen in the storm of last night. Who can replace it? Alas, no one. This was the old tree's funeral oration, brief but well said. There it lay, stretched on the snow-covered shore, and over it sounded the notes of a song from the ship, a song of Christmas joy, of the redemption of the soul of man, and of eternal life through Christ. Sing aloud on this happy morn, all is fulfilled, for Christ is born. With songs of joy let us loudly sing, Hallelujah to Christ our King. Thus sounded the Christmas carol, and every one on board the ship felt his thoughts elevated through the song and the prayer, even as the old tree had felt lifted up in its last beautiful dream on Christmas morn. End of The Last Dream of the Old Oak by Hans Andersen.
Mid-December, a poem from the collection When Good Men Meet as Foe to Foe, written in Germany. Mid-December, by Minnie E. Blood. A mild December's here to help the needy on their way. The sun, the blessed sun, shines warmly every day. War prisoners who build a road pass the Villa Garden gate with easy step and cheerful talk as St. Oswald's clock strikes 8. The sun shines on the hospital. It makes the wounded glad. It gives them back the heart and hope that as recruits they had. It brightens up the iron cross that hangs on the breast of one who, for the love of fatherland, a valiant deed has done. A sunbeam gilds the crucifix that hangs on the workroom wall, where the girls of the convent school wind yarn, one gray ball after ball. Instead of making Christmas gifts for friends, as is their wont, they're all knitting scarfs and socks for soldiers at the front. And as they knit, they sadly speak of Sister Anne's fate, the Irish teacher who is now forbidden by the state. What harm could Sister Anna do, is the question they repeat, in her cloister veil with her Irish eyes and her Irish smile so sweet. The questions deep in Anna's heart would be too sad to say, so she lets the sun dry up her tears, as convent sisters may. And now at noon, on squares and shops in the center of the town, with thawing warmth and splendid light, the blessed sun looks down. It sees in every window piled post packets, small and great. Some hold cigars and some liqueurs, or fruit and chocolate. And now no more newspapers may we the death list read. Instead, the columns long are filled with talk of soldiers' need. And so for Christmas in the field, good folk contribute now, while there's only one in the town to think of prisoners and the owl. Traunstein, 1914. End of poem.
New Prince, New Pomp. Read by Paula Messina. New Prince, New Pomp, by Robert Southwell. Behold a simple, tender babe, in freezing winter night, in homely manger trembling lies, alas, a piteous sight. The inns are full, no man will yield this little pilgrim bed, but forced he is with silly beasts in crib to shroud his head. Despise him not for lying there, first what he is inquire. An oriental pearl is often found in depth of dirty mire. Weigh not his crib, his wooden dish, nor beasts that by him feed. Weigh not his mother's poor attire, nor Joseph's simple weed. This stable is a prince's court, the crib his chair of state, the beasts are parcel of his pomp, the wooden dish his plate. The persons in that poor attire his royal liveries wear. The prince himself is come from heaven, this pomp is praised there. With joy approach, O Christian wight, do homage to thy king, and highly praise this humble pomp, which he from heaven doth bring. End of New Prince, New Pomp.
'Twas the night before Christmas. 'Twas the night before Christmas, by Clement C. Moore. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mamma in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. Then out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave the lustre of midday to objects below. When what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen, to the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky, so up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys, and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry! His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowlful of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger aside of his nose and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." End of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas.
The Old Man's Christmas. This recording is by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in December 2024. The Old Man's Christmas by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. Part 1. Though there was wrong on both sides, they never would have separated had it not been for the old man. He was Ben's father, and Ben was an only child, a spoiled, selfish, high-tempered lad who had grown up with the idea that his father, Andersen English, or the old man, as his dutiful son called him, was much richer than he really was, and that he had no need of any personal effort, any object in life aside from the pursuit of pleasure. Ben's mother had died when he was 15 years old, and his father had never married again. Yet it was not any allegiance to her memory which had kept Andersen English from a second marriage. He remembered her, to be sure, and scarcely a day passed without his mentioning her. But after her death, as during her weary life, he used her name as a synonym for all that was undesirable. He compared everybody to Elizabeth, and always to her disadvantage. He had a word of praise and encouragement and approval for every housewife in the neighborhood except his own. Whatever went wrong, indoors or out, Elizabeth was the direct or indirect cause. During the first 5 years of her married life, Elizabeth made strenuous exertions to please her husband. She wept her sweet eyes dim over her repeated failures. Then she found that she had been attempting an impossible labor, and grew passively indifferent, an indifference which lasted until death kindly released her. Elizabeth had been a tidy housekeeper during these first years. "You'd scrub and scour a man out of house and home," was all the praise her husband gave her for her order and cleanliness. And to his neighbors, to whom he was fond of paying informal visits, he would often say, "Elizabeth's at it again, sweeping and cleaning, so I cleared out. Never see her without a broom in her hand. I'd a good deal rather have a little more dirt than so much tearing around. Lisbeth tires me with her ways." Yet when, in the indifference of despair which seized upon Elizabeth before her death, she allowed her house to look after itself, Andersen was no better satisfied. "I've come over to find a place to set down," he would tell his neighbors. "Lisbeth's let things accumulate till the house is a sight to see. She's getting dreadful slack somehow. A man likes order when he goes home to rest from all his cares." Even when she died, she displeased him by choosing a busy season for the occasion. "Just like Lisbeth to die in haying time," he said. "Everything's got to stop. Hay spoiling, and men idle. Women never seem to have no system about work matters, no power of planning things to make it convenient like for men folks." Yet after she was gone, Andersen found how much help she had been to him, how wonderful her economy had been, how light her expenditures. He knew he could never find anyone to replace her in these respects, and as money considerations were the main ones in his mind, he believed it would be the better economy to remain a widower and hire his work done. So during those most critical years of Ben's life, he had been without a woman's guidance or care. At 18 he was all that arrogance, conceit, selfishness, and high temper could render him. Yet he was a favorite with the fair sex for all that, as he had a manly figure and a warm, caressing way when he chose, that won their admiration and pleased their vanity. Andersen English favored early marriages, and began to think it would be better all round if Ben should bring a wife home. She could do the work better than hired help, and keep the money all in the family. And Ben would not waste his time and means on half a dozen, as he was doing now, but would stay at home, no doubt, and settle down into a sensible, practical business man. Yes, Ben ought to marry, and his father told him so. Ben smiled. "I'm already thinking of that," he said. He had expected opposition from his father, and was surprised at his suggestion. "Yes," continued the old man, as Ben already designated him, "I'd like to see you settle down before you're 21, but you want to make a good choice. There's Abby Wilson now. She's got that muscle of a man and ain't afeard of anything. And her father has a fine property, a growing property. Abby'll make a man a good, vigorous helpmate, and she'll bring him money in time. You'd better shine up on Abby, Ben." Ben gave a contemptuous laugh. "I'd as soon marry a dressed-up boy," he said. "She's more like a boy than a girl in her looks and in her ways. I have other plans in my mind, father, more to my taste. I mean to marry Edith Gilman, if she'll take me, and I think she will." A dark frown contracted Andersen English's brow. "Edith Gilman?" he repeated. "Why, that puny schoolma'am, with her baby face and weak voice, it'll never help you to get a living, Ben. What are you thinking of?" "Of love, father, I guess. I love her, and that's all there is of it. And I shall marry her if she'll take me, and you can like it or lump it as you please. She's a good girl, and if she's treated well all round, she'll make a good wife, and she's the only woman that can put the check rein on me when I get in my tempers. She'll make a man of me yet." "But she can't work," insisted the father. "She looks as white and puny as Lisbeth did the year she died." "She's overworked in the schoolroom. I mean to take her home and give her a rest. I don't ask any woman to marry me and be my drudge. I expect my wife will keep help." The old man groaned aloud. Ben's ideas were positively ruinous. If he married this girl, it would add to, not decrease, the family expenses. But it was useless to oppose. Ben would do as he pleased. The old man saw that plainly, and he might as well submit. He did submit, and Ben married Edith on his 21st birthday and brought her home. Part 2. Edith was a quiet little creature with a soft voice and a pale, sweet face and frail figure. She came up to Andersen English when she entered the house and put her hands timidly upon his arms. "I want you to love me," she said. "I have had no father or mother since I can remember. I want to call you father, and I want to make you happy if I can." "Well, I'll tell you how," the old man retorted. "Discharge the hired girl and make good bread. That'll make me happy," and he laughed harshly. Edith shrank from his rough words, so void of the sympathy and love she longed for. But she discharged the girl within a week and tried to make good bread. It was not a success, however, and the old man was not slow to express his dissatisfaction. Edith left the table in tears. "Another dribbler. Elizabeth was always crying just that way over every little thing," sighed the old man. Edith eventually conquered the difficulties of bread-making and became a famous cook, but she did not please her husband's father any the better by this achievement. "You're always a-fixing up some new sort of trash for the table," he said to her one day. "Dessert, is it, you call it? Enough to make a man's patience desert him to see sugar and flour wasted so. Elizabeth liked your fancy cooking, but I cured her of it." "Yes, and you killed her, too," cried Edith, for the first time since her marriage losing control of her temper and answering back. "Everybody says you worried her into the grave. But you won't succeed so well with me. I will live just to defy you, if no more, and I'll show you that I'll not bear everything, too." It was all over in a moment, and it was not repeated. Indeed, Edith was kinder and gentler and more submissive in her manner after that for days, as sweet natures always are when they have once broken over the rules which govern their lives. Yet the old man always spoke of Edith as a virago after that. "She's worse than Elizabeth," he said, "and she had a temper of her own at times that would just singe things." Ben passed most of his evenings and a good part of his days at the village store. He came home the worse for drink occasionally, and he was absolutely indifferent to all the work and care of the farm and family. "She's just like Elizabeth," the old man said to his neighbors. "She don't make home entertaining for her husband. But Ben isn't balanced like me, and he goes wrong. He's excitable. I never was. The right kind of a woman could keep him at home." After a child came to them, matters seemed to mend for a time. So long as the infant lay pink and helpless in its mother's arms or in its crib, it was a bond to unite them all. So soon as it began to be an active child, with naughty ways which needed correction, it was another element of discord. The old man did not think Elizabeth capable of controlling the child, and Ben was hasty and harsh, and he did not like to hear the baby cry. So he stayed more and more at the store, and was an object of fear to the child and of reproach to the mother when he did return. They drifted farther apart, and the old man constantly widened the breach between them. They had been married 6 years, and the baby girl was 4 years old, when Ben struck Edith a blow one day and told her to take her child and leave the house. In less than an hour she had gone, and no one knew whither. "She'll come back, more's the pity," the old man said. "Elizabeth, she started off to leave me once, but she concluded to come back and try it over again." But Edith did not come back. Months afterward they heard of her in a distant part of the state, teaching school and supporting her child. Ben applied for a divorce on the plea of desertion. Edith never appeared against him, and he obtained it. Part 3. 1 year from the time Edith left him, he married Abby Wilson. She had grown into a voluptuous though coarse maturity, and was dashing in dress and manner. Her father had recently died, leaving her a fine property. She had always coveted Ben, and did not delay the nuptials from any sense of delicacy, but rather hastened the hour which should make him legally her own. The old man was highly pleased at the turn affairs had taken. After all these years, Ben was united to the woman he had chosen for him so long ago, and now surely Ben would settle down and take care off his shoulders which were beginning to feel the weight of years of labor. In truth, the old man was breaking down. He fell ill of a low fever soon after Ben's second marriage, and when he rose from his bed he seemed to have grown 10 years older. He was more childish in his fault-finding, and more irritable than ever before, and this new wife of Ben's had little patience with him. She was not at all like Edith. She bullied him and frightened him into silence when he began to find fault with her extravagances, for she was extravagant. There was no denying that. She cared only for show and outward appearance. She neglected her home duties, and often left the old man to prepare his own food, while she and Ben dashed over the country, or through the neighboring villages, behind the blooded span she had insisted upon purchasing soon after their marriage. Poor old Anson English! He was nearing his 60th year now, and he looked and seemed much older. Ben was his only earthly tie, and the hope and stay of his old age, and he was but a reed. A reed. His father saw that at last. Ben would never develop into a practical business man. He was unstable, lazy, and selfish, and this new wife seemed to encourage him in every extravagant folly, instead of restraining him as the old man had hoped. And some way Ben had never been the same since Edith went away. He had been none too good or kind to his father before that, but since then, well, when she went, it seemed to Anson that she took with her whatever of gentleness or kindness lurked in Ben's nature, and left only its brutality and selfishness. And strive as he would to banish the feeling, the old man missed the child. Ah, no, he was not happy in this new state of affairs, which he had so rejoiced over at the first. He grew very old during the next 2 years. Like all men who worry the lives of women in the domestic circle, he was cowardly at heart. And Ben's new wife frightened him into silent submission by her masculine assumption of authority and her loud voice and well-defined muscle. He spoke little at home now, but he still paid frequent visits to his neighbors, and he remained firm in the Adam-like idea that Elizabeth had been the root of all evil in his life. "Yes, Ben's letting the place run down pretty bad," he confessed to a neighbor who had broached the subject. "Ben's early training wasn't right. Elizabeth, she let him do 'bout as he pleased. Elizabeth never had no notions of how a boy should be trained. He'd 'a' come out all right if I'd 'a' managed him from the start." Strange to say, he never was known to speak one disparaging word of Abby, Ben's second wife. Her harshness and neglect were matters of common discussion in the neighborhood, but the old man who had been so bitter and unjust towards his own wife and Edith seemed to feel a curious respect for this Amazon who had subjugated him. Or perhaps he remembered how eager he had been for the marriage, and his pride kept him silent. Certain it is that he bore her neglect, and later her abuse, with no word of complaint, and even spoke of her sometimes with praise. "She's a brave one, Abby is," he would say. "She ain't afraid of nothing or nobody. If she'd been a man, she'd have made a noise in the world." Ben drank more and more, and Abby dressed and drove in like a ratio. The farm ran down, the debts accumulated, debts which Abby refused to pay with her money, and the old man saw the savings of a long life of labor squandered in folly and vice. People said it was turning his brain, for he talked constantly of his poverty, often walking the streets in animated converse with himself, and at length he fell ill again and was wildly delirious for weeks. It was a high fever, and when it left him he was totally blind and quite helpless. He needed constant care and attention. He could not be left alone even for an hour. Ben was seldom at home, and Abby rebelled at the confinement and restraint it imposed upon her. Hired help refused to take the burden of the care of the troublesome old man without increased wages, and Ben could not, and Abby would not incur this added expense. Servants gave warning. Ben drank more deeply and prolonged his absences from home, and Abby finally carried out a resolve which had at first caused even her hard heart some twinges. She made an application to the keeper of the county poor to admit her husband's father to the department of the incurably insane, which was adjacent to the poorhouse. "He's crazy," she said, "just as crazy as can be. We can't do anything with him. He needs a strong man to look after him. Ben's never at home, and he has everything to look after anyway, and can't be broken of his rest. And the old man talks and cries half the night. I'm not able to take care of him. I seem to be breaking down myself with all I have to endure, and besides it isn't safe to have him in the house. I think he's getting worse all the time. He'd be better off, and we all would, if he was in the care of the county." The authorities looked into the matter and found that at least a portion of the lady's statements were true. It was quite evident that the old man would be better off in the county house than he was in the home of his only son. So he was taken away, and Abby had her freedom at last. "We are going to take you where you will have medical treatment and care. It is your daughter's request," they told him in answer to his trembling queries. "Oh, yes, yes. Abby thinks I'll get my sight back, I suppose, if I'm doctored up. Well, maybe so. But I'm pretty old for the doctors to patch up. But Abby has a powerful mind to plan things, a powerful mind. Lisbeth never would have thought to sending me away. Lisbeth was so easy-like. Abby ought to have been a man, she had. She'd have flung things." So he babbled on as they carried him to the poorhouse. It was November, and the holidays were close at hand. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year. Abby meant to enjoy them, and invited all her relatives to a time of general feasting and merrymaking. "I feel as if a great nightmare were lifted off my heart and brain now the old man has gone," she said. "He will be so much better off, and get so much more skillful treatment, in a place like that. They are very kind in that institution, and so clean and nice, and he will have plenty of company to keep him from being lonesome. We have been all through it during the last year, or else we never should have sent him there. It is really an excellent home for him." Part 4. It was just a year later when a delicate, sweet-faced woman was shown through the wards of that excellent home for the poor and unfortunate. She walked with nervous haste, and her eyes glanced from room to room, from face to face, as if seeking yet dreading some object. Presently the attendant pushed open a partly closed door, which led into a small, close room, ventilated only by one high, narrow window. "This is the room, I believe," he said, and the lady stepped in and paused. The air was close and impure, and almost stifled her. On the opposite side of the room she saw a large crib with a cover or a lid which could be closed and locked when necessary, but which was raised now. In this crib, upon a hard mattress and soiled pillow, lay the emaciated form of an old man. He turned his sightless eyes toward the door as he heard the sound of footsteps. "What is wanted?" he asked feebly. "Does anybody want me? Has anybody come for me?" "Oh, Father, Father," cried the woman in a voice choked with sobs, "don't you know me? It is I, and I have come to take you away home with me. Will you go?" A glow of delight shone over the old man's wasted face, like the last rays of the sunlight over a winter landscape. He half arose upon his elbow and leaned forward as if trying to see the speaker. "Why, it's Abby. It's Abby, come at last," he said. "You called me father, didn't you? And you was crying, and it made your voice sound kind of strange and broken-like. But you must be Abby, come to take me home. Oh, I thought you'd come at last, Abby. It seems a long, long time since I came away, and you've never been to see me, no, nor been neither. But you've come at last, Abby, you've come at last. Let me take your hand, daughter, for I can't see yet. They don't seem to help me here as you thought they would. And I'm so hungry, Abby. Do you think you could manage to get the old man a little something to eat before we start home?" The woman had grown paler and paler as she listened to these words, which the old man poured out in eager haste, like one whose thoughts and feelings, long pent within himself for want of a listener, now rushed forth pell-mell into speech. "He does not know me," she whispered. "He does not know me. Well, I will not undeceive him now. He is happy in this delusion. Let him keep it for the present." Then aloud she said, "You are hungry, father? Do you not have food enough here?" "Oh, I have my share, Abby, I have my share. But my appetite's varying, and sometimes when they bring it I can't eat it, and then when I want it most I can't get it. I'm one of many here, and I've been so lonesome, Abby. But then I knew you'd come for me all in good time. And Ben, how is Ben, Abby? Does he want to see his old father again? Ah, Ben was a nice little boy, a nice little boy. But Lisbeth wa'n't no kind mother for such a high-strung lad. And then he hadn't oughter married that sickly sort of girl that ran off and left him. Sakes alive, what a temper she had! It sort of broke Ben down living with her as long as he did. But he remembers his old father at last, don't he? And he wants to have me home to die. Ah, Ben has a good heart after all. I must not tell him, I must not, whispered the woman as she listened. Bitter to me as his deception is, I must let him remain in it. Then with a sudden bracing of the nerves and a visible effort, she said, Ben is away from home now, Father. He will not be there to meet you, but you'll not mind that. I shall make you so comfortable. I want you at home during the holidays. So he went out from the horror and loneliness and gloom of the poorhouse to the comfortable home which Edith had provided for herself and child in the years since she left Ben. Eva was a precocious little maiden of 9 now, wise and womanly beyond her years. So soon as Edith learned of the old man's desolate fate, she resolved to bring him home. Eva could attend to his wants during the day while she was in the schoolroom, and the interrupted studies could be pursued in the evening. Or she could hire assistance if he were as troublesome as report had said. He had been a harsh old man, and had helped to widen the breach between her and Ben, but he was the father of the man she had married, and she could not let him die in the poorhouse. So she brought him home. "Don't I hear a child's voice?" he asked, as Eva came dancing out to greet them. "Who is it, Abby?" "Why, it's your own little granddaughter, Eva!" cried the child, clasping his withered hand in her 2 soft palms. "Don't you remember me? Mamma says you used to love me." Edith's heart stood still. Surely now he would understand, and would he be angry and harsh with her? The old man's face lighted. "Ah, I see, he said musingly. "Abby and Ben have taken the little one home. It must be Edith is dead. She was such a puny thing." Then, turning his face to the woman who was guiding his faltering footsteps, he said, "And is Edith dead?" "Yes," she answered quietly, "Edith is dead," and added, "to you," in a whisper. He must never be undeceived, she thought. It would be too severe a blow. The truth might kill him. And to Eva she said a little later, "Dear, your grandfather is very ill and not quite right in his mind. He thinks my name is Abby, and you must not correct him or dispute any strange thing he may say." The journey left the old man very weak indeed, but he talked almost constantly. "It was so good of you, Abby, to take the little girl home," he would say. "But I knowed you had a good heart, and Ben, too. He was fond of his old father, spite of his rough ways. It was pretty lonesome off there at that place, that institute where you sent me. Some folks said it was the poorhouse, but I knew better. Ben and you would never send me there. I suppose it was a good place, but they had too many patients. Sometimes I was cold and hungry and all alone for hours and hours. Oh, it's good to be back home with you, Abby. But why don't Ben come?" "Ben is away, Father." "Oh, yes. Business, I suppose. Ben'll turn out all right at last. I always thought so. After he sort of outgrows Lisbeth's training. But I hope he'll get back for Christmas. Somehow I've been thinking lately about the Christmas days when Ben was a little boy. We allus put something in his stocking that night, no matter if it wasn't more than a sweet cake. Sakes alive, how he prized things he found in that stocking Christmas mornings. I got to thinking about it all last Christmas out at that there institute, and I just laid and bawled like a baby. I was so homesick-like. Seemed to me if I could just see Ben's face again, I'd ask nothing more of heaven. And now I think if I can just hear his voice again, it'll be enough. Do you think he'll get home for Christmas, Abby?" "I hope so, dear Father, but I cannot tell," Edith answered softly, her heart seeming to break in her breast as she listened. She knew very well that Ben would not go across the street to see the father he had deserted, and that she could never send for him to come to her house to pay even a last visit of mercy. What will I do? How can I explain to him when Christmas comes that Ben does not appear? She thought. But the way was shown her by that great peacemaker who helps us out of all difficulties at last. Christmas Eve, the old man's constant chatter grew flighty and incoherent. He talked of people and things unknown to Edith, and spoke his mother's name many times. Then he fell asleep. In the morning he seemed very weak, and his voice was fainter. "Such a strange dream as I have had, Lisbeth," he said, as Edith put her hand on his brow and smoothed back the thin white hair. "Such a strange dream. I thought Ben had grown into a man and had left me alone, all alone to die. I'm so glad to be awake and find it isn't true. How dark it is and how long the nights seem. Tomorrow's Christmas. Did you put something in Ben's stocking, Lisbeth? I have forgotten." "Yes," answered Edith in a choked voice. "And it's getting colder, Lisbeth. Hadn't you better look after Ben a little? See if he's covered up well in his crib. You're so careless, Lisbeth. That boy'll take his death of cold yet, and he's all I've got. He'll make a fine man, if you don't spoil him, Lisbeth. But you ain't no real sense for training a boy somehow. Is he covered up? It's bitter, bitter cold." "He is well covered," Edith answered. The old man seemed to doze again. Then he roused a little. "It's dawn," he said. "I see the light breaking. Little Ben'll be crawling out for his stocking pretty quick. I ought to had a fire made afore this to warm his little toes. Strange you couldn't have waked me, Lisbeth. You don't never seem to have no foresight." Then the old man fell back in Edith's arm. Dead. End of The Old Man's Christmas by Ella Wheeler Wilcox.
On the morning of Christ's Nativity. On the morning of Christ's Nativity by John Milton. This is the month, and this the happy morn, wherein the Son of Heaven's eternal King, of wedded maid and virgin mother born, our great redemption from above did bring. For so the holy sages once did sing, that he our deadly forfeit should release, and with his Father work us a perpetual peace. That glorious form, that light insufferable, and that far-beaming blaze of majesty wherewith he wont at heaven's high council table to sit in the midst of trinal unity, he laid aside, and here with us to be, forsook the courts of everlasting day, and chose with us a darksome house of mortal clay. Say, heavenly Muse, shall not thy sacred vein afford a present to the infant God? Hast thou no verse, no hymn, or solemn strain to welcome him to this his new abode? Now, while the heaven by the sun's team untrod hath took no print of the approaching light, and all the spangled host keep watch in squadrons bright? See how from far upon the eastern road the star-led wizards haste with odors sweet. O run, prevent them with thy humble ode, and lay it lowly at his blessed feet. Have thou the honor first thy Lord to greet, and join thy voice unto the angel choir, from out his secret altar touched with hallowed fire. The Hymn. It was the winter wild, while the heaven-born child all meanly wrapped in the rude manger lies. Nature, in awe to him, had doffed her gaudy trim, with her great master so to sympathize. It was no season then for her to wanton with the sun, her lusty paramour. Only with speeches fair she wooed the gentle air, to hide her guilty front with innocent snow, and on her naked shame pollute with sinful blame the saintly veil of maiden white to throw. confounded that her Maker's eyes should look so near upon her foul deformities. But he, her fears to cease, sent down the meek-eyed Peace. She, crowned with olive green, came softly sliding down through the turning sphere, his ready harbinger, with turtle wing the amorous clouds dividing, and waving wide her myrtle wand, she strikes a universal peace through sea and land. No war or battle's sound was heard the world around. The idle spear and shield were hung up high, the hooked chariot stood unstained with hostile blood, and trumpet spake not to the armed throng, and kings sat still with awe-full eye, as if they surely knew their sovereign lord was by. But peaceful was the night wherein the Prince of Light his reign of peace upon the earth began. The winds with wonder whist, smoothly the waters kissed, whispering new joys to the mild ocean, who now hath quite forgot to rave, while birds of calm sit brooding on the charmed wave. The stars with deep amaze stand fit in steadfast gaze, bending one way their precious influence, and will not take their flight for all the morning light, or Lucifer that often warned them thence, but in their glimmering orbs did glow until their Lord himself bespake and bid them go. And though the shady gloom had given day her room, the sun himself withheld his wonted speed, and hid his head for shame, as his inferior flame the new enlightened world no more should need. He saw a greater sun appear than his bright throne or burning axle-tree could bear. The shepherds on the lawn, or ere the point of dawn, sat simply chatting in a rustic row. Full little thought they then that the mighty Pan was kindly come to live with them below. Perhaps their loves, or else their sheep, was all that did their silly thoughts so busy keep. When such music sweet their hearts and ears did greet, as never was by mortal finger strook, divinely warbled voice, answering the stringed noise, as all their souls in blissful rapture took. The air such pleasure loath to lose, with thousand echoes still prolongs each heavenly close. Nature that heard such sound, beneath the hollow round of Cynthia's seat, the airy region thrilling, now was almost won to think her part was done, and that her reign had here its last fulfilling. She knew such harmony alone could hold all heaven and earth in happier union. At last surrounds their sight a globe of circular light, that with long beams the shamefaced night arrayed, the helmed cherubim and sworded seraphim are seen in glittering ranks with wings displayed, harping in loud and solemn choir, with unexpressive notes to heaven's new-born heir. Such music, as 'tis said, before was never made, but when of old the sons of morning sung, while the Creator great his constellations set, and the well-balanced world on hinges hung, and cast the dark foundations deep, and bid the weltering waves their oozy channel keep. Ring out, ye crystal spheres! Once bless our human ears, if ye have power to touch our senses so, and let your silver chime move in melodious time, and let the bass of heaven's deep organ blow, and with your ninefold harmony make up full consort to the angel-like symphony. For if such holy song enwrap our fancy long, time will run back and fetch the age of gold, and speckled vanity will sicken soon and die, and leprous sin will melt from earthly mould, and hell itself will pass away, and leave her dolorous mansions to the peering day. Yea, truth and justice then will down return to men. the enamelled arras of the rainbow wearing, and Mercy set between, throned in celestial sheen, with radiant feet the tissued clouds down steering, and Heaven, as at some festival, will open wide the gates of her high palace hall. But wisest fate says no, this must not yet be so. The babe lies yet in smiling infancy, that on the bitter cross must redeem our loss, so both himself and us to glorify. Yet first to those y-chained in sleep, the wakeful trump of doom must thunder through the deep, with such a horrid clang as on Mount Sinai rang, while the red fire and smouldering clouds outbreak. The aged earth, aghast with terror of that blast, shall from the surface to the centre shake, when at the world's last session the dreadful judge in middle air shall spread his throne. And then, at last, our bliss full and perfect is. But now begins. For from this happy day the old dragon underground, in straiter limits bound, not half so far casts his usurped sway, and wrath to see his kingdom fail, swinges the scaly horror of his folded tail. The oracles are dumb. No voice or hideous hum runs through the arched roof in words deceiving. Apollo from his shrine can no more divine, with hollow shriek the steep of Delphos leaving. No nightly trance or breathed spell inspire the pale-eyed priest from the prophetic cell. The lonely mountains o'er, and the resounding shore, a voice of weeping heard, and loud lament, from haunted spring and dale edged with poplar pale, the parting genius is with sighing sent. With flower-inwoven tresses torn, the nymphs in twilight shade of tangled thickets mourn. In consecrated earth and on the holy hearth, the Lars and Lemures moan with midnight plaint. In urns and altars round, a drear and dying sound affrights the flamens at their service quaint, and the chill marble seems to sweat, while each peculiar power forgoes his wonted seat. Peor and Balaam forsake their temples dim, with that twice battered god of Palestine, and mooned Ashtoreth, heaven's queen and mother both, now sits not girt with tapers holy shrine. The Libyc Hammon shrinks his horn, in vain the Tyrian maids their wounded Thammuz mourn. And sullen Moloch, fled, hath left in shadows dread his burning idol all of blackest hue. In vain with cymbals ring they call the grisly king, in dismal dance about the furnace blue. And brutish gods of Nile as fast, Isis and Orus and the dog Anubis hast. Nor is Osiris seen in Memphian grove or green, trampling the unshowered grass with lowings loud. Nor can he be at rest within his sacred chest, naught but profoundest hell can be his shroud. In vain with timbrelled anthems dark the sable-stoled sorcerers bear his worshipped ark. He feels from Judah's land the dreaded infant's hand. The rays of Bethlehem blind his dusky eyne, nor all the gods beside longer dare abide, not Typhon huge ending in snaky twine. Our babe, to show his godhead true, can in his swaddling bands control the damned crew. So when the sun in bed, curtained with cloudy red, pillows his chin upon an orient wave, the flocking shadows pale troop to the infernal jail, each fettered ghost slips to his several grave, and the yellow-skirted fays fly after the night steeds, leaving their moon-loved maze. But see, the Virgin blest hath laid her babe to rest. Time is our tedious song should here have ending. Heaven's youngest teamed star hath fixed her polished car, her sleeping lord with handmaid lamp attending. And all about the courtly stable bright harnessed angels sit in order serviceable. End of On the Morning of Christ's Nativity by John Milton. Recording by Maria Casper.
They tell us only rustic shepherds heard. Read by Patrick Randall. They tell us only rustic shepherds heard. By Arthur Wentworth Eaton. Quote, Such music, as 'tis said, before was never made, but when of old the sons of morning sung. Milton. They tell us only rustic shepherds heard the song of angel choirs in Palestine that strange momentous night of Jesus' birth, the song that welcomed in the great newborn. A few rude men, whose brows had never worn the poorest honors people prize on earth and grasp so greedily and think so fine. To them alone was hymned God's gracious word. In every age that song is oftenest heard by natural men who shun ambition's strife, who would be happy wandering o'er the plain with only trees and flowers and birds and sheep, who work for daily bread and never weep save with real sorrow or for genuine pain. To such, in Western as in Orient life, God's angels love to hymn his gracious word. End of They Tell Us Only Rustic Shepherds Heard.
The Set of Poe. The Set of Poe by George Ade. Mr. Waterby remarked to his wife, I'm still tempted by that set of Poe. I saw it in the window today, marked down to $15. Yes, said Mrs. Waterby, with a sudden gasp of emotion, it seemed to him. Yes, I believe I'll have to get it. I wouldn't if I were you, Alfred, she said. You have so many books now. I know I have, my dear, but I haven't any set of Poe, and that's what I've been wanting for a long time. This edition I was telling you about is beautifully gotten up. Oh, I wouldn't buy it, Alfred, she repeated, and there was a note of pleading earnestness in her voice. It's so much money to spend for a few books. Well, I know, but— And then he paused, for the lack of words to express his mortified surprise. Mr. Waterby had tried to be an indulgent husband. He took a selfish pleasure in giving, and found it more blessed than receiving. Every salary day he turned over to Mrs. Waterby a fixed sum for household expenses. He added to this an allowance for her spending money. He set aside a small amount for his personal expenses and deposited the remainder in the bank. He flattered himself that he approximated the model husband. Mr. Waterby had no costly habits and no prevailing appetite for anything expensive. Like every other man, he had one or two hobbies, and one of his particular hobbies was Edgar Allan Poe. He believed that Poe, of all American writers, was the one unmistakable genius. The word genius has been bandied around the country until it has come to be applied to a long-haired man out of work or a stout lady who writes poetry for the rural press. In the case of Poe, Mr. Waterby maintained that genius meant one that was not governed by the common mental processes, but who spoke from inspiration, his mind involuntarily taking superhuman flight into the realm of pure imagination, or something of that sort. At any rate, Mr. Waterby liked Poe, and he wanted a set of Poe. He allowed himself not more than one luxury a year, and he determined that this year the luxury should be a set of Poe. Therefore, imagine the hurt to his feelings when his wife objected to his expending $15 for that which he coveted above anything else in the world. As he went to work that day, he reflected on Mrs. Waterby's conduct. Did she not have her allowance of spending money? Did he ever find fault with her extravagance? Was he an unreasonable husband in asking that he be allowed to spend this small sum for that which would give him many hours of pleasure, and which would belong to Mrs. Waterby as much as to him? He told himself that many a husband would have bought the books without consulting his wife. But he, Waterby, had deferred to his wife in all matters touching family finances, and he said to himself, with a tincture of bitterness in his thoughts, that probably he had put himself into the attitude of a mere dependent. For had she not forbidden him to buy a few books for himself? Well, no, she had not forbidden him, but it amounted to the same thing. She had declared that she was firmly opposed to the purchase of Poe. Mr. Waterby wondered if it were possible that he was just beginning to know his wife. Was she a selfish woman at heart? Was she complacent and good-natured and kind only when she was having her own way? Wouldn't she prove to be an entirely different sort of woman if he should do as many husbands do, spend his income on clubs and cigars and private amusement, and give her the pickings of small change? Nothing in Mr. Waterby's whole experience as a married man had so wrenched his sensibilities and disturbed his faith as Mrs. Waterby's objection to the purchase of the set of Poe. There was but one way to account for it. She wanted all the money for herself, or else she wanted him to put it into the bank so that she could come into it after he— but this was too monstrous. However, Mrs. Waterby's conduct helped to give strength to Mr. Waterby's meanest suspicions. 2 or 3 days after the first conversation, she asked, "You didn't buy that set of Poe, did you, Alfred?" "No, I didn't buy it," he answered, as coldly and with as much hauteur as possible. He hoped to hear her say, "Well, why don't you go and get it? I'm sure that you want it, and I'd like to see you buy something for yourself once in a while." That would have shown the spirit of a loving and unselfish wife. But she merely said, "That's right, don't buy it." And he was utterly unhappy, for he realized that he had married a woman who did not love him, and who simply desired to use him as a pack-horse for all household burdens. As soon as Mr. Waterby had learned the horrible truth about his wife, he began to recall little episodes dating back years, and now he pieced them together to convince himself that he was a deeply wronged person. Small at the time and almost unnoticed, they now accumulated to prove that Mrs. Waterby had no real anxiety for her husband's happiness. Also, Mr. Waterby began to observe her more closely, and he believed that he found new evidences of her unworthiness. For one thing, while he was in gloom over his discovery and harassed by doubts of what the future might reveal to him, she was content and even-tempered. The holiday season approached, and Mr. Waterby made a resolution. He decided that if she would not permit him to spend a little money on himself, he would not buy the customary Christmas present for her. "Selfishness is a game at which two can play," he said. Furthermore, he determined that if she asked him for any extra money for Christmas, he would say, "I'm sorry, my dear, but I can't spare any. I am so hard up that I can't even afford to buy a few books I've been wanting a long time. Don't you remember that you told me I couldn't afford to buy that set of Poe?" Could anything be more biting as to sarcasm or more crushing as to logic? He rehearsed this speech and had it all ready for her, and he pictured to himself her humiliation and surprise at discovering that he had some spirit after all, and a considerable say-so whenever money was involved. Unfortunately for his plan, she did not ask for any extra spending money, and so he had to rely on the other mode of punishment. He would withhold the expected Christmas present. In order that she might fully understand his purpose, he would give presents to both of the children. It was a harsh measure, he admitted, but perhaps it would teach her to have some consideration for the wishes of others. It must be said that Mr. Waterby was not wholly proud of his revenge when he arose on Christmas morning. He felt that he had accomplished his purpose, and he told himself that his motives had been good and pure, but still he was not satisfied with himself. He went to the dining-room, and there on the table in front of his plate was a long paper box containing 10 books, each marked Poe. It was the edition he had coveted. "What's this?" he asked, winking slowly, for his mind could not grasp in one moment the fact of his awful shame. "I should think you should know, Alfred," said Mrs. Waterby, flushed and giggling like a schoolgirl. "Oh, it was you! My goodness, you've had me so frightened. That first day when you spoke of buying them and I told you not to, I was just sure that you suspected something. I bought them a week before that." Yes, said Mr. Waterby, feeling the salt water in his eyes. At that moment he had the soul of a wretch being whipped at the stake. "I was determined not to ask you for any money to pay for your own presents," Mrs. Waterby continued. "Do you know I had to save for you and the children out of my regular allowance? Why, last week I nearly starved you, and you never noticed at all. I was afraid you would." "No, I didn't notice it," said Mr. Waterby brokenly, for he was confused and giddy. This self-sacrificing angel, and he had bought no Christmas present for her. It was a fearful situation, and he lied his way out of it. "How did you like your present?" he asked. "Why, I haven't seen it yet," she said, looking across at him in surprise. "You haven't? I told them to send it up yesterday." The children were shouting and laughing over their gifts in the next room, and he felt it his duty to lie for their sake. "Well, don't tell me what it is," interrupted Mrs. Waterby. "Wait until it comes." "I'll go after it." He did go after it, although he had to drag a jeweler away from his home on Christmas Day and have him open his great safe. The ring which he selected was beyond his means, it is true. But when a man has to buy back his self-respect, the price is never too high. End of The Set of Poe, read by Winston Tharp.
The Snowflakes Coming Down, read by Stacy M. The Snowflakes Coming Down, by Anna J. Grannis. And at last they came flying, fluttering down, all white in the city, all white in the town. They draped every steeple and tower in sight. They dressed all the trees against Christmas night, and then covered the ground all over with white. They hung to the shutters, they clung to the doors. They went with the customers into the stores. They tapped on the windows and peeped through the pane. Then in a twinkling they vanished again. And they found everywhere, with merry delight, the world getting ready to keep Christmas night. End of The Snowflakes Coming Down.
The Child's Story by Charles Dickens. Read by Tony Scheinman. The Child's Story by Charles Dickens. Once upon a time, a good many years ago, there was a traveler, and he set out upon a journey. It was a magic journey, and was to seem very long when he began it, and very short when he got halfway through. He traveled along a rather dark path for some little time, without meeting anything, until at last he came to a beautiful child. So he said to the child, "What do you do here?" And the child said, "I am always at play. Come and play with me." So he played with that child the whole day long, and they were very merry. The sky was so blue, the sun was so bright, the water was so sparkling, the leaves were so green, the flowers were so lovely, and they heard such singing birds and saw so many butterflies that everything was beautiful. This was in fine weather. When it rained, they loved to watch the falling drops and to smell the fresh scents. When it blew, it was delightful to listen to the wind and fancy what it said as it came rushing from its home. Where was that, they wondered? Whistling and howling, driving the clouds before it, bending the trees, rumbling in the chimneys, shaking the house, and making the sea roar in fury. But when it snowed, that was the best of all, for they liked nothing so well as to look up at the white flakes falling fast and thick, like down from the breasts of millions of white birds, and to see how smooth and deep the drift was, and to listen to the hush upon the paths and roads. They had plenty of the finest toys in the world, and the most astonishing picture books, all about scimitars and slippers and turbans and dwarfs and giants and genii and fairies and bluebeards and beanstalks and riches and caverns and forests and valentines and orsons, and all new and all true. But one day, of a sudden, the traveller lost the child. He called to him over and over again, but got no answer. So he went upon his road, and went on for a little while without meeting anything, until at last he came to a handsome boy. So he said to the boy, "What do you do here?" And the boy said, "I am always learning. Come and learn with me." And he learned with that boy about Jupiter and Juno and the Greeks and the Romans, and I don't know what, and learned more than I could tell, or he either, for he soon forgot a great deal of it. But they were not always learning. They had the merriest games that ever were played. They rowed upon the river in summer, and skated on the ice in winter, and they were active afoot, and active on horseback, at cricket, and all games at ball, at prisoner's base, hare and hounds, follow my leader, and more sports than I can think of. Nobody could beat them. They had holidays, too, and 12th cakes, and parties where they danced till midnight, and real theatres where they saw palaces of real gold and silver rise out of the real earth, and saw all the wonders of the world at once. As to friends, they had such dear friends, and so many of them, that I want time to reckon them up. They were all young, like the handsome boy, and were never to be strange to one another all their lives through. Still, one day, in the midst of all these pleasures, the traveller lost the boy as he had lost the child, and, after calling to him in vain, went on upon his journey. So he went on for a little while without seeing anything, until at last he came to a young man. So he said to the young man, "What do you do here?" And the young man said, "I am always in love. Come and love with me." So he went away with that young man, and presently they came to one of the prettiest girls that ever was seen, just like Fanny in the corner there, and she had eyes like Fanny, and hair like Fanny, and dimples like Fanny's, and she laughed and colored just as Fanny does while I am talking about her. So the young man fell in love directly, just as somebody I won't mention, the first time he came here, did with Fanny. Well, he was teased sometimes, just as somebody used to be by Fanny, and they quarreled sometimes, just as somebody and Fanny used to quarrel, and they made it up, and sat in the dark, and wrote letters every day, and never were happy asunder, and were always looking out for one another, and pretending not to, and were engaged at Christmas time, and sat close to one another by the fire, and were going to be married very soon, all exactly like somebody I won't mention, and Fanny. But the traveller lost them one day, as he had lost the rest of his friends, and, after calling to them to come back, which they never did, went on upon his journey. So he went on for a little while without seeing anything, until at last he came to a middle-aged gentleman. So he said to the gentleman, "What are you doing here?" And his answer was, "I am always busy. Come and be busy with me." So he began to be very busy with that gentleman, and they went on through the wood together. The whole journey was through a wood, only it had been open and green at first, like a wood in spring, and now began to be thick and dark, like a wood in summer. Some of the little trees that had come out earliest were even turning brown. The gentleman was not alone, but had a lady of about the same age with him, who was his wife, and they had children who were with them too. So they all went on together through the wood, cutting down the trees and making a path through the branches and the fallen leaves, and carrying burdens and working hard. Sometimes they came to a long green avenue that opened into deeper woods. Then they would hear a very little, distant voice crying, "Father, Father, I am another child. Stop for me." And presently they would see a very little figure growing larger as it came along, running to join them. When it came up, they all crowded round it and kissed and welcomed it, and then they all went on together. Sometimes they came to several avenues at once, and then they all stood still. And one of the children said, "Father, I am going to sea." And another said, "Father, I am going to India." And another, "Father, I am going to seek my fortune where I can." And another, "Father, I am going to heaven." So, with many tears at parting, they went, solitary, down those avenues, each child upon its way, and the child who went to heaven rose into the golden air and vanished. Whenever these partings happened, the traveller looked at the gentleman, and saw him glance up at the sky above the trees, where the day was beginning to decline, and the sunset to come on. He saw, too, that his hair was turning grey. But they never could rest long, for they had their journey to perform, and it was necessary for them to be always busy. At last there had been so many partings that there were no children left, and only the traveller, the gentleman, and the lady went upon their way in company. And now the wood was yellow, and now brown, and the leaves, even of the forest trees, began to fall. So they came to an avenue that was darker than the rest, and were pressing forward on their journey without looking down it, when the lady stopped. "My husband," said the lady, "I am called." They listened, and they heard a voice a long way down the avenue say, "Mother, Mother." It was the voice of the first child who had said, "I am going to heaven." And the father said, "I pray not yet. The sunset is very near. I pray not yet." But the voice called, "Mother, Mother," without minding him, though his hair was now quite white, and tears were on his face. Then the mother, who was already drawn into the shade of the dark avenue, and moving away with her arms still round his neck, kissed him and said, "My dearest, I am summoned, and I go." And she was gone, and the traveller and he were left alone together. And they went on and on together, until they came to very near the end of the wood, so near that they could see the sunset shining red before them through the trees. Yet once more, while he broke his way among the branches, the traveller lost his friend. He called and called, but there was no reply. And when he passed out of the wood and saw the peaceful sun going down upon a wide purple prospect, he came to an old man sitting on a fallen tree. So he said to the old man, "What do you do here?" And the old man said with a calm smile, "I am always remembering. Come and remember with me." So the traveller sat down by the side of that old man, face to face with the serene sunset. And all his friends came softly back and stood around him, the beautiful child, the handsome boy, the young man in love, the father, mother, and children. Every one of them was there, and he had lost nothing. So he loved them all, and was kind and forbearing with them all, and was always pleased to watch them all. And they all honored and loved him. And I think the traveller must be yourself, dear grandfather, because this is what you do to us, and what we do to you. End of The Child's Story.
The Dead by James Joyce. Part 2. The piercing morning air came into the hall where they were standing, so that Aunt Kate said, "Close the door, somebody," Mrs. Malins will get her death of cold." "Brown is out there, Aunt Kate," said Mary Jane. "Brown is everywhere," said Aunt Kate, lowering her voice. Mary Jane laughed at her tone. "Really," she said archly, "he's very attentive." "He has been laid on here like the gas," said Aunt Kate in the same tone, "all during the Christmas." She laughed herself this time good-humouredly, and then added quickly, "But tell him to come in, Mary Jane, and close the door. I hope to goodness he didn't hear me." At that moment the hall door was opened, and Mr. Brown came in from the doorstep, laughing as if his heart would break. He was dressed in a long green overcoat with mock astrakhan cuffs and collar, and wore on his head an oval fur cap. He pointed down the snow-covered quay from where the sound of shrill, prolonged whistling was borne in. "Teddy will have all the cabs in Dublin out," he said. Gabriel advanced from the little pantry behind the office, struggling into his overcoat, and looking round the hall, said, "Greta not down yet?" "She's getting on her things, Gabriel," said Aunt Kate. "Who's playing up there?" asked Gabriel. "Nobody. They're all gone." "Oh, no, Aunt Kate," said Mary Jane. "Bartell D'Arcy and Miss O'Callaghan aren't gone yet." "Someone is fooling at the piano anyhow," said Gabriel. Mary Jane glanced at Gabriel and Mr. Brown, and said with a shiver, "It makes me feel cold to look at you two gentlemen, muffled up like that. I wouldn't like to face your journey home at this hour." "I'd like nothing better this minute," said Mr. Brown stoutly, "than a rattling fine walk in the country, or a fast drive with a good spanking gore between the shafts. We used to have a very good horse and trap at home," said Aunt Julia sadly. "The never-to-be-forgotten Johnny," said Mary Jane, laughing. Aunt Kate and Gabriel laughed too. "Why, what was wonderful about Johnny?" asked Mr. Brown. "The late lamented Patrick Morcan, our grandfather, that is," explained Gabriel, "commonly known in his later years as the old gentleman, was a glue boiler." "Oh, now, Gabriel," said Aunt Kate, laughing, "he had a starch mill." "Well, glue or starch," said Gabriel, "the old gentleman had a horse by the name of Johnny, and Johnny used to work in the old gentleman's mill, walking round and round in order to drive the mill. That was all very well, but now comes the tragic part about Johnny. One fine day the old gentleman thought he'd like to drive out with the quality to a military review in the park." "The Lord have mercy on his soul," said Aunt Kate compassionately. "Amen," said Gabriel. "So the old gentleman, as I said, harnessed Johnny and put on his very best tall hat and his very best stock collar, and drove out in grand style from his ancestral mansion somewhere near Back Lane, I think." Everyone laughed, even Mrs. Malins, at Gabriel's manner, and Aunt Kate said, "Oh, now, Gabriel, he didn't live in Back Lane, really, only the mill was there." "Out from the mansion of his forefathers," continued Gabriel, "he drove with Johnny, and everything went on beautifully until Johnny came in sight of King Billy's statue, and whether he fell in love with the horse King Billy sits on, or whether he thought he was back again in the mill, anyhow he began to walk round the statue." Gabriel paced in a circle round the hall in his goloshes amid the laughter of the others. "Round and round he went," said Gabriel, "and the old gentleman, who was a very pompous old gentleman, was highly indignant. 'Go on, sir. What do you mean, sir? Johnny, most extraordinary conduct. Can't understand the horse.'" The peal of laughter which followed Gabriel's imitation of the incident was interrupted by a resounding knock at the hall door. Mary Jane ran to open it and let in Freddy Malins. Freddy Malins, with his hat well back on his head and his shoulders humped with cold, was puffing and steaming after his exertions. "I could only get one cab," he said. "Oh, we'll find another along the quay," said Gabriel. "Yes," said Aunt Kate, "better not keep Mrs. Malins standing in the draught." Mrs. Malins was helped down the front steps by her son and Mr. Brown, and after many manoeuvres hoisted into the cab. Freddy Malins clambered in after her and spent a long time settling her on the seat, Mr. Brown helping him with advice. At last she was settled comfortably, and Freddy Malins invited Mr. Brown into the cab. There was a good deal of confused talk, and then Mr. Brown got into the cab, The cabman settled his rug over his knees and bent down for the address. The confusion grew greater, and the cabman was directed differently by Freddy Malins and Mr. Brown, each of whom had his head out through a window of the cab. The difficulty was to know where to drop Mr. Brown along the route, and Aunt Kate, Aunt Julia, and Mary Jane helped the discussion from the doorstep, with cross-directions and contradictions, and abundance of laughter. As for Freddy Malins, he was speechless with laughter. He popped his head in and out of the window every moment, to the great danger of his hat, and told his mother how the discussion was progressing, till at last Mr. Brown shouted to the bewildered cabman above the din of everybody's laughter, "Do you know Trinity College?" "Yes, sir," said the cabman. "Well, drive bang up against Trinity College gates," said Mr. Brown, "and then we'll tell you where to go. You understand now?" "Yes, sir," said the cabman. "Make like a bird for Trinity College." "Right, sir," said the cabman. The horse was whipped up and the cab rattled off along the quay amid a chorus of laughter and adieus. Gabriel had not gone to the door with the others. He was in a dark part of the hall gazing up the staircase. A woman was standing near the top of the first flight in the shadow also. He could not see her face, but he could see the terracotta and salmon-pink panels of her skirt, which the shadow made appear black and white. It was his wife. She was leaning on the banisters, listening to something. Gabriel was surprised at her stillness and strained his ear to listen also, but he could hear little, save the noise of laughter and dispute on the front steps, a few chords struck on the piano, and a few notes of a man's voice singing. He stood still in the gloom of the hall, trying to catch the air that the voice was singing, and gazing up at his wife. There was grace and mystery in her attitude, as if she were a symbol of something. He asked himself, what is a woman standing on the stairs in the shadow, listening to distant music, a symbol of? If he were a painter, he would paint her in that attitude. Her blue felt hat would show off the bronze of her hair against the darkness, and the dark panels of her skirt would show off the light ones. Distant music, he would call the picture if he were a painter. The hall door was closed, and Aunt Kate, Aunt Julia, and Mary Jane came down the hall, still laughing. "Well, isn't Freddy terrible?" said Mary Jane. "He's really terrible." Gabriel said nothing, but pointed up the stairs towards where his wife was standing. Now that the hall door was closed, the voice and the piano could be heard more clearly. Gabriel held up his hand for them to be silent. The song seemed to be in the old Irish tonality, and the singer seemed uncertain both of his words and of his voice. The voice, made plaintive by distance and by the singer's hoarseness, faintly illuminated the cadence of the air with words expressing grief. "Oh, the rain falls on my heavy locks, and the dew wets my skin. My babe lies cold." "Oh," exclaimed Mary Jane, "it's Bartell D'Arcy singing, and he wouldn't sing all the night. Oh, I'll get him to sing a song before he goes." "Oh, do, Mary Jane," said Aunt Kate. Mary Jane brushed past the others and ran to the staircase, but before she reached it the singing stopped and the piano was closed abruptly. "Oh, what a pity," she cried. "Is he coming down, Greta?" Gabriel heard his wife answer yes, and saw her come down towards them. A few steps behind her were Mr. Bartell D'Arcy and Miss O'Callaghan. "Oh, Mr. D'Arcy," cried Mary Jane, "it's downright mean of you to break off like that when we were all in raptures listening to you." "I'd been at him all the evening," said Miss O'Callaghan, "and Mrs. Conrad too, and he told us he had a dreadful cold and couldn't sing." "Oh, Mr. D'Arcy," said Aunt Kate, "now that was a great fib to tell." "Can't you see that I'm as hoarse as a crow?" said Mr. D'Arcy roughly. He went into the pantry hastily and put on his overcoat. The others, taken aback by his rude speech, could find nothing to say. Aunt Kate wrinkled her brows and made signs to the others to drop the subject. Mr. D'Arcy stood swathing his neck carefully and frowning. "It's the weather," said Aunt Julia after a pause. "Yes, everybody has colds," said Aunt Kate readily. "Everybody." "They say," said Mary Jane, "we haven't had snow like it for 30 years, and I read this morning in the newspapers that the snow is general all over Ireland." I love the look of snow, said Aunt Julia sadly. So do I, said Miss O'Callaghan. I think Christmas is never really Christmas unless we have the snow on the ground. But poor Mr. Darcy doesn't like the snow, said Aunt Kate, smiling. Mr. Darcy came from the pantry, fully swathed and buttoned, and in a repentant tone told them the history of his cold. Everyone gave him advice and said it was a great pity, and urged him to be very careful of his throat in the night air. Gabriel watched his wife, who did not join in the conversation. She was standing right under the dusty fanlight, and the flame of the gas lit up the rich bronze of her hair, which he'd seen her drying at the fire a few days before. She was in the same attitude, and seemed unaware of the talk about her. At last she turned towards them, and Gabriel saw that there was colour on her cheeks, and that her eyes were shining. A sudden tide of joy went leaping out of his heart. "Mr. Darcy," she said, "what is the name of that song you are singing?" "It's called The Lass of Aughrim," said Mr. Darcy, "but I couldn't remember it properly." "Why, do you know it?" "The Lass of Aughrim," she repeated. "I couldn't think of the name." "It's a very nice air," said Mary Jane. "I'm sorry you are not in voice tonight." "Now, Mary Jane," said Aunt Kate, "don't annoy Mr. Darcy. I wouldn't have him annoyed." Seeing that all were ready to start, she shepherded them to the door, where good night was said. "Well, good night, Aunt Kate, and thanks for the pleasant evening." "Good night, Gabriel." "Good night, Greta." "Good night, Aunt Kate, and thanks ever so much." "Good night, Aunt Julia." "Good night, Greta. I didn't see you." "Good night, Mr. Darcy." "Good night, Miss O'Callaghan." "Good night, Miss Morcan." "Good night again." "Good night all. Safe home." "Good night." "Good night." The morning was still dark. A dull yellow light brooded over the houses and the river, and the sky seemed to be descending. It was slushy underfoot, and only streaks and patches of snow lay on the roofs, on the parapets of the quay, and on the area railings. The lamps were still burning redly in the murky air, and across the river the palace of the Four Courts stood out menacingly against the heavy sky. She was walking on before him with Mr. Bartell Darcy, her shoes in a brown parcel tucked under one arm, and her hands holding her skirt up from the slush. She had no longer any grace of attitude, but Gabriel's eyes were still bright with happiness. The blood went bounding along his veins, and the thoughts went rioting through his brain, proud, joyful, tender, valorous. She was walking on before him so lightly and so erect that he longed to run after her noiselessly, catch her by the shoulders, and say something foolish and affectionate into her ear. She seemed to him so frail that he longed to defend her against something, and then to be alone with her. Moments of their secret life together burst like stars upon his memory. A heliotrope envelope was lying beside his breakfast cup, and he was caressing it with his hand. Birds were twittering in the ivy, and the sunny web of the curtain was shimmering along the floor. He could not eat for happiness. They were standing on the crowded platform, and he was placing a ticket inside the warm palm of her glove. He was standing with her in the cold, looking in through a grated window at a man making bottles in a roaring furnace. It was very cold. Her face, fragrant in the cold air, was quite close to his, and suddenly he called out to the man at the furnace. "Is the fire hot, sir?" But the man could not hear with the noise of the furnace. It was just as well. He might have answered rudely. A wave of yet more tender joy escaped from his heart, and went coursing in warm flood along his arteries. Like the tender fire of stars, moments of their life together that no one knew of, or would ever know of, broke upon and illumined his memory. He longed to recall to her those moments, to make her forget the years of their dull existence together, and remember only their moments of ecstasy. For the years, he felt, had not quenched his soul or hers. Their children, his writing, their household cares had not quenched all their soul's tender fire. In one letter that he'd written to her then he had said, "Why is it that words like these seem to me so dull and cold? Is it because there's no word tender enough to be your name?" Like distant music, these words that he'd written years before were borne towards him from the past. He longed to be alone with her. When the others had gone away, when he and she were in their room in the hotel, then they would be alone together. He would call her softly, Greta. Perhaps she would not hear at once. She would be undressing. Then something in his voice would strike her. She would turn and look at him. At the corner of Wine Tavern Street they met a cab. He was glad of its rattling noise, as it saved him from conversation. She was looking out of the window and seemed tired. The others spoke only a few words, pointing out some building or street. The horse galloped along wearily under the murky morning sky, dragging his old rattling box after his heels, and Gabriel was again in a cab with her, galloping to catch the boat, galloping to their honeymoon. As the cab drove across O'Connell Bridge, Miss O'Callaghan said, "They say you never cross O'Connell Bridge without seeing a white horse." "I see a white man this time," said Gabriel. "Where?" asked Mr. Bartell D'Arcy. Gabriel pointed to the statue, on which lay patches of snow. Then he nodded familiarly to it and waved his hand. "Good night, Dan," he said gaily. When the cab drew up before the hotel, Gabriel jumped out, and in spite of Mr. Bartell D'Arcy's protest, paid the driver. He gave the man a shilling over his fare. The man saluted and said, "A prosperous New Year to you, sir." "The same to you," said Gabriel cordially. She leaned for a moment on his arm in getting out of the cab, and while standing at the curbstone, bidding the others good night, she leaned lightly on his arm, as lightly as when she had danced with him a few hours before. He had felt proud and happy then, happy that she was his, proud of her grace and wifely carriage. But now, after the kindling again of so many memories, the first touch of her body, musical and strange and perfumed, sent through him a keen pang of lust. Under cover of her silence, he pressed her arm closely to his side, and as they stood at the hotel door, he felt that they had escaped from their lives and duties, escaped from home and friends, and run away together with wild and radiant hearts to a new adventure. An old man was dozing in a great hooded chair in the hall. He lit a candle in the office and went before them to the stairs. They followed him in silence, their feet falling in soft thuds on the thickly carpeted stairs. She mounted the stairs behind the porter, her head bowed in the ascent, her frail shoulders curved as with a burden, her skirt girt tightly about her. He could have flung his arms about her hips and held her still, for his arms were trembling with desire to seize her, and only the stress of his nails against the palms of his hands held the wild impulse of his body in check. The porter halted on the stairs to settle his guttering candle. They halted too on the steps below him. In the silence, Gabriel could hear the falling of the molten wax into the tray, and the thumping of his own heart against his ribs. The porter led them along a corridor and opened a door. Then he set his unstable candle down on a toilet table and asked at what hour they were to be called in the morning. 8, said Gabriel. The porter pointed to the tap of the electric light and began a muttered apology, but Gabriel cut him short. "We don't want any light. We have light enough from the street. And I say," he added, pointing to the candle, "you might remove that handsome article like a good man." The porter took up his candle again, but slowly, for he was surprised by such a novel idea. Then he mumbled good night and went out. Gabriel shot the lock to. A ghostly light from the street lamp lay in a long shaft from one window to the door. Gabriel threw his overcoat and hat on a couch and crossed the room towards the window. He looked down into the street in order that his emotion might calm a little. Then he turned and leaned against a chest of drawers with his back to the light. She had taken off her hat and cloak and was standing before a large, swinging mirror, unhooking her waist. Gabriel paused for a few moments watching her, and then said, "Greta." She turned away from the mirror slowly and walked along the shaft of light towards him. Her face looked so serious and weary that the words would not pass Gabriel's lips. No, it was not the moment yet. "You look tired," he said. "I am, a little," she answered. "You don't feel ill or weak?" "No, tired, that's all." She went on to the window and stood there looking out. Gabriel waited again, and then, fearing that diffidence was about to conquer him, he said abruptly, "By the way, Greta, what is it?" "You know that poor fellow, Malins?" he said quickly. "Yes, what about him?" "Well, poor fellow, he's a decent sort of chap, after all," continued Gabriel in a false voice. "He gave me back that sovereign I lent him, and I didn't expect it, really. It's a pity he wouldn't keep away from that Brown, because he's not a bad fellow, really." He was trembling now with annoyance. Why did she seem so abstracted? He did not know how he could begin. Was she annoyed too about something? If she would only turn to him, or come to him of her own accord. To take her as she was would be brutal. No, he must see some ardour in her eyes first. He longed to be master of her strange mood. "When did you lend him the £1?" she asked after a pause. Gabriel strove to restrain himself from breaking out into brutal language about the sottish Malins and his £1. He longed to cry to her from his soul, to crush her body against his, to overmaster her, but he said, "Oh, at Christmas, when he opened that little Christmas card shop in Henry Street." He was in such a fever of rage and desire that he did not hear her come from the window. She stood before him for an instant, looking at him strangely. Then, suddenly raising herself on tiptoe and resting her hands lightly on his shoulders, she kissed him. "You are a very generous person, Gabriel," she said. Gabriel, trembling with delight at her sudden kiss and at the quaintness of her phrase, put his hands on her hair and began smoothing it back, scarcely touching it with his fingers. The washing had made it fine and brilliant. His heart was brimming over with happiness. Just when he was wishing for it, she had come to him of her own accord. Perhaps her thoughts had been running with his. Perhaps she had felt the impetuous desire that was in him, and then the yielding mood had come upon her. Now that she had fallen to him so easily, he wondered why he had been so diffident. He stood, holding her head between his hands. Then, slipping one arm swiftly about her body and drawing her towards him, he said softly, "Greta, dear, what are you thinking about?" She did not answer, nor yield wholly to his arm. He said again softly, "Tell me what it is, Greta. I think I know what is the matter. Do I know?" She did not answer at once. Then she said in an outburst of tears, "Oh, I'm thinking about that song, The Lass of Aughrim." She broke loose from him and ran to the bed, and throwing her arms across the bed rail, hid her face. Gabriel stood stock still for a moment in astonishment, and then followed her. As he passed in the way of the cheval glass, he caught sight of himself in full length, his broad, well-filled shirt-front, the face whose expression always puzzled him when he saw it in a mirror, and his glimmering, gilt-rimmed eyeglasses. He halted a few paces from her and said, "What about the song? Why does that make you cry?" She raised her head from her arms and dried her eyes with the back of her hand like a child. A kinder note than he had intended went into his voice. "Why, Greta?" he asked. "I'm thinking about a person long ago who used to sing that song." "And who was the person long ago?" asked Gabriel, smiling. "It was a person I used to know in Galway when I was living with my grandmother," she said. The smile passed away from Gabriel's face. A dull anger began to gather again at the back of his mind, and the dull fires of his lust began to glow angrily in his veins. "Someone you were in love with?" he asked ironically. "It was a young boy I used to know," she answered, "named Michael Fury. He used to sing that song, The Lass of Aughrim. He was very delicate." Gabriel was silent. He did not wish her to think that he was interested in this delicate boy. "I can see him so plainly," she said after a moment. "Such eyes as he had, big dark eyes, and such an expression in them. An expression." "Oh, then, you were in love with him," said Gabriel. "I used to go out walking with him," she said, "when I was in Galway." A thought flew across Gabriel's mind. "Perhaps that was why you wanted to go to Galway with that Ivors girl," he said coldly. She looked at him and asked in surprise, "What for?" Her eyes made Gabriel feel awkward. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "How do I know? To see him, perhaps." She looked away from him along the shaft of light towards the window in silence. "He's dead," she said at length. "He died when he was only 17. Isn't it a terrible thing to die so young as that?" "What was he?" asked Gabriel, still ironically. "He was in the gasworks," she said. Gabriel felt humiliated by the failure of his irony, and by the evocation of this figure from the dead, a boy in the gasworks. While he'd been full of memories of their secret life together, full of tenderness and joy and desire, she'd been comparing him in her mind with another. A shameful consciousness of his own person assailed him. He saw himself as a ludicrous figure, acting as a penny boy for his aunts, a nervous, well-meaning sentimentalist, orating to vulgarians and idealizing his own clownish lusts. The pitiable, fatuous fellow he had caught a glimpse of in the mirror. Instinctively he turned his back more to the light, lest she might see the shame that burned upon his forehead. He tried to keep up his tone of cold interrogation, but his voice when he spoke was humble and indifferent. "I suppose you were in love with this Michael Furey, Greta," he said. "I was great with him at that time," she said. Her voice was veiled and sad. Gabriel, feeling now how vain it would be to try to lead her whither he had purposed, caressed one of her hands and said, also sadly, "And what did he die of so young, Greta? Consumption, was it?" "I think he died for me," she answered. A vague terror seized Gabriel at this answer, as if at that hour when he had hoped to triumph, some impalpable and vindictive being was coming against him, gathering forces against him in its vague world. But he shook himself free of it with an effort of reason, and continued to caress her hand. He did not question her again, for he felt that she would tell him of herself. Her hand was warm and moist. It did not respond to his touch, but he continued to caress it just as he had caressed her first letter to him that spring morning. "It was in the winter," she said, "about the beginning of the winter, when I was going to leave my grandmother's and come up here to the convent. And he was ill at the time in his lodgings in Galway, and wouldn't be let out, and his people in Oughterard were written to. He was in decline, they said, or something like that. I never knew rightly." She paused for a moment and sighed. "Poor fellow," she said. "He was very fond of me, and he was such a gentle boy. We used to go out together walking, you know, Gabriel, like the way they do in the country. He was going to study singing only for his health. He had a very good voice, poor Michael Furey." "Well, and then?" asked Gabriel. "And then, when it came to the time for me to leave Galway and come up to the convent, he was much worse, and I wouldn't be let see him. So I wrote him a letter saying I was going up to Dublin and would be back in the summer, and hoping he would be better then." She paused for a moment to get her voice under control, and then went on. "Then the night before I left, I was in my grandmother's house in Nuns Island, packing up, and I heard gravel thrown up against the window. The window was so wet I couldn't see, so I ran downstairs as I was, and slipped out the back into the garden, and there was the poor fella at the end of the garden, shivering." "And did you tell him to go back?" asked Gabriel. "I implored of him to go home at once, and told him he would get his death in the rain, but he said he did not want to live. I can see his eyes as well as well. He was standing at the end of the wall where there was a tree." "And did he go home?" asked Gabriel. "Yes, he went home. And when I was only a week in the convent, he died, and he was buried in Oughterard, where his people came from. Oh, the day I heard that he was dead." She stopped, choking with sobs, and overcome by emotion, flung herself face downward on the bed, sobbing in the quilt. Gabriel held her hand for a moment longer, irresolutely, and then, shy of intruding on her grief, let it fall gently and walked quietly to the window. She was fast asleep. Gabriel, leaning on his elbow, looked for a few moments unresentfully on her tangled hair and half-open mouth, listening to her deep-drawn breath. So she had had that romance in her life. A man had died for her sake. It hardly pained him now to think how poor a part he, her husband, had played in her life. He watched her while she slept as though he and she had never lived together as man and wife. His curious eyes rested long upon her face and on her hair, and as he thought of what she must have been then in that time of her first girlish beauty, a strange friendly pity for her entered his soul. He did not like to say even to himself that her face was no longer beautiful, but he knew that it was no longer the face for which Michael Furey had braved death. Perhaps she had not told him all the story. His eyes moved to the chair over which she had thrown some of her clothes. A petticoat string dangled to the floor. One boot stood upright, its limp upper fallen down. The fellow of it lay upon its side. He wondered at this riot of emotions of an hour before. From what had it proceeded? From his aunt's supper? From his own foolish speech? From the wine and dancing, the merry-making when saying good-night in the hall? The pleasure of the walk along the river in the snow? Poor Aunt Julia! She too would soon be a shade with the shade of Patrick Morcan and his horse. He had caught that haggard look upon her face for a moment when she was singing Arrayed for the Bridal. Soon, perhaps, he would be sitting in that same drawing-room, dressed in black, his silk hat on his knees. The blinds would be drawn down, and Aunt Kate would be sitting beside him, crying and blowing her nose and telling him how Julia had died. He would cast about in his mind for some words that might console her, and would find only lame and useless ones. Yes, that would happen, very soon. The air of the room chilled his shoulders. He stretched himself cautiously along under the sheets and lay down beside his wife. One by one they were all becoming shades. Better pass boldly into that other world in the full glory of some passion than fade and wither dismally with age. He thought of how she who lay beside him had locked in her heart for so many years that image of her lover's eyes when he told her that he did not wish to live. Generous tears filled Gabriel's eyes. He'd never felt like that himself towards any woman, but he knew that such a feeling must be love. The tears gathered more thickly in his eyes, and in the partial darkness he imagined he saw the form of a young man standing under a dripping tree. Other forms were near. His soul had approached that region where dwell the vast hosts of the dead. He was conscious of, but could not apprehend, their wayward and flickering existence. His own identity was fading out into a grey, impalpable world. The solid world itself, which these dead had one time reared and lived in, was dissolving and dwindling. A few light taps upon the pane made him turn to the window. It had begun to snow again. He watched sleepily, the flakes, silver and dark, falling obliquely against the lamplight. The time had come for him to set out on his journey westward. Yes, the newspapers were right. Snow was general all over Ireland. It was falling on every part of the dark central plain, on the treeless hills, falling softly upon the bog of Allen, and farther westward softly falling into the dark, mutinous Shannon waves. It was falling, too, upon every part of the lonely churchyard on the hill where Michael Furey lay buried. It lay thickly drifted on the crooked crosses and headstones, on the spears of the little gate, on the barren thorns. His soul swooned slowly as he heard the snow falling faintly through the universe, and faintly falling, like the descent of their last end, upon all the living and the dead. End of The Dead, Part 2. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2024.
The Song of the Star. The Song of the Star by Reverend C. H. Mead. Oh, boys, you can count me out on that. All I can get goes to my mother and sisters for Christmas. The speaker was a manly little newsboy, with good features, a clean face, and bright eyes. His clothes looked neat, though they were adorned with numerous patches. But say you will, Christmas only comes once a year, and why shouldn't we fellas have a banquet as well as the silk stockings? What would they know about things going on in the world anyway if we newsboys didn't supply them with papers? All in favor of having a banquet? Hold up your hands! Up went a score of hands, some dirty, some clean, and some speckled, but Will's hand remained down. Say, Will, what's the reason you won't stay by us? The boy hesitated a moment and then said, Boys, it's mighty close times up at our house. Fried chicken and pound cake don't come our way. Turkeys roost too high for us. Well, boys, if you must know it, about the only good thing we kids have up there is our mother's love. See these patches? My mother put them on. See these stockings? My mother has been mending the same pair of stockings for more than a year, and she washes and irons them after I have gone to bed at night. Every stitch of mother's needle and thread is a stitch of love. And one night not long ago, I opened my eyes and saw my mother's tears dropping on the sleeve of my coat at the same time she was putting the patch on this elbow. I tell you, boys, the best thing I have got in the world is my mother, and the best Christmas gift I ever had is my mother's love. If I had $1 million, I would give them all to my mother in return for her love. No, boys, no banquet for me. As long as I know my mother is starving herself, that we children may have more to eat. Well, replied one of the boys, if I had a mother like that, maybe I'd feel the same way. But all we get at our house is a good licking from a drunken mother. I'm going in for a square meal at Christmas, if I never has another. The boys gathered on the sidewalk by one of the parks, were suddenly startled by a cry, "Look out there!" And the next moment a runaway horse dashed into their midst. Little Will was knocked over, and was soon carried into a neighboring drugstore, all unconscious of what had happened. It was soon discovered that his arm was broken, and his body bruised in a number of places. The moment he regained consciousness and found what had occurred, he said, "Take me to my mother. She will take care of me somehow. Though this isn't exactly the kind of a Christmas gift I meant she should have. Say, boys, one of you go up to her house and tell her easy about this. Don't burst in sudden and scare her, but tell her it isn't dangerous. And, well, just tell her I love her." The boys wiped their eyes, and one of them said, "This busts up a banquet, fellas. I'll go and tell Will's mother. And say, fellas, shan't I tell her we will give our banquet money to help her out at Christmas?" A hearty, "You bet we will," was the response, as Big Tom sped away to carry the news to Will's mother, while kind hands helped carry the injured boy to his home. It was a poor home into which he was born, but everything was as neat and tidy as could be. A woman stood at the door, and it needed but one glance to know that she was the mother of Will. Poverty and hunger had failed to rob her of her beauty, and there was an air of refinement about her that told of better days and happier surroundings. "Christmas hasn't come yet, Mother," said Will, "but I have. Don't you worry. I will come out of this all right, and we will have a good Christmas yet." The mother kissed him tenderly as she said, "No, I will not worry as long as I have God and you and Josie and Maggie and Dot. When Christmas comes round, Will, it will be a good day whatever it brings." "It will bring you heaps of things, Mrs. Sanford," blurted out Big Tom. "For we fellows have given up having a banquet and are going to bring you something that Will can't bring now. Don't you worry a bit." And here the rough fellow burst into tears and rushed out of the house. A few more days and then Christmas Eve came round, and a bright night it was. Will lay sleeping on the bed, his mother nearby, pretending to read, but in reality using the dear old Bible as a shield to hide the tears that trickled down her cheeks. The mother was thinking, and thinking fast too. It was only a little over 13 years since her father had closed a door in her face and told her never to return. The man she loved was not the fashionable fop her father had selected for her as a husband, and secretly she had given her hand to the man to whom long before she had given her heart. All went well until 3 years ago, when her husband died suddenly, and she found herself with no means and 4 children to take care of. Too proud to apply to her father for help, she struggled on as best as she could, leaning hard on the God whom her mother had taught her to love. Her children were a comfort to her, for they had inherited the natural goodness of both their parents. Her tears now fell fast, for as she thought, she also listened to the voices of her two youngest children who were standing over by the window together. "Say, Maggie, does you see that bright star up there? I wonder if that is the star what the shepherd's seen. If it is, it seems to be looking right down at us. Maybe Jesus is in that star, and if he is, he won't forget us, will he?" And Tot looked at Maggie as the latter said, "Jesus loved little children, Tot, when he was on the earth, and I guess he loves them yet. That's a very bright star. It must be the one that was seen by the shepherds at Bethlehem." "I think so too," said Tot. "And maybe Josie will hear some of them good tidings while she is out. Oh, Maggie, Jesus must love Mother. She is so good, and I think he has sent that star to tell us to look out for good news." And where was Josie all this time? The mother thought she had gone into her neighbour's, where she frequently went, and so felt no anxiety. Out in the streets of the big city, side by side walked plenty and poverty, wealth and wretchedness, happiness and hunger, gladness and grief. Some carried bundles in their arms, while others carried burdens in their hearts. Over all, the good God watched, and down upon all the bright star shone. But what is that? Suddenly on one of the streets the people stopped and listened. On the steps of a stoop leading up to a lighted mansion stood a little girl who looked like a bright angel from heaven. Far above, overhead, shone the bright star that Maggie and Tot had seen. It was their star, and it was her star, for Josie too had discovered it, and somehow felt that the star that had brought good tidings of great joy to the shepherds on Bethlehem's plains had come again and to bring once more good tidings. She had mounted the steps to get nearer the star, and then, all unconscious of the people, in a rich, sweet voice, she sang.
I think when I read that sweet story of old, when Jesus was here among men, how he called little children as lambs to his fold, I should like to have been with him then. I wish that his hands had been placed on my head, that his arms had been thrown around me, that I might have seen his kind look when he said, "Let the little ones come unto me."
As she sang, her gaze was fixed on the star, and even her hands were lifted toward it. The people looked at her. An angel had appeared in their midst. Her face, her voice, her upturned eyes, her uplifted hands held them spellbound, until someone looking up in the direction she pointed cried out, "See that star!" Heavenward went the gaze of the multitude, and once more there seemed to come to them a voice saying, "Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people." The face of Josie was illumined, and even the multitude that had gathered failed to alarm her. The star with its good tidings was over her head and in her heart as well. "Who are you, my child?" said a gentleman who had come upon the steps where she stood. "Please, sir, I am Josie Sanford." The gentleman gave a start and said, "Sanford? Josie Sanford? Pray, where do you live, Josie?" She told him, and in response to other questions told of mother, brother, and sisters. "Oh, sir, do you see the star? I'm sure it has some good tidings for us at our house, and I must hurry home and tell mother all about it. Goodbye." Away sped the child until she reached her home, and then entering the room quietly, she went up to her mother and said, "Have you seen the star, mother?" Maggie and Tot cried out, "We have seen it. Come, mother, and look quick." The mother went quietly to the window, and there beheld a star of wonderful brightness. and as she gazed, her face took on a new light, and into her heart came a great peace. The sleeping boy was awakened by the voices, and he too made his way to the window and looked at the star. At evening time it shall be light. It had come, and something else had come too, for steps were heard on the stairs, followed by a knock on the door, on opening which in came a company of newsboys headed by Big Tom. They bore bundles and baskets, provisions and poultry, sunshine and sugar, toys and turnips, goodwill and grapes, cheer and celery, and things that no one but those who had lacked for them would ever have thought of. Big Tom was the spokesman for the happy company. "If you please, Mrs. Sanford," he said, "there's a banquet. We wasn't going to come until tomorrow morning, but when we got the things all together, we just couldn't wait any longer. So we have brought 'em tonight, and if it isn't too soon, ma'am, we wishes you and Will and Josie and Maggie and Tot a Merry Christmas. Doesn't we, boys?" "Indeed we does," responded the boys. The faces of that mother and her children were a sight to behold. Smiles and tears greeted the boys, and the mother and her 3 girls had a kiss for each of them. Then Tot said, "I knowed it, The star had Jesus in it, and I knowed he'd see Maggie and me looking up at it." "Well, boys," said Mrs. Sanford, "you shall have your banquet, for I want you all to take Christmas dinner with us tomorrow." "Yes, boys, you shall all take dinner with Mrs. Sanford and her children tomorrow, but it must be at the home of her parents and not here," said a gentleman who had not been noticed as he stood in the hallway. Mrs. Sanford started as the owner of the voice entered the room, and little Josie sprang toward him at the same moment. She resembled her mother and was her namesake as well. The gentleman stretched out his arms towards Mrs. Sanford as he said to her, "Josie, can you forgive me for the harshness with which I drew you years ago from my door? God only knows how I have suffered, and for years I have hunted high and low for you, and have advertised time and again, but all was in vain, until tonight I saw your face and heard your voice once more, as my grandchild, Josie, stood singing on the steps and gazing at the star. In her I found you again, and oh, how your mother and I have prayed for this time to come." Long before he had finished, the daughter was in her father's arms once more, and the children were clinging to their new-found grandparent. The newsboys looked on in wonder, and suddenly little Tot ran to the window and then cried out, "Oh, Grandpa, the star is here yet, and it shines brighter than before." And she threw a kiss up to the star. Christmas morning came and found them all in a home of plenty. A chair that had long stood vacant at that table was once more filled, and near it were 4 other chairs for the new-found grandchildren. "Was it a Merry Christmas?" did you inquire? Just ask those newsboys who came at 2 o'clock if they ever had such a banquet before or since, or whether they ever saw a home in which the Star of Bethlehem shone with great splendor. And over the earth the star still shines, and will continue to shine until all mankind shall yet have a Merry Christmas. End of The Song of the Star.
The Trapper's Christmas Eve. The Trapper's Christmas Eve by Robert W. Service. It's mighty lonesome like and drear, above the wild the moon rides high, and shows us sharp and needle clear the emptiness of earth and sky. No happy homes with love aglow, no Santa Claus to make believe, just snow, and then more snow. It's Christmas Eve, it's Christmas Eve. And here am I where all things end, and undesirables are hurled, a poor old man without a friend, forgot and dead to all the world. Clean out of sight and out of mind, well, maybe it is better so. We all in life our level find, and mine, I guess, is pretty low. Yet as I sit with pipe alight, beside the cabin fire. It's queer, this mind of mine must take tonight the backward trail of 50 year. The schoolhouse and the Christmas tree, the children with their cheeks aglow, two bright blue eyes that smile on me just half a century ago. Again, it's maybe 40 years, with faith and trust almost divine, these same blue eyes, abrim with tears, through depths of love look into mine. A parting, tender, soft and low, with arms that cling and lips that cleave. Ah me, it's all so long ago, yet seems so sweet this Christmas Eve. Just 30 years ago, again, we say a bitter last goodbye. Our lips are white with wrath and pain. Our little children cling and cry. Whose was the fault? It matters not, for man and woman both deceive. It's buried now and all forgot, forgiven too this Christmas Eve. And she, God pity me, is dead. Our children, men and women grown, I like to think that they are wed with little children of their own, that crowd around their Christmas tree. I would not ever have them grieve, or shed a single tear for me, to mar their joys this Christmas Eve. Stripped to the buff, and gaunt and still, lies all the land in grim distress, like lost soul wailing, long and shrill. A wolf howl cleaves the emptiness. Then, hushed as death, is everything. The moon rides haggard and forlorn. Oh, hark the herald angels sing, God bless all men, it's Christmas morn. End of The Trapper's Christmas Eve, read by Douglas Wood in Utah.
What Christmases in Country Places? What Christmases in Country Places by Harriet Martineau. If we want to see the good old Christmas, the traditional Christmas of old England, we must look for it in the country. There are lasting reasons why the keeping of Christmas cannot change in the country as it may in towns. The seasons themselves ordain the festival. The close of the year is an interval of leisure in agricultural regions, the only interval of complete leisure in the year, and all influences and opportunities concur to make it a season of holiday and festivity. If the weather is what it ought to be at that time, the autumn crops are in the ground, and the springing wheat is safely covered up with snow. Everything is done for the soil that can be done at present, and as for the clearing and trimming and repairing, all that can be looked to in the after part of the winter, and the planting is safe if done before Candlemas. The plashing of hedges, and cleaning of ditches, and trimming of lanes, and mending of roads, can be got through between Twelfth Night and the early spring ploughing, and a fortnight may well be given to jollity and complete change. Such a holiday requires a good deal of preparation, so Christmas is, in this way also, a more weighty affair in the rural districts than elsewhere. The strong beer must be brewed, the pigs must be killed weeks before, the lard is wanted, the bacon has to be cured, the hams will be in request, and if brawn is sent to the towns, it must be ready before the children come home for the holidays. Then there is the fattening of the turkeys and geese to be attended to, a score or two of them to be sent to London, and perhaps half a dozen to be enjoyed at home. When the gentleman, or the farmer, or the country shopkeeper goes to the great town for his happy boys and girls, he has a good deal of shopping to do. Besides carrying a note to the haberdasher and ordering coffee, tea, dried fruit and spices, he must remember not to forget the packs of cards that will be wanted for loo and whist.
Perhaps he carries a secret order for fiddle strings from a neighbour who is practising his part in good time. There is one order of persons in the country to whom the month of December is anything but a holiday season: the cooks. Don't tell us of town cooks in the same breath. It is really overpowering to the mind to think what the country cooks have to attend to. The goose pie alone is an achievement to be complacent about, even the most ordinary goose pie. Still more, a superior one, with a whole goose in the middle and another cut up and laid round, with a fowl or two and a pheasant or two and a few larks put into odd corners, and the top all shiny with white of egg, figured over with leaves of pastry and tendrils and crinkle-crankles, with a bunch of the more delicate bird feet standing up in the middle. The oven is the cook's child and slave, the great concern of her life at this season. She pets it, she humours it, she scolds it, and she works it without rest. Before daylight she is at it, baking her oat bread, that bread which requires such perfect behaviour on the part of the oven. Long lines of oat cakes hang overhead to grow crisp before breakfast, and these are to be put away when crisp to make room for others, for she can hardly make too much. After breakfast, and all day, she is making and baking meat pies, mince pies, sausage rolls, fruit pies, and cakes of all shapes, sizes, and colours. And at night, when she can scarcely stand for fatigue, she banks the oven fire, and puts in the great jar of stock for the soups, that the drawing may go on from all sorts of savoury odds and ends, while everything but the drowsy fire is asleep. She wishes the dear little lasses would not come messing and fussing about, making gingerbread and cheesecakes. She would rather do it herself than have them in her way. But she has not the heart to tell them so. On the contrary, she gives them ginger and cuts the citron peel bountifully for them, hoping the while that the weather will be fine enough for them to go into the woods with their brothers for holly and ivy. Meantime, the dairywoman says, what she declares every Christmas, that she never saw such a demand for cream and butter, and that before Twelfth Night there will be none. And how at that season can she supply eggs by scores, as she is expected to do? The gingerbread baked, the rosiest apples picked out from their straw in the apple closet, the cats and dogs and canary birds played with and fed, the little lasses run out to see what the boys are about. The woodmen want something else than green to dress the house with. They are looking for the thickest and hardest and knottiest block of wood they can find that will go into the kitchen chimney. A gnarled stump of elm will serve their purpose best, and they trim it into a size to send home. They fancy that their holiday is to last as long as this log remains, and they are satisfied that it will be uncommonly difficult to burn up this one. This done, one of them proceeds with the boys and girls to the copses where the hollies are thickest, and by carrying his bill-hook he saves a vast deal of destruction by rending and tearing. The poor little birds, which make the hollies so many aviaries in winter, coming to feed on the berries and to pop in among the shining leaves for shelter, are sadly scared, and out they flit on all sides and away to the great oak, where nobody will follow them. For, alas, there is no real mistletoe now. There is to be something so-called hung from the middle of the kitchen ceiling, that the lads and lasses may snatch kisses and have their fun. But it will have no white berries, and no druidical dignity about it. It will be merely a bush of evergreen, called by some a mistletoe, and by others the bob, which is supposed to be a corruption of bough. When all the party have got their faggots tied up and strung over their shoulders, and buttonholes, hats, and bonnets stuck with sprigs and gay with berries, it is time they were going home, for there is a vast deal to be done this Christmas Eve, and the sunshine is already between the hills in soft yellow gushers, and not on them. A vast deal there is to be done, and especially if there is any village near. First, there is to dress the house with green, and then to go and help to adorn the church. The bob must not be hung up till tomorrow, but every door has a branch over it, and the leads of the latticed windows are stuck with sprigs, and every picture frame and looking-glass and candlestick is garnished. Any scraps, or very young children, who are too small to help, pick up scattered holly leaves, and, being not allowed to go upon the rug, beg somebody to throw them into the fire, whence ensues a series of cracklings and sputtering blazes, and lighting up of wide-open eyes. In the midst of this, hark! Is not that the church bell? The boys go out to listen, and report that it is so. The Christmas deal, or dole, is about to begin. So off go all who are able up to the church. It is very cold there, and dim and dreary, in spite of the candles and the kindness and other good things that are collected there. By the time the bell has ceased to clang, there are a few gentlemen there, and a number of widows and aged men and orphan children. There are piles of blankets and bits of paper, which are orders for coals. One gentleman has sent a bag of silver money, and another 2 or 3 sheep, cut up ready for cooking, and another a great pile of loaves. The boys run and bring down a ladder to dress the pillars, and scuffle in the galleries, and venture into the pulpit, under the pretence of dressing the church. When the dole is done, and the poor people gone, the doors are closed, and, if the boys remain, they must be quiet, for the organist and the singers are going to rehearse the anthem that is to be sung tomorrow. If the boys are not quiet, they are turned out. There is plenty of bustle in the village. The magistrates are in the long room of the inn, settling justice business. The inn looks as if it were illuminated. The waiters are seen to glide across the hall, and on the steps are the old constable, and the new rural policeman, and the tax collector, and the postman. It is so cold that something steaming hot will soon be brought for them to drink, and the poor postman will be taken on his weak side. Christmas is a trying season to him, with his weak head and his popularity and his Christmas boxes and his constant liability to be reported. Cold as it is, there are women flitting about, going to or from the grocer's shop, and all bringing away the same things. The grocers give away, this night, to their regular customers, a good mulled candle each, and a nutmeg. This is because the women must be up by candlelight tomorrow to make something that is to be spiced with nutmeg. So a good number of women pass by with a candle and a nutmeg, and some, with a bottle or pitcher, come up the steps and go to the bar for some rum. But the clock strikes supper time, and away go the boys home. Somebody wonders at supper whether the true oval mince pie is really meant to be in the form of a certain manger, and its contents to signify the gifts, various and rich, brought by the Magi to that manger. And while the little ones are staring at this news, somebody else observes that it was a pretty idea of the old pagans in our island of dressing up their houses with evergreens, that there might be a warm retreat for the spirits of the woods in times of frost and bitter winter storms. Some child peeps timidly up at the biggest branch in the room, and fancies what it would be to see some sprite sitting under a leaf or dancing along a spray. When supper is done, and the youngest are gone to bed, having been told not to be surprised if they should hear the stars singing in the night, the rest of the party turn to the fire and begin to roast their chestnuts in the shovel, and to heat the elder wine in the old-fashioned saucepan silvered inside. One absent boy, staring at the fire, starts when his father offers him a chestnut for his thoughts. He hesitates, but his curiosity is vivid, and he braves all the consequences of saying what he is thinking about. He wonders whether he might, just for once, just for this once, go to see the stalls when midnight has struck, and see whether the oxen are kneeling. He has heard, and perhaps read, that the oxen kneeled on the first Christmas Day, and kept the manger warm with their breath, and that all oxen still kneel in their stalls when Christmas Day comes in. Father and mother exchange a quick glance of agreement to take this seriously, and they explain that there is now so much uncertainty since the new style of reckoning the days of the year was introduced, that the oxen cannot be depended on, and it is not worth while to be out of bed at midnight for the chance. Some say the oxen kneel punctually when Old Christmas comes in, and if so, they will not do it tonight. This is not the quietest night of the year, even if nobody visits the oxen. Soon after all are settled to sleep, sounds arise which thrill through some who are half awakened by them, and then, remembering something about the stars singing, the children rouse themselves and lie with open eyes and ears, feeling that Christmas morning has come. They must soon, one would think, give up the star theory, for the music is only two fiddles, or a fiddle and a clarinet, or possibly a fiddle and drum with a voice or two, which can hardly be likened to that of the spheres. The voices sing, while shepherds watched their flocks by night, and then, marvellously enough, single out this family of all the families on the earth, to bless with the good wishes of the season. They certainly are wishing to master and mistress and all the young ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. before this celestial mystery is solved, and before the distant twang of the fiddle is quite out of hearing, the celestial mystery of sleep enwraps the other, and lays it to rest until the morrow. The boys, the elder ones, meant to keep awake, first for the waits, and afterwards to determine for themselves whether the cock crows all night on Christmas Eve, to keep all hurtful things from walking the earth. When the waits are gone, they just remember that any night between this and Old Christmas will do for the cock, which is said to defy evil spirits in this manner for the whole of that season, which the boys are very glad to remember, for they are excessively sleepy. So off they go into the land of dreams. It is now past 2, and at 3 the maids must be up. Christmas morning is the one of all the year when, in the north of England especially, families make a point of meeting, and it must be at the breakfast table. In every house, far and near, where there is fuel and flour and a few pence to buy currants, there are cakes making, which everybody must eat of, cakes of pastry with currants between the layers. The grocer has given the nutmeg, and those who can afford it add rum and other dainties. The ladies are up betimes, to set out the best candlesticks, to garnish the table, to make the coffee, and to prepare a welcome for all who claim a seat. The infant in arms must be there, as 7 o'clock strikes. Any married brother or sister living within reach must be there, with the whole family train. Long before sunrise, there they sit in the glow of the fire and the glitter of candles, chatting and laughing and exchanging good wishes. In due time, the church bell calls the flock of worshippers from over the hill and down dale and along commons and across fields, and presently they are seen coming, all in their best, the majority probably saying the same thing, that, somehow, it seems always to be fine on Christmas Day. Then one may reckon up the exceptions he remembers, and another may tell of different sorts of fine weather that he has known. How, on one occasion, his daughter gathered 34 sorts of flowers in their own garden on Christmas Day, and the rose bushes had not lost their leaves on Twelfth Night, and then the wise will agree how much they prefer a good seasonable frost and sheeted snow like this to April weather in December. Service over, the bell silent, and the sexton turning the key in the lock, off run the young men, out of reach of remonstrance, to shoot, until dinner at least, more probably until the light fails. They shoot almost anything that comes across them, but especially little birds, chaffinches, blackbirds, thrushes, any winged creature distressed by the cold or betrayed by the smooth and cruel snow. The little children at home are doing better than their elder brothers. They are putting out crumbs of bread for the robins, and feeling sorry and surprised that robins prefer bread to plum pudding. They would have given the robins some of their own pudding if they had but liked it. In every house there is dinner to-day, of one sort or another, except where the closed shutter shows that the folk are out to dinner. The commonest dinner in the poorer houses, in some parts of the country, is a curious sort of mutton pie. The meat is cut off a loin of mutton and reduced to mouthfuls, and then strewed over with currants or raisins and spice, and the whole covered in with a stout crust. In some places the dinner is baked meat and potatoes. In too many cottages there is nothing better than a morsel of bacon to flavour the bread or potatoes. But it may be safely said that there is more and better dining in England on Christmas Day than on any other day of the year. In the houses of gentry and farmers, the dinner and dessert are a long affair, and soon followed by tea, that the sports may begin. Everybody knows what these sports are, in parlour, hall, and kitchen, singing, dancing, cards, blind man's buff, and other such games. Forfeits, ghost story-telling, snap-dragon, these with a bountiful supper interposed, lasting till midnight. In scattered houses, among the wilds, card-playing goes on briskly. Wherever there are Wesleyans enough to form a congregation, they are collected at a tea-drinking in their chapel, and they spend the evening in singing hymns. Where there are Germans settled, or any leading family which has been in Germany, there is a Christmas tree lighted up somewhere. Those Christmas trees are as prolific as the inexhaustible cedars of Lebanon. Wherever one strikes root, a great number is sure to spring up under its shelter. However spent, the evening comes to an end. The hymns in the chapel, and the carols in the kitchen, and the piano in the parlour are all hushed. The ghosts have glided by into the night. The forfeits are redeemed. The blind man has recovered his sight, and lost it again in sleep. The dust of the dancers has subsided. The fires are nearly out, and the candles quite so. The reflection that the great day is over would have been too much for some little hearts, sighing before they slept, but for the thought that tomorrow is Boxing Day, and that 12th night is yet to come. But first will come New Year's Eve, with its singular inconvenience, in some districts, of nothing whatever being carried out of the house for 24 hours, lest, in throwing away anything, you should be throwing away some luck for the next year. Not a potato paring, nor a drop of soapsuds or cabbage water, not a cinder, nor a pinch of dust must be removed till New Year's morning. In these places there is one person who must be stirring early, the darkest man in the neighbourhood. It is a serious thing there to have a swarthy complexion and black hair, for the owner cannot refuse to his acquaintance the good luck of his being the first to enter their houses on New Year's Day. If he is poor, or his time is precious, he is regularly paid for his visit. He comes at daybreak with something in his hand, if it is only an orange or an egg or a bit of ribbon or a twopenny pitcher. He can't stay a minute, he has so many to visit, but he leaves peace of mind behind him. His friends begin the year with the advantage of having seen a dark man enter their house the first in the new year. Such, in its general features, is Christmas, throughout the rural districts of Old England. Here the revellers may be living in the midst of pastoral levels, all sheeted with snow. There, in deep lanes, or round a village green, with ploughed slopes rising on either hand. Here, on the spurs of mountains, with glittering icicles hanging from the grey precipices above them, and the accustomed waterfall bound in silence by the frost beside their doors. And there again, they may be within hearing of the wintry surge booming along the rocky shore, but the revelry is of much the same character everywhere. There may be one old superstition in one place and another in another, but that which is no superstition is everywhere. The hospitality, the mirth, the social glow which spreads from heart to heart, which thaws the pride and the purse strings, and brightens the eyes and affections. End of What Christmas Is in Country Places.
What Christmas Is as We Grow Older, by Charles Dickens. Read by Tony Scheinman. What Christmas Is as We Grow Older, by Charles Dickens. Time was, with most of us, when Christmas Day, encircling all our limited world like a magic ring, left nothing out for us to miss or seek, bound together all our home enjoyments, affections, and hopes, grouped everything and everyone around the Christmas fire, and made the little picture shining in our bright young eyes complete. Time came, perhaps all too soon, when our thoughts overleaped that narrow boundary, when there was someone, very dear we thought then, very beautiful and absolutely perfect, wanting to the fullness of our happiness, when we were wanting too, or we thought so, which did just as well, at the Christmas hearth by which that someone sat, and when we intertwined with every wreath and garland of our life that someone's name. That was the time for the bright visionary Christmases, which have long arisen from us to show faintly, after summer rain, in the palest edges of the rainbow. That was the time for the beatified enjoyment of the things that were to be, and never were, and yet the things that were so real in our resolute hopes that it would be hard to say, now, what realities achieved since have been stronger. What? Did that Christmas never really come when we and the priceless pearl who was our young choice were received, after the happiest of totally impossible marriages, by the two united families previously at daggers, drawn on our account? When brothers and sisters-in-law, who had always been rather cool to us before our relationship was effected, perfectly doted on us, and when fathers and mothers overwhelmed us with unlimited incomes? Was that Christmas dinner never really eaten, after which we arose and generously and eloquently rendered honor to our late rival, present in the company, then and there exchanging friendship and forgiveness, and founding an attachment not to be surpassed in Greek or Roman story, which subsisted until death? Has that same rival long ceased to care for that same priceless pearl, and married for money, and become usurious? Above all, do we really know now that we should probably have been miserable if we had won and worn the pearl, and that we are better off without her? That Christmas, when we had recently achieved so much fame, when we had been carried in triumph somewhere for doing something great and good, when we had won an honored and ennobled name, and arrived and were received at home in a shower of tears of joy, is it possible that that Christmas has not come yet? And is our life here, at the best, so constituted that, pausing as we advance at such a noticeable milestone in the track as this great birthday, we look back on the things that never were as naturally full and gravely as on the things that have been and are gone, or have been and still are? If it be so, and so it seems to be, must we come to the conclusion that life is little better than a dream, and little worth the loves and strivings that we crowd into it? No, far be such miscalled philosophy from us, dear reader, on Christmas Day. Nearer and closer to our hearts be the Christmas spirit, which is the spirit of active usefulness, perseverance, cheerful discharge of duty, kindness, and forbearance. It is in the last virtues especially that we are, or should be, strengthened by the unaccomplished visions of our youth. For who shall say that they are not our teachers to deal gently even with the impalpable nothings of the earth? Therefore, as we grow older, let us be more thankful that the circle of our Christmas associations and of the lessons that they bring expands. Let us welcome every one of them and summon them to take their places by the Christmas hearth. Welcome, old aspirations, glittering creatures of an ardent fancy, to your shelter underneath the holly. We know you, and have not outlived you yet. Welcome, old projects and old loves, however fleeting, to your nooks among the steadier lights that burn around us. Welcome, all that was ever real to our hearts, and for the earnestness that made you real, thanks to heaven. Do we build no Christmas castles in the clouds now? Let our thoughts, fluttering like butterflies among these flowers of children, bear witness. Before this boy there stretches out a future, brighter than we ever looked on in our old romantic time, but bright with honor and with truth. Around this little head on which the sunny curls lie heaped, the Graces sport as prettily, as airily, as when there was no scythe within the reach of time to shear away the curls of our first love. Upon another girl's face near it, placider but shining bright, a quiet and contented little face, we see home fairly written. Shining from the word, as rays shine from a star, we see how, when our graves are old, other hopes than ours are young, other hearts than ours are moved, how other ways are smoothed, how other happiness blooms, ripens, and decays. No, not decays, for other homes and other bands of children, not yet in being, nor for ages yet to be, arise and bloom and ripen to the end of all. Welcome, everything. Welcome alike what has been and what never was, and what we hope may be, to your shelter underneath the holly, to your places round the Christmas fire, where what is sits open-hearted. In yonder shadow do we see obtruding furtively upon the blaze an enemy's face? By Christmas Day we do forgive him. If the injury he has done us may admit of such companionship, let him come here and take his place. If otherwise unhappily, let him go hence, assured that we will never injure nor accuse him. On this day we shut out nothing. Pause, says a low voice. Nothing. Think. On Christmas Day we will shut out from our fireside nothing. Not the shadow of a vast city where the withered leaves are lying deep, the voice replies. Not the shadow that darkens the whole globe, not the shadow of the city of the dead. Not even that. Of all days in the year, we will turn our faces towards that city upon Christmas Day, and from its silent hosts bring those we loved among us. City of the dead, in the blessed name wherein we are gathered together at this time, and in the presence that is here among us according to the promise, we will receive and not dismiss thy people who are dear to us. Yes, we can look upon these children angels that night, so solemnly, so beautifully among the living children by the fire, and can bear to think how they departed from us. Entertaining angels unawares, as the patriarchs did, the playful children are unconscious of their guests. But we can see them, can see a radiant arm around one favorite neck, as if there were a tempting of that child away. Among the celestial figures there is one, a poor misshapen boy on earth, of a glorious beauty now, of whom his dying mother said it grieved her much to leave him here alone for so many years, as it was likely would elapse before he came to her, being such a little child. But he went quickly, and was laid upon her breast, and in her hand she leads him. There was a gallant boy who fell far away upon a burning sand beneath a burning sun, and said, "Tell them at home, with my last love, how much I could have wished to kiss them once, but that I died contented and had done my duty." Or there was another, over whom they read the words, "Therefore we commit his body to the deep," and so consigned him to the lonely ocean and sailed on. Or there was another, who lay down to his rest in the dark shadow of great forests, and on earth awoke no more. Oh, shall they not, from sand and sea and forest, be brought home at such a time? There was a dear girl, almost a woman, never to be one, who made a mourning Christmas in a house of joy, and went her trackless way to the silent city. Do we recollect her, worn out, faintly whispering what could not be heard, and falling into that last sleep for weariness? Oh, look upon her now! Oh, look upon her beauty, her serenity, her changeless youth, her happiness! The daughter of Jairus was recalled to life, to die, but she, more blessed, has heard the same voice saying unto her, "Arise forever." We had a friend who was our friend from early days, with whom we often pictured the changes that were to come upon our lives, and merrily imagined how we would speak and walk and think and talk when we came to be old. His destined habitation in the city of the dead received him in his prime. Should he be shut out from our Christmas remembrance? Would his love have so excluded us? Lost friend, lost child, lost parent, sister, brother, husband, wife, we will not so discard you. You shall hold your cherished places in our Christmas hearts and by our Christmas fires, and in the season of immortal hope and on the birthday of immortal mercy, we will shut out nothing. The winter sun goes down over town and village. On the sea it makes a rosy path, as if the sacred tread were fresh upon the water. A few more moments, and it sinks, and night comes on, and lights begin to sparkle in the prospect. On the hillside beyond the shapelessly diffused town, and in the quiet keeping of the trees that gird the village steeple, remembrances are cut in stone, planted in common flowers, growing in grass, entwined with lowly brambles around many a mound of earth. In town and village there are doors and windows closed against the weather. There are flaming logs heaped high. There are joyful faces. There is healthy music of voices. Be all ungentleness and harm excluded from the temples of the household gods, but be those remembrances admitted with tender encouragement. They are of the time, and all its comforting and peaceful reassurances, and of the history that reunited even upon earth the living and the dead, and of the broad benefices and goodness that too many men have tried to tear to narrow shreds. End of What Christmas Is as We Grow Older.